Chapter 1, 100 billion critical hit at the start. Ding! The godly rich seed is detected, and the godly rich sign in system is binding. 1%, 10%, 65%, 90%. Ding! The Xinhao sign in system has been successfully bound. The host can sign in once a day. The rewards obtained by signing in at different places are also different. The host has not signed in today. Do you want to sign in? Early in the morning, Zhang Yang, who had just been woken up by the alarm clock, heard a series of mechanical sounds in his head in a daze, and couldn't help but be startled. He couldn't help but have some doubts. Am I still in a dream? Or is it an auditory hallucination? The host has not signed in today. Do you want to sign in? As if there was no response, the mechanical voice repeated itself again. Zhang Yang stretched out his hand and pinched his thigh, and immediately felt a pain. Could it be true? Zhang Yang, like the group of handsome readers in front of the screen, is already an experienced reader who has read countless books. I don't know how many system novels I have read. Just didn't expect it. This time, the system will actually come upon me. Zhang Yang suddenly turned over and sat up, and with excitement, he whispered a word, yes. The next moment, the mechanical system prompt sounded again. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 10 million global shopping card. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 60% of Shangda Group's shares. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for winning 100 million cash. Congratulations for triggering a 1,000-fold critical strike, reward of 100 billion. Gudong. 100 billion? Hearing the system's voice, Zhang Yang swallowed hard. It was really hard to believe. After all, Zhang Yang is just an ordinary senior intern and his family conditions are very ordinary. Don't even mention 100 billion. Even if it's 10 million. To him, these are astronomical figures. The family's savings, plus the real estate, would be worth a total of 1 million, which would be great. At this moment, Zhang Yang's attention was completely focused on the terrifying 100 billion cash reward, and he even temporarily ignored the other two sign-in rewards. Ding dong! Just when Zhang Yang was shocked, a text message alert sounded on his cell phone. Zhang Yang turned on his mobile phone and immediately saw a text message from China Construction Bank regarding a deposit. Your savings card account with the last number 3878 has 100 billion yuan transferred into it. The balance after the transaction is 100 billion 1,668 yuan. China Construction Bank. 123. Looking at the string of zeros, Zhang Yang's eyes suddenly widened, and he subconsciously counted it and confirmed that it was indeed 100 billion. Then, Zhang Yang opened the mobile banking app and confirmed the account balance. Look at the eye-catching 12-digit number on the mobile banking app. Zhang Yang was so excited that he could hardly control himself. After the excitement, Zhang Yang also remembered the other two rewards. Shangda Group can be said to be the company that Zhang Yang is most familiar with. Because this is the company where Zhang Yang is interning. This is a small and medium-sized group company engaged in product research and development and processing, with an estimated value of around 2 billion. Zhang Yang obtained 60% of the shares of Shangda Group, whose value is 1.2 billion. Although this 1.2 billion is not cash, sometimes fixed assets are more valuable than cash. In comparison, the shopping card worth 10 million seems to be much inferior. However, this is still an amount that most people cannot earn in their entire lifetime. How could Zhang Yang not be excited when he received such a generous reward for his first sign-in? After taking several deep breaths, Zhang Yang finally calmed down. System, are you there? Suddenly, Zhang Yang seemed to have thought of something and whispered something. Ding, the super rich sign-in system is at your service. Zhang Yang felt more relieved after receiving the system's response. He then asked, System, what functions do you have? Also, are there any restrictions? Zhang Yang had read quite a few system-based novels before. In some of them, the protagonist system would issue tasks, and if the tasks failed, there might be various penalties. Therefore, Zhang Yang planned to first understand the system rules, and then he could make full use of the system assistance and reach the peak of his life. Ding, this system is a sign-in system for the super rich. The host has one sign-in opportunity every day. Hosts sign in at different places and receive different levels of rewards. In addition, the sign-in rewards will occasionally trigger different multiples of critical hits. For every 10 million yuan spent by the host will receive 1 Shinhao point, which can be used to improve the host's physical and mental attributes, as well as skill levels. This system has only one restriction on the host: no bargaining is allowed no matter what you buy. Those who bargain are not worthy of owning this system. Special tip: the host does not need to speak aloud, just silently recite in the heart to communicate with this system. After hearing a series of prompts from the system, Zhang Yang had a basic understanding of the system and felt more satisfied. This system is great. With a happy mood, Zhang Yang quickly dressed, washed up, and then set off for the company where he was interning. Of course, Zhang Yang went to the company not to work, but to prepare to resign. As an intern, Zhang Yang was at the bottom of the company and had no idea how much humiliation he had endured. If it weren't for the money and graduation assessment, he would have resigned long ago. Zhang Yang now has 100 billion in cash in his bank card, so he naturally doesn't need to worry about money. As for the graduation examination, it is no problem at all for Zhang Yang now. In addition to resigning, Zhang Yang also plans to give everyone in the company a surprise. He believed that when the people in the company learned that he had become the new chairman of the company, their expressions would be very interesting. Finally, Zhang Yang had another purpose for coming to the company, which was to share the good news of his wealth with his girlfriend in person. Zhang Yang's girlfriend is named Qin Sisi. She has been a classmate of Zhang Yang since high school. The two started dating in their freshman year and have been together for more than 3 years now, with a very strong relationship. No matter what happens, they will not hide anything from each other. At least, that's what Zhang Yang did and what he thought. As soon as he arrived at the company gate, Zhang Yang saw a beautiful and graceful woman standing there, seemingly waiting for someone. When Zhang Yang saw this, a happy smile suddenly appeared on his face. Because this woman was his girlfriend Qin Sisi. Zhang Yang, why did you come just now? Qin Sisi, however, did not give Zhang Yang a good look. She had a cold face and spoke coldly. Zhang Yang quickly apologized with a smile. Sisi, don't be angry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have made you wait for me. But I have good news to tell you. You will definitely scream with joy after hearing it. Qin Sisi glanced at Zhang Yang and said disdainfully, put away your tricks to coax a 15 or 16-year-old girl. I'm not interested in the good news you're talking about. I'll wait for you here, but I just want to inform you of something. Zhang Yang explained, I'm not kidding you, I really have great news to tell you. I'm rich, this morning, Before Zhang Yang could finish, Qin Sisi interrupted him and said without question, listen to me first. Chapter 2 I hope you don't regret it. Zhang Yang was used to giving in to Qin Sisi, so after hearing what Qin Sisi said, he had no choice but to say, okay, Sisi, you go first. Zhang Yang, let's break up. Qin Sisi glanced towards a certain place in the company imperceptibly, and then spoke to Zhang Yang calmly. What? Sisi, I didn't hear clearly. Zhang Yang's face turned pale when he heard this, and he spoke in disbelief. Qin Sisi said calmly, I said, we broke up. You don't have to pretend you didn't hear it. Although he was unwilling to believe it, Qin Sisi's repeated words forced Zhang Yang to face the reality. Zhang Yang's original joy over binding the system and receiving generous rewards suddenly disappeared, and the expression on his face suddenly froze. Sisi, let's not break up, okay? If I did something wrong and made you angry, tell me and I'll change, okay? Zhang Yang's eyes were filled with anxiety, and he wanted to save this relationship. Zhang Yang and Qin Sisi were classmates in high school, and they happened to be admitted to the same university when they were in college. And it's the same major, the same class. Two young men and women who arrived in a strange environment at the same time naturally became closer to each other than other classmates in the class. Coupled with the university's open dating environment, Zhang Yang and Qin Sisi naturally became a close couple at the end of the first semester of their freshman year. This relationship has continued to this day, and the two are nicknamed the model of love by their classmates. However, there were also boys who secretly gave Zhang Yang the nickname Liquor. It's just because, for more than 3 years, Zhang Yang has been very caring to Qin Sisi and always responded to her requests. What Zhang Yang didn't know was that the more he gave everything to Qin Sisi, the cheaper his love seemed in Qin Sisi's eyes. Zhang Yang's desire to save the relationship made Qin Sisi despise him. His tone was humble, his expression was stiff, and everything on him was cheap goods, worth less than 200 yuan in total. Both inside and out, he looks like a typical poor loser. Qin Sisi sneered and shook her head. There's nothing wrong with the rest, except for one thing, being poor. How are you going to change that? Don't tell me what will happen in 3 or 5 years. I only look at the present. Hearing Qin Sisi's words, Zhang Yang's heart suddenly fell to the ground, and he smiled and said, Sisi, I can change my poverty. I was just about to tell you that I am rich now, with 100 billion. If you don't believe me, just look. Zhang Yang has developed a habit over the past 3 years, and even though he has become a billionaire now, he still cannot change it for the time being. All he knew was that he didn't want to lose Qin Sisi. While speaking, Zhang Yang opened the text message interface of his mobile phone and handed the phone to Qin Sisi. Qin Sisi didn't even look at it and waved at Zhang Yang's phone. Zhang Yang was about to hand the phone to Qin Sisi, so he didn't use any force. He didn't expect Qin Sisi to do such a thing, and the phone was easily knocked away. Unfortunately, the flying phone hit the corner of the table at the company's front desk. Pa! The next moment, Zhang Yang's cell phone was smashed into pieces. Zhang Yang stared at the scene blankly, his heart seemed to be broken along with the phone. This phone was one of the couple phones Zhang Yang bought on the first Valentine's Day after they confirmed their relationship. As for the other one, it was naturally given to Qin Sisi. However, just 3 months ago, Qin Sisi told him that his cell phone was broken. Zhang Yang originally planned to buy another mobile phone for Qin Sisi, but Qin Sisi said that she had already bought it. Qin Sisi's eyes flickered when she saw this, then she became firm again and said coldly, Zhang Yang, you disappoint me so much. What's the point of trying to trick me with this trick? Just changing the note and sending a money transfer text message, don't you think this trick is too childish? Even if you're making it up, you have to make it more credible, like winning 5 million in the lottery. 100 billion? Ha, why don't you say that the bank is owned by your family? Listening to Qin Sisi's cold accusation, Zhang Yang had a blank expression and a heavy heart. At this moment, it seemed that he was meeting Qin Sisi for the first time. Sisi, you did a good job. At this moment, a frivolous voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a handsome young man in a plaid suit and with a crew cut walked out of the company with a smile on his face and put his arms around Qin Sisi's slender waist. Qin Sisi leaned into the man's arms and said in a tender voice, Brother Jian, I did everything you said. Don't forget the reward you promised me. Hearing this, the young man smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, I won't forget it. Zhang Yang saw this scene and his face turned pale and he felt heartbroken. Zhang Yang also knew this young man. He was the human resources manager of their company, named Fan Jian. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yang looked at Qin Sisi and said in a deep voice, Sisi, shouldn't you explain it? Qin Sisi said calmly, I've already said that we broke up, what else do you want to explain? At this time, Fan Jian looked at Zhang Yang and said, Sisi is my woman now. You'd better stay away from her, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Yang ignored Fan Jian and looked at Qin Sisi. He said in a deep voice, Sisi, I'm going to ask you one last time. Are you sure you want to break up with me? Qin Sisi said without hesitation, I am very sure of this. Zhang Yang, from now on, you and I are from 2 different worlds. Don't bother me anymore. To tell you the truth, my phone wasn't broken 3 months ago, but I didn't want it, so I threw it in the trash. My new phone is not a knockoff version. Brother Jian spent more than 20,000 yuan to buy it for me. The money you spent on me in the past 3 years is not even a fraction of what Brother Jian has spent on me in the past 3 months. What I want can only be given to me by Brother Jian, and you can't give it to me at all. Fan Jian watched the scene from the side, with the corners of his mouth raised and a smile of success in his eyes. Is that so? I hope you won't regret it. Zhang Yang looked at Qin Sisi deeply and spoke in a deep voice. The moment his cell phone was knocked away and broken by Qin Sisi, Zhang Yang began to wake up. At this moment, listening to Qin Sisi's heartless words, Zhang Yang completely accepted the reality and was ready to give up Qin Sisi in his heart. By then, even if Qin Sisi begged for reconciliation on her knees, Zhang Yang would no longer accept her. At this time, Fan Jian on the side sneered, Regret? The one who should regret it should be you, Zhang Yang. Not only will I steal your girlfriend in front of the entire company, I will also fire you and prevent you from graduating. This is what happens when you offend me. Now, do you regret meddling in other people's affairs? After hearing Fan Jian's words, Zhang Yang finally realized that all this was Fan Jian's revenge against him. Chapter 3 How is this possible? It's actually simple. When Zhang Yang had just joined the company, he accidentally encountered Fan Jian trying to forcefully take advantage of a female colleague in the office. So, Zhang Yang, who had just entered society and was still full of passion, deliberately pushed the door open and interrupted Fan Jian's good deeds. Later, Zhang Yang reported Fan Jian's violations in the company's reporting box. However, several months passed and Fan Jian had not been punished at all. However, the female colleague who was almost defiled by Fan Jian resigned. At the company's annual meeting at the end of last year, Zhang Yang found out that Fan Jian was actually the son of the company's general manager Fan Chang. This gave Zhang Yang a bad feeling. However, afterwards, Fan Chang and his son Fan Jian did not seem to take any action against Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang thought that matter was over. He never imagined that Fan Jian's revenge had already begun. And the revenge was so thorough. Girlfriend, work, and study, these three things are undoubtedly very important to me. Fortunately, I accidentally bound myself to the Xinhao sign and system, and through the system, I also obtained 60% of the shares of Shangda Group. Otherwise, facing Fan Jian's revenge, he would be helpless. Now, I have just lost a woman who was not sincere to me in the first place. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang looked at Fan Jian and said disdainfully, "Not only will I not regret it, I also want to thank you for letting me see the true face of Qin Sisi. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll waste more money and energy on her. As for expelling me, you also want to prevent me from graduating? You are not qualified enough. Soon, you will know who will expel who." Hearing Zhang Yang's unscrupulous words, Qin Sisi's face turned pale. "Zhang Yang, you are only good at talking." Fan Jian sneered, "I'm not qualified? Who do you think you are? I declare right now that you are fired. You'd better get out of here, or else, don't blame me for asking the security to throw you out." Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps came from inside the company. I saw a group of about a dozen men and women in formal attire, who looked quite prestigious, walking quickly from inside the company to the main entrance. One of them looked 70% similar to Fan Jian. He was Fan Jian's father, Fan Chang, who was also the general manager of Shangda Group. As for the other people around Fan Chang, they are directors and executives of Shangda Group. On Zhang Yang's way to the company, they had already contacted Zhang Yang and obtained some of Zhang Yang's information. It was at Zhang Yang's instruction that these directors and company executives gathered at the company headquarters to hold a high-level meeting. Everyone waited for a while, but Zhang Yang did not come. So, at the suggestion of General Manager Fan Chang, everyone left the meeting room and rushed to the company gate, intending to wait for the arrival of Zhang Yang, the new chairman, at the company gate. It can be said that Fan Chang has long been adept at currying favor with the boss. This advantage played a significant role in his becoming the general manager. Fan Jian and Qin Sisi were both surprised to see the sudden arrival of the company's senior executives. Fan Jian's eyes flickered for a moment, and then he stepped forward to greet them. "Dad, Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, Director Liu, why are you all out? What happened?" Fan Chang glanced at the broken phone on the ground and frowned. "The group has a new chairman, and he will be here soon. We came out to welcome him. What's going on? What are you doing? Hurry up and have someone clean this place up. If you offend the new chairman, I'll break your legs when you get back." The others looked at this scene with different expressions and did not speak. Although Fan Jian was a playboy, he was not stupid. When he heard Fan Chang's words, his expression changed slightly and he quickly said, "Dad, don't worry, I'll have someone clean it up right away." After saying that, Fan Jian winked at Qin Sisi, indicating that Qin Sisi should clean up the cell phone fragments on the ground. Qin Sisi also heard what Fan Chang said and understood the seriousness of the matter, so she decided to do as he said. "Wait." At this moment, Zhang Yang on the side suddenly spoke. If it was just about cleaning up the fragments of a cell phone, Zhang Yang wouldn't mind. However, his SIM card was still among the pile of debris. Zhang Yang has been using this mobile phone card for 5 or 6 years. The number is used in many places, and he doesn't want to throw it away. Originally, among all the company executives, except Fan Chang who paid some attention to Fan Jian, everyone else was looking towards the company's gate, expecting the arrival of the new chairman's car. Therefore, no one noticed the inconspicuous display in the corner. Hearing Zhang Yang's voice, Fan Chang and other company executives subconsciously looked over. When they saw Zhang Yang's face, everyone was stunned. This face. Why does he look so similar to the new chairman in the information? Fan Chang rolled his eyes and walked over to Zhang Yang. "Excuse me, who are you?" Without waiting for Zhang Yang to answer, Fan Jian said, "Dad, his name is Zhang Yang. He was an intern in the company before, but I just fired him. You don't have to take it to heart." Then, Fan Jian looked at Zhang Yang again and said sternly, "Zhang Yang, why don't you just get out of here? Do you want me to ask the security guards to throw you out?" Swish. However, Fan Jian did not notice that after he said the name Zhang Yang, the faces of the company's senior executives, including his father Fan Chang, all changed. This look, This name. Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhang Yang, the new chairman of Shangda Group? Among the group of people, a pretty woman wearing a black business suit, a white shirt and glasses was the first to react and asked Zhang Yang. The others also stared at Zhang Yang, waiting for his answer. Zhang Yang smiled calmly. Director Liu is indeed very discerning. Yes, I am Zhang Yang, the new chairman of Shangda Group. The woman who spoke before was Liu Xian, the RD director of Shangda Group. Whether in terms of figure, appearance or temperament, Liu Xian is undoubtedly top-notch among women. She is several levels higher than Qin Sisi. In Shangda Company, Liu Xian is the goddess of almost all male employees. Although Zhang Yang was not as obsessed with Liu Xian as others because he had Qin Sisi as his girlfriend, he was also impressed by her. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Welcome, Mr. Zhang. Boss Zhang, you are really young and promising. Please come in, Director Zhang. After receiving Zhang Yang's confirmation, other company executives behind Liu Xian hurried forward and greeted Zhang Yang. Among them, of course, is the company's general manager Fan Chang. Fan Jian and Qin Sisi were stunned when they saw this scene. How is this possible? It turns out that Zhang Yang is the new chairman of Shangda Group. Doesn't that mean I'm the one who will be fired? This slap in the face came too quickly. Director Liu, Dad, you must be mistaken. Zhang Yang is just an ordinary employee of our company. How could he be the new chairman? Fan Jian really didn't want to accept this fact. Chapter 4, A Pair of Idiots. Yes, leaders, Zhang Yang is my ex-boyfriend. We just broke up. I know his family situation very well. Could it be that the new chairman just has the same name as him? At this time, Qin Sisi on the side also echoed. Just as Qin Sisi said, she knew Zhang Yang's family situation very well, which was why she gave up Zhang Yang under Fan Jian's financial offensive. Qin Sisi didn't know that what she knew was only the past tense. From today on, Zhang Yang had been reborn. After a pause, Qin Sisi looked at Zhang Yang again and said with disgust, Zhang Yang, that's enough, stop embarrassing yourself. First you said you had 100 billion in deposits, and now you're saying you're the new chairman of the company. I think you've gone crazy. Fan Jian took over the conversation and said to Fan Chang, Dad, I think Sisi is right. I think Zhang Yang just happens to have the same name as the new chairman. You should have the new chairman's contact information. Just call him to confirm and you'll know the truth. Zhang Yang watched the performance of Fan Jian and Qin Sisi with a calm expression and did not rush to speak. He wanted to see how these so-called company executives were going to deal with it. When Fan Chang and his companions saw how confident Fan Jian and Qin Sisi were, they couldn't help but feel a little hesitant. Fan Chang hesitated for a moment, then said to Zhang Yang, Mr. Zhang, this is an important matter involving the new chairman of the company. I dare not be careless, so I want to make a phone call to confirm it. Please forgive me. When other company executives saw this, their eyes flickered for a while and they all remained silent. Liu Xian looked at Zhang Yang's calm appearance and wanted to say something, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know how to start. The main reason is that Zhang Yang's current image is far from that of a billionaire. In addition, Qin Sisi mentioned that Zhang Yang had previously boasted that he had 100 billion in savings. The company's top executives couldn't help but wonder whether Zhang Yang was exaggerating when he said he was the chairman of Shangda Group. After all, a deposit of 100 billion is too exaggerated. Even those ranked in the top 10 of China's richest list may not necessarily have 100 billion in deposits. Liu Xian also had the same doubt. Zhang Yang couldn't help but shake his head and said, no need. Without waiting for Zhang Yang to finish, Fan Jian burst out laughing. Ha, I said this kid was just bluffing. Now that he sees my dad wants to call to confirm, he knows his lie is about to be exposed, so he must be feeling guilty, right? Qin Sisi also said disdainfully, Zhang Yang, you are a liar who is full of lies, what else do you have to say now? Fan Chang, Liu Xian, and a number of Shangda Group's top executives were also slightly stunned when they saw this scene. Unexpectedly, they were fooled by an unknown person. A pair of idiots. Zhang Yang looked at Fan Jian and Qin Sisi with contempt and sneered. Asshole, your lies have been exposed, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. Upon seeing this, Fan Jian became furious. After scolding Zhang Yang, Fan Jian looked at Fan Chang again, Dad, this kid is just causing trouble here. I think we should ask the security guards to throw him out, so as not to affect the reception of the new chairman. Upon hearing this, Fan Chang looked at Zhang Yang with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, please leave as soon as possible, or I will have the security guards kick you out. Zhang Yang ignored Fan Jian and looked directly at Fan Chang, saying coldly, "These on the ground are the fragments of my phone. It would be amazing if you could get through it. This is my equity certificate. Should it be enough to prove my identity?" After saying that, Zhang Yang took out a stack of documents from his arms. Actually, he took them out from the system space and threw them at Fan Chang's head. Because of Fan Jian, Zhang Yang had no good feelings towards Fan Chang. Now, Zhang Yang's impression of Fan Chang has dropped to the freezing point, so naturally he won't be polite to him. Crash! The next moment, the sound of white paper flying suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Swish! Seeing this, the faces of everyone present suddenly changed. Beads of sweat appeared on Fan Chang's forehead. He stood there in a daze, forgetting what to do for a moment. It's over. At this moment, there were only these two words left in Fan Chang's mind. Other company executives also became a little nervous at this time. Zhang Yang even produced his shareholding certificate, so naturally they no longer had any doubts about Zhang Yang's identity. Although they did not say anything rude to Zhang Yang just now, if Zhang Yang blamed them for standing idly by, they would be helpless. When Fan Jian and Qin Sisi saw this, their faces were filled with disbelief. Especially Qin Sisi, she felt that she knew Zhang Yang better than Zhang Yang did, and she never thought that Zhang Yang would actually become the new chairman of their company. Could it be that what Zhang Yang said just now, that he has 100 billion, is also true? Thinking of this, Qin Sisi's heart was bleeding with regret. No, this isn't real, it's just a dream, I want to wake up. Suddenly, Qin Sisi held her head with both hands, rubbed her hair hard, and made hysterical sounds. Seeing this, the people around couldn't help but look at her with pity. On the other side, when everyone looked nervous and dazed, Lu Xian, director of the RD department, stepped forward and carefully picked up the documents scattered on the ground. After a quick glance, Lu Xian said to Zhang Yang respectfully, "Chairman, do you think we should go back to the conference room first? It would be a bad influence if we stayed at the entrance of the company." Zhang Yang looked around and found that many company employees were looking through the windows towards the company's main entrance, looking like they were enjoying the fun. So he nodded slightly. "Okay, let's go to the meeting room. Chairman, please go first." At this time, Fan Chang finally reacted and hurriedly spoke respectfully to Zhang Yang, while extending his hand to indicate the direction. Zhang Yang glanced at Fan Chang coldly, then said to Lu Xian, "Director Lu, I don't know where the high-level meeting room is. Please lead the way." "Yes, Chairman," Lu Xian nodded in agreement, then took a step forward and led the way for Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang naturally followed Lu Xian without hesitation and walked in second place. Fan Chang glared at Fan Jian fiercely, then followed him with trepidation. Upon seeing this, other company executives looked at each other, and after they had an idea in their minds, they hurriedly followed suit. After Zhang Yang and his group left, the employees inside and outside the company who had witnessed the entire scene suddenly lost their inhibitions and started discussing it without any scruples. "I never expected that Zhang Yang would become the new chairman of our company. This is too outrageous." Looking at the expressions of Mr. Fan, Director Lu and others, it is clear that this matter has been confirmed. We really misjudged it before. You say, is Qin Sisi really regretting her decision now? If she hadn't broken up with Zhang Yang, wouldn't she have been able to achieve success overnight? Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. And Fan Jian, who used to bully the company by relying on his father, may also be in trouble this time. I'm really looking forward to it. Fan Jian and Qin Sisi, listening to the discussions and ridicules of the people around them, their faces turned pale and blue, looking very ugly. Chapter 5: Qin Sisi's Resentment. On the other side, under the guidance of Lu Xian, Zhang Yang and a group of company executives soon arrived at the conference room. "Chairman, please take a seat." Lu Xian gestured to the main seat and spoke respectfully to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang nodded slightly, sat down without any hesitation, looked around at everyone, and said lightly, "You guys sit down too." Yes. Everyone agreed and sat down on the chairs around the conference table in a specific order. After everyone was seated, Zhang Yang said leisurely, "I only worked at the bottom of the company before, and I don't know much about the company. Please introduce yourselves first, and then introduce the basic situation of the company for me." Hearing Zhang Yang's words, everyone couldn't help but think of the scene at the gate again, and their eyes flickered slightly. As the general manager Fan Chang, who was indirectly involved in this matter, his expression changed slightly. He took a deep breath and started the introduction first. Afterwards, the management of other departments also gave their introductions meticulously. Several group directors also introduced themselves. After everyone finished introducing themselves, Zhang Yang said calmly, "I'm a lazy person, and I don't like to get involved in company matters." However, some people in the company abused their power and did things that were not conducive to the company's development. For the future of the company, I had to stand up. While speaking, Zhang Yang glanced at Fan Chang intentionally or unintentionally. Everyone in the conference room immediately understood what was going on. Fan Chang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Without waiting for Fan Chang to say anything, Zhang Yang continued, "Next, I am announcing 2 personnel changes. First, the HR manager Fan Jian is fired. Second, the general manager Fan Chang is relieved of all his duties, and the RD director Lu Xian will temporarily take over the position of general manager." The reason why Zhang Yang didn't fire Fan Chang right away was that he was waiting for Fan Chang to introduce the company's situation. In order to improve his relationship with Zhang Yang, Fan Chang introduced him in great detail. In this way, even if Fan Chang does not cooperate during the handover later, it will not cause much trouble. Swish. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, everyone in the conference room's faces suddenly changed. After what happened in front of the company gate, there was no doubt that Zhang Yang would fire Fan Jian. But what they didn't expect was that Zhang Yang would actually fire General Manager Fan Chang. Fan Chang hurriedly stood up and bowed to Zhang Yang. "Chairman, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have appointed Fan Jian as the HR manager based on personal connections. Please give me another chance." Zhang Yang ignored Fan Chang and looked directly at Lu Xian, saying calmly, "Boss Lu, I'll leave the company's affairs to you. I hope you won't let me down. If there are any problems that cannot be solved, please call me. My phone number is..." "Yes. Thank you for your trust, Chairman." Upon hearing this, Lu Xian also stood up and bowed to Zhang Yang, speaking solemnly. "That's all. I'm leaving first." "No need to see me off." Zhang Yang nodded slightly, then stood up and spoke leisurely. After saying that, Zhang Yang turned around and walked out of the meeting room. "Farewell, Chairman." In the conference room, a group of company executives stood up and spoke respectfully to Zhang Yang's back. Seeing this, Fan Chang quickly chased after Zhang Yang. "Chairman, please, give me another chance, In the conference room, a group of company executives looked at the direction Zhang Yang left at the door, and couldn't help but be absent-minded. This new chairman is so decisive. However, it seems that his attitude towards the company is a bit too casual. Congratulations to Mr. Lu on his promotion. After a while, everyone came back to their senses and congratulated Lu Xian. However, the former general manager Fan Chang chased Zhang Yang all the way out of the company. Despite this, Zhang Yang had no intention of paying any attention to him. Not to mention Fan Chang's attitude towards him this time. Before, Fan Jian wanted to take advantage of a female employee, but after Fan Chang found out, he protected Fan Jian and aided and abetted him, and dismissed the female employee. How could Zhang Yang continue to let such a person serve as general manager? Watching Zhang Yang get into a taxi and leave, Fan Chang's expression couldn't help but change. "Dad, what's wrong?" Seeing Fan Chang's distraught look, Fan Jian couldn't help but walk forward and ask cautiously. Bang! The next second, Fan Jian was slapped hard in the face. Fan Chang looked at Fan Jian with red eyes and said angrily, "You're asking me what's wrong? Because of your shit, I was also fired from all my positions. How dare you ask me what's wrong?" After cursing, Fan Chang turned around angrily and went into the company. Although he was unwilling, Fan Chang still had to complete the handover with Lu Xian. Of course, as for what other thoughts Fan Chang has in his mind, that is not something outsiders can know. "Brother Jian, what should we do now?" After Fan Chang left, Qin Sisi hesitated for a while, walked to Fan Jian, and asked timidly. Qin Sisi knew Zhang Yang very well. She understood that what happened just now had broken Zhang Yang's heart and that there was no way to win him back. As a second choice, Qin Sisi had to continue to hold Fan Jian. Bang! Fan Jian did not answer, but slapped Qin Sisi hard, and then roared, "What should I do? How would I know what to do? It's all your fault, you damn bitch. If it weren't for you, how could my father and I end up like this? Did you already know Zhang Yang's identity and deliberately wait to see me make a fool of myself, huh? Buzz. You hit me?" Qin Sisi felt her head buzzing. She stared at Fan Jian with disbelief and sadness in her heart. She and Zhang Yang had been dating for 3 years, but Zhang Yang would never hit her, let alone say a harsh word to her. Unexpectedly, not long after agreeing to date Fan Jian, I was slapped by Fan Jian. "What are you looking at? What's wrong with hitting you?" "I'm hitting you, the unlucky star." Seeing Qin Sisi glaring at him, Fan Jian said viciously. After saying that, Fan Jian walked up to Qin Sisi, grabbed her hair, and started punching and kicking her. Qin Sisi was stunned for a moment, and worried about angering Fan Jian again, so she had no choice but to remain silent and endure Fan Jian's beating. Qin Sisi's heart was filled with resentment. She resented Fan Jian's ruthlessness in turning against her, and at the same time she resented Zhang Yang for hiding his wealthy identity from her. Fan Jian fought for a while, then felt it was boring, so he stopped and quickly went inside the company to find out what was going on. The ordinary employees of the company did not know that Fan Jian had been fired, so they did not stop him. Qin Sisi collapsed to the ground helplessly, staring at the dazzling sunlight with wide eyes, without any focus. Chapter 6, 1 set per day, that's reasonable, right? Zhang Yang naturally didn't know what happened after he left. Of course, even if he knew, Zhang Yang would only say serves you right. A man should be able to take it and let it go. Obviously, Zhang Yang did this very well. The reason why Zhang Yang left the company so quickly was, on the one hand, because he knew himself well and knew that he was not good at handling company affairs at all, so it would be better to leave it to professionals. On the other hand, it was because Zhang Yang received another system reminder: the global shopping card with a limit of 10 million was only valid for 4 hours. Although Zhang Yang is now worth hundreds of billions. But adhering to the principle of thrift and diligence, Zhang Yang still didn't want to waste the shopping card with a limit of 10 million. Taking a taxi, Zhang Yang soon arrived at Jiangcheng International Plaza, the largest shopping mall in Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng International Plaza is located in the prime location of Jiefang Avenue in Jiangcheng's bustling commercial district. It has 106 exclusive brands, 60 international flagship stores, and more than 100 department store boutique concept stores. It is the preferred shopping destination for many people living in Jiangcheng. Although it was a weekday morning, the entire shopping mall was still very popular. Handsome men and beautiful women can be seen everywhere, and there are also many outdoor internet celebrities. Zhang Yang first went to the electronic goods area and bought a newest model of Porsche mobile phone from Xiaowei. After all, in modern society, it is still very inconvenient without a mobile phone. A price of more than 10,000 yuan was basically a sky-high price for Zhang Yang in the past. But now Zhang Yang doesn't take it to heart, and it can also be regarded as supporting domestic products. After installing the SIM card and trying it out for a bit, Zhang Yang nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, you get what you pay for. This mobile phone, which costs more than 10,000 yuan, is indeed incomparable to the mobile phones which cost more than 2,000 yuan in all aspects. After buying the mobile phone, Zhang Yang went straight to the boutique clothing area. Jiangcheng International Plaza Shopping Center is all-encompassing and covers a wide range of merchandise, of which clothing is naturally indispensable. Moreover, even within the clothing category, there are different levels of areas. Zhang Yang now has a shopping card with a limit of 10 million yuan and 100 billion yuan in cash in his bank card. There is no need to treat himself badly. So, he went straight to the boutique clothing area. Zhang Yang doesn't want to be like the stupid protagonists in some novels, who have more money than they can spend but insist on wearing cheap street stall goods, attracting ridicule and contempt everywhere. Isn't that what they owe? Of course, that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with wearing cheap clothes. Just have the image that corresponds to your position. Why do you have to be different? With his thoughts racing through his mind, Zhang Yang soon arrived at the boutique clothing area. The flagship stores of famous brands such as Louis Vuitton, Armani, Versace, Dior, etc. all came into Zhang Yang's sight. There are fewer customers here. After all, a set of clothes from these big brands can easily cost tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, which is unaffordable for ordinary people. At first glance, there are few customers in front of the flagship stores of major brands. In some stores, shopping guides even lean against the door to chat and laugh to pass the time. Zhang Yang glanced around casually and then walked towards an Armani flagship store. Welcome to Armani, I hope you can find the clothes you like here. Seeing Zhang Yang coming, a pretty salesgirl in uniform from the Armani flagship store came up to him with a smile. Luxury goods are not only sold by brands, but also by services. Employees in big brand stores like Armani are all professionally trained and rarely neglect customers. Although Zhang Yang didn't look like someone who could afford Armani clothes, the shopping guide didn't show any contempt. At least, on the surface, everyone is treated equally. Zhang Yang nodded and said, "Please recommend some suitable clothes for me, thank you." "Okay, sir, would you like casual wear, sportswear, or a suit?" The salesgirl responded with a smile. Zhang Yang said calmly, "Pick a few sets each." Upon hearing this, the salesgirl smiled even more widely and immediately enthusiastically introduced to Zhang Yang the clothes in the store that were more suitable for him. Zhang Yang found that the salesgirl was indeed professional and the several suits she recommended to him were all to his liking. I tried on 3 kinds of clothing and they all fit me well. After a brief pause, Zhang Yang said directly to the salesgirl, according to this size, take 7 sets of casual wear, sportswear, and suits. Zhang Yang just took a rough look at the prices. The price of each set of clothing ranges from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. 21 sets only cost 1 or 2 million, which is only 1/5 of the shopping cart limit and is nothing at all. Sir, are you sure you want 7 sets of each? When the salesgirl heard Zhang Yang's words, she was stunned for a moment and then asked Zhang Yang for confirmation. Zhang Yang said calmly, that's right. There are 7 days in a week. 7 sets of clothes are just 1 set for each day. That's reasonable, right? The salesgirl swallowed excitedly and said involuntarily, yes, it makes sense. Sir, please wait a moment, I will choose for you. Afterwards, the salesgirl continued to pick out clothes for Zhang Yang with excitement. Of course, each set must be confirmed by Zhang Yang. Please pack all these for me. After making his selection, Zhang Yang spoke instructions to the salesgirl. Okay, sir, the salesgirl nodded and agreed, then said carefully, the total is 2,007,600. I'll give you 2 million after rounding off the decimals. How would you like to pay? Zhang Yang took out a shopping card from his pocket, actually the system space, and said calmly, can this shopping card be used? Of course, sir, the salesperson nodded and agreed, then continued, by the way, sir, do you want to wear this one as is or wrap it up as well? Just wear this one, and you can help me throw away that old set of clothes, Zhang Yang responded without hesitation. Now that you have bought nice clothes, you naturally need to wear them. Anyway, the old clothes have been worn for more than 2 years and should have been discarded long ago. Okay, sir, the salesgirl naturally had no objection to this. Soon, the card swiping was completed. After the transaction was completed, the salesgirl was even more respectful to Zhang Yang. Sir, our store provides door-to-door delivery service. Do you need it? If so, please leave your detailed address. Hearing the salesgirl's words, Zhang Yang frowned slightly. He suddenly remembered that he was still living in a cheap rental house in the urban village. I am now worth hundreds of billions, and it would be somewhat inappropriate for me to continue living there. It seems like it's time to buy a house. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang said to the salesgirl, I am planning to move to a new house these 2 days. Can you keep the remaining clothes for me for 2 days? After I move to the new house, you can help me send the remaining clothes over. Is that okay? Sure, sir, the salesgirl thought for a moment and nodded after hearing that. Thank you very much. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Zhang Yang nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile. Sir, take care. The salesgirl politely escorted Zhang Yang to the door of the flagship store, watched him leave, and then returned. Shawan, you are so lucky. You sold 2 million worth of clothes in one go. It's my fault. When I first saw his clothes, I thought he was just a loser who came to feast his eyes. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to receive him. Are all the rich people nowadays so low-key? After Zhang Yang left, the remaining shopping guides in the Armani flagship store gathered around the shopping guide who had received Zhang Yang and exclaimed in envy. On the other side, after buying clothes, Zhang Yang thought for a moment and then went to the high-end watch area. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars and the rich play with watches. In the past, Zhang Yang could only admire the famous watches that cost millions of dollars on the internet. Nowadays, I don't have to worry about not being able to afford it. There is still a balance of 8 million on the shopping card, and Zhang Yang just doesn't know what to buy, so it's perfect to use it to buy a watch. Zhang Yang, why is it you? Not long after Zhang Yang walked into a Patek Philippe store, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. Chapter 7 You are not welcome in our store. As the voice fell, a young woman wearing a Patek Philippe store salesperson uniform and heavily made up appeared in Zhang Yang's sight. When he saw the woman, Zhang Yang couldn't help but frown slightly. The woman's name was Wen Tingting. She was Zhang Yang's high school classmate, but they were in different classes. The two met at a school sports meeting. After a few interactions, Wen Tingting expressed her admiration for Zhang Yang. However, Wen Tingting was not Zhang Yang's type, so he rejected her. After being rejected by Zhang Yang, Wen Tingting felt humiliated and began to resent Zhang Yang. Whenever she had the chance, she would target Zhang Yang. Wen Tingting only went to college for 1 year and then went out to work. Moreover, the place where I work happens to be in Jiangcheng. The two were in Jiangcheng and had met 2 or 3 times. Every time, when Tingting would express how well she was doing in her job with a good salary, and how her boyfriend was a wealthy man. Zhang Yang didn't expect that Wen Tingting would be a salesperson in the Patek Philippe store. Wen Tingting was playing with her phone out of boredom when she saw a tall figure wearing an Armani casual suit and hurried over to greet him. She was just about to express her welcome to the customer as usual, and was even thinking about how to get the visitor's contact information. After recognizing that the person was Zhang Yang, Wen Tingting was suddenly surprised. She quickly scanned Zhang Yang with her eyes and immediately thought she understood everything. Immediately, Wen Tingting rolled her eyes and changed her attitude. Zhang Yang glanced at Wen Tingting and said calmly, "What's wrong with me?" Zhang Yang could tell at a glance that Wen Tingting had bad intentions, so he spoke bluntly. Wen Tingting crossed her arms and said in a contemptuous tone, "What else? Is this the place you can come to? This is a Patek Philippe store. Even the cheapest model is not something a poor loser like you can afford." Zhang Yang glared at Wen Tingting and said coldly, "None of your business. Who said that you have to buy something when you enter a Patek Philippe store?" Wen Tingting sneered, "Others can come to our store to buy watches or not, but you can't. Who knows if you want to cause trouble in our store or steal watches? Tingting, do you have any grudge against him?" Seeing the commotion here, another salesperson came over and whispered to Wen Tingting, "It's not in accordance with the rules to stop customers outside the store like this, right?" Wen Tingting said disapprovingly, "Xiaoli, don't be fooled by his well-dressed appearance. He is actually a poor loser. He is still an intern now. His salary is not enough for him to eat. He has to rely on his family for support to survive in Zhangcheng. Moreover, his family is very poor. He can't afford the watches in our store at all." The salesperson named Xiaoli was puzzled when she heard this. "No way, look at him, he's wearing Armani, he doesn't look like a poor man." Wen Tingting looked like she saw through everything. "Didn't you see the tag on his clothes? I bet this suit is rented. I've known this guy for several years. When he was in school, he was not a good person. He often stole things and was punished by the school several times. He once pretended to be a rich man and pursued me, but luckily I saw through him. Who knows what ulterior motives he had for coming to our store this time?" The suit Zhang Yang was wearing was the last one he tried on. When the salesgirl was selecting other clothes for him, Zhang Yang had not paid yet, so he did not cut off the tag. After selecting 20 sets of clothes, the salesgirl was so excited that she forgot about it for a moment. Zhang Yang himself also overlooked the issue of the tag, but he didn't expect to give Wen Tingting room for association. When Xiaoli heard Wen Tingting's words, she immediately took a few steps back, distanced herself from Zhang Yang, and said cautiously, "Do you think he would dress up as a rich man and get past the security guards like in the novels? Then he would go to the expensive goods store, pull out a gun, and yell robbery?" As Xiaoli spoke, she made a gesture with her right hand like a pistol. Wen Tingting has targeted Zhang Yang many times, and Zhang Yang has long wanted to teach her a lesson. However, the Zhang Yang before simply didn't have that ability. This time, Zhang Yang felt that it was a good opportunity, so he did not interrupt the two of them and let them talk there. At the same time, Zhang Yang turned on the recording function of his mobile phone in his pocket. However, what Zhang Yang didn't expect was that the two of them became more and more outrageous as they talked. Seeing that it was almost over, Zhang Yang interrupted directly with a wave of his hand. "Alright, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you two. I want to meet your boss and ask him if this is how Patek Philippe treats its guests." As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Yang took out the mobile phone from his pocket and played a recording. The content of the recording starts from when Wen Tingting said others come to our store. Swish. After hearing the recording, the salesperson named Xiaoli turned pale. When she saw the latest model of Porsche Xiaowei mobile phone in Zhang Yang's hand, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She was being cheated by Wen Tingting. Wen Tingting's complexion wasn't much better than Xiaoli's. She didn't expect that Zhang Yang was so insidious and secretly recorded her conversation with Xiaoli. If the boss knew about this, the lightest punishment would be to deduct their wages, or they might even be fired. Suddenly, Wen Tingting gritted her teeth and said to Zhang Yang, "You are here to cause trouble. You are not welcome in our store. Please leave immediately, or I will call security." Wen Tingting decided to go all the way and drive Zhang Yang away directly to prevent him from complaining to the owner of the specialty store. When Xiaoli saw this, she looked a little hesitant. In the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to stand on the side of Wen Tingting. After all, she had just offended Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang saw the two people's performance, shook his head slightly, and shouted to the other salesman in the store, "Someone go call your boss over, I will buy a watch from her later." After saying that, Zhang Yang also tore off the tag on his clothes. Seeing this scene, a female salesperson in the store who usually disliked Wen Tingting quickly walked towards the office in the store. Soon, a middle-aged woman in her 30s, wearing a small suit and dressed smartly, came to Zhang Yang and his companions together with the female salesperson. When they saw the store manager coming, Wen Tingting and Xiaoli's eyes suddenly flashed with panic. The store manager ignored the two of them and walked directly to Zhang Yang, saying politely, "Hello, sir. I am the manager of this store. I am sorry to have brought you a bad shopping experience. Our boss is not in Jiangcheng at the moment. If you have any requests, you can raise them. I will try my best to meet them. If I cannot meet them, I will also call the boss for instructions." Through the saleswoman who called her just now, she already knew the situation here. "Really?" Zhang Yang responded casually, and then his eyes fell on Wen Tingting and Xiaoli. Chapter 8, A Good Show, It's Hard to Spend Money. When Wen Tingting and Xiaoli saw this, they suddenly became nervous. Xiaoli bowed to Zhang Yang and said, "Mr. Zhang, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance." Wen Tingting pursed her lips and said nothing. Because she knew that Zhang Yang would not let her go easily. Sure enough, Zhang Yang said to the store manager, "As long as you can make the decision, it's okay if you don't have to ask your boss. My request is very simple, that is to fire these two self-righteous women who have no employee qualities." Hearing Zhang Yang's words, the store manager said politely, "Sir, please wait a moment. I will check the surveillance and give you an answer, okay?" Zhang Yang said indifferently, "It's up to you. Anyway, if the handling is not satisfactory to me, then I will have to go to other stores to buy watches, such as the Vacheron Constantin across the street. By the way, I will also help you Patek Philippe to advertise." There was no fool among the people present, and everyone understood the advertising intention behind Zhang Yang's words. The store manager quickly said, "Don't worry, sir. We at Patek Philippe will never let you down." After a pause, the store manager said to the saleswoman who had just called her over, "Xiaoya, please receive Mr. Zhang first." "Yes, manager," the salesperson named Xiaoya agreed, and then said to Zhang Yang, "Mr. Zhang, please take a seat first. I'll pour you a cup of tea." The store manager gestured to Zhang Yang, then went to check the surveillance footage. Zhang Yang had just taken a few sips of tea at Xiaoya's invitation when the store manager finished checking the surveillance footage and left. The store manager's work was as capable as her dress. After returning, she got straight to the point without beating around the bush. "Mr. Zhang, I once again express my sincere apologies for what happened before. Regarding your request, I can make the decision and agree to fire Wen Tingting and Yao Li. Also, as an apology, today you can enjoy a 5% discount on purchases within 10 million yuan, and an 8% discount on purchases above 10 million yuan. Are you satisfied?" Zhang Yang nodded slightly upon hearing this. "Not bad, I'm quite satisfied." Zhang Yang's main intention was to teach Wen Tingting a lesson, and the discount was a pleasant surprise. Although Zhang Yang is not short of money now, there is no reason to refuse a discount, right? The store manager was also relieved when she heard Zhang Yang's words. She naturally didn't want Zhang Yang to keep harping on this matter. That would definitely not be a good thing for the Patek Philippe brand, at least for their store. After getting Zhang Yang's reply, the store manager looked at Wen Tingting and Xiaoli and said calmly, "From now on, you are fired. I give you 10 minutes to pack up and leave." "Manager, no, this is Wen Tingting targeting Mr. Zhang. It has nothing to do with me." Upon hearing this, Xiaoli quickly begged for mercy to the manager. The store manager said coldly, "It has nothing to do with you, why are you talking so much? Since you choose to go along with Wen Tingting, you should accept the punishment you deserve. If you continue to pester me, I will have to ask the security guards to drive you away." When Xiaoli heard what the store manager said, her face turned pale. She turned her head sharply to look at Wen Tingting and said viciously, "Wen Tingting, you are such a troublemaker. It's all because of you that I lost my job." Wen Tingting naturally retorted without any hesitation, "You lost your job, what does it have to do with me? You should only blame yourself for being nosy. Besides, if you have the guts, go find trouble with the store manager or Zhang Yang, why are you yelling at me?" When Xiaoli heard what Wen Tingting said, she was furious. She rushed to Wen Tingting, grabbed her hair, and cursed. "Damn it, you caused me to lose my job, and you still say such sarcastic things. I'm going to fight you." Wen Tingting immediately started to quarrel with Xiaoli without any courtesy. Seeing this scene, the other salespeople in the store looked at each other in bewilderment. Zhang Yang, however, looked like he was enjoying the show and was watching it with great interest. The store manager's face turned pale and he called the security guard to kick both of them out. Then, the store manager looked at Zhang Yang and apologized. "Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Let me take you to look at the watches." Zhang Yang said, "No need, go ahead and do your work. I just said that whoever goes to call the boss will buy the watch from him." The store manager was stunned for a moment, then said to Xiuya, "In that case, Xiuya, please treat Mr. Zhang well." "Yes, manager." Xiaoya agreed respectfully, feeling very happy. When the store manager said he would personally receive Zhang Yang, Xiaoya thought she had no chance. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yang was really going to fulfill his words, which made Xiaoya very grateful. After all, whoever sells the watches gets the commission. Next, the saleswoman named Xiaoya respectfully introduced various styles of watches to Zhang Yang. Finally, Zhang Yang chose a Patek Philippe 5074, a rose gold and black dial watch, the original price of which was 5.8 million, but after the discount it was 5.51 million. When paying, the store manager suggested to just round off the decimal point, so the limit of 5.5 million was deducted from Zhang Yang's shopping card. "Mr. Zhang, could you do me a small favor?" When Zhang Yang was about to leave after paying the bill, the female manager suddenly said to him, "What can I do for you?" Zhang Yang asked in confusion. The store manager asked, "It's the recording you just made. Could you please delete it?" "So that's how it is, a small matter." Zhang Yang nodded slightly when he heard that, then took out his cell phone and deleted the recording. He originally made that recording just to teach Wen Tingting a lesson, and he didn't intend to use it to do anything to Patek Philippe. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang." Upon seeing this, the store manager quickly thanked Zhang Yang. "You're welcome. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Zhang Yang waved his hand and spoke casually. "Take care, Mr. Zhang. Welcome back next time." The store manager and the salesperson named Xiaoya escorted Zhang Yan to the store entrance and said goodbye to him politely. After leaving the Patek Philippe store, Zhang Yan walked around Jiangcheng International Plaza a few times and found that there was nothing he needed to buy. After going around in circles, Zhang Yang chose to buy red wine. He bought a box each of Romanée Conti and Lafite 2000, spending a total of 2.3 to 2.4 million yuan. In the past, Zhang Yang always saw people talking about these two high-end red wines on the internet. Now that he has money, Zhang Yang also plans to try these two red wines to see if they are as delicious as rumored. With the remaining tens of thousands of yuan, Zhang Yan bought a Louis Vuitton men's backpack. Zhang Yang bought this backpack, actually intending to use it as a cover for the system space in the future. It's somewhat inappropriate to always take things out of your arms. The 10 million yuan limit has finally been used up. I never thought that spending money would be so difficult. When the balance on the shopping card was used up, Zhang Yang shook his head slightly and sighed. If anyone heard Zhang Yang sigh, they would probably want to spit at him to death. In fact, it is also because Zhang Yang has limited experience and the time limit of the shopping card is relatively short that makes Zhang Yang feel embarrassed about spending money. After expressing his feelings, Zhang Yang prepared to take a taxi to buy a house. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Taking out his cell phone and glancing at the caller ID, Zhang Yang answered the call. Chapter 9. I'd rather not blackmail you. "Hey, crazy guy, what's wrong?" Crazy, whose real name is Lin Feng, is Zhang Yang's college roommate, and the two have always had a good relationship. "Yangzi, are you free tonight? I want to ask you to show your support." Lin Feng's voice soon rang out on the phone. Zhang Yang asked curiously, "Support? Support what?" Lin Feng said, "My girlfriend's birthday is today. There will be a birthday dinner at Jiangcheng Pearl at 6:30 p.m. Remember to bring your girlfriend along." Jiangcheng Pearl is a top 5-star hotel in Jiangcheng. Close to Hanko's most prosperous financial and commercial circles and entertainment center, the Riverview rooms have spacious windows from which you can enjoy the night view and sunrise, and are very popular with customers. It can be ranked among the top 10 in Jiangcheng. Zhang Yang nodded and said, "I see. I will be there on time." There are 4 people living in a dormitory in the university. According to the majors, the 4 people living in some dormitories may not be from the same class. In the dormitory where Zhang Yang and Lin Feng live, there are only 2 of them in one class, and the other 2 are in another class. Therefore, on weekdays, Zhang Yang and Lin Feng have the best relationship. Zhang Yang naturally would not refuse Lin Feng's invitation. "It's settled then. See you tonight," Lin Feng said happily when he heard Zhang Yang agreed. "Okay, see you tonight." Zhang Yang responded with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yang checked the time on his phone. Oh my god, it's already 11:50. How soon? He didn't feel it before checking the time, but after checking the time, Zhang Yang suddenly felt hungry. There are several hotels near Jiangcheng International Plaza. Zhang Yang randomly found a small hotel called Hilton and walked in. After dinner, Zhang Yang went to the hotel bathroom to relieve himself. As I walked out of the toilet cubicle, I saw an old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s. He was holding the wall with one hand and pressing his chest with the other, his face full of pain. Not far from the old man, a plastic medicine bottle rolled to the ground. The bottle was open and a few black pills were scattered on the ground. On the bottle, the words quick-acting heart-saving pills are printed in large letters. There were a few people who were using the toilet nearby. When they saw the scene, they subconsciously moved away for fear of getting into trouble. The situation on the field was very clear, and Zhang Yang understood it at a glance. Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment, then took a few steps forward, picked up the medicine bottle on the ground, poured out a few pills, and put them into the old man's mouth. The old man looked at Zhang Yang gratefully, swallowed the pill with force, and the hand on his chest gradually stopped shaking so violently. After a while, the old man returned to normal, looked at Zhang Yang and said gratefully, "Young man, thank you for saving my life. Don't you know what to call you?" Zhang Yang handed the remaining quick-acting heart-saving pills to the old man and said casually, "My name is Zhang Yang. It's just a small favor. You don't need to thank me. As long as you don't blackmail me, that's all." If it were the Zhang Yang of the past, he would never step forward to help. It's not that he doesn't have good intentions, but he is afraid of being blackmailed and losing everything. Zhang Yang is now worth hundreds of billions, and he has the confidence to do anything. In addition, he still has some kindness in his heart, so he will help. Of course, if the old man dared to blackmail him, Zhang Yang would definitely not be polite. The old man put away the bottle of quick-acting heart-saving pills and said with a smile, "It turns out to be Mr. Zhang. My name is Su Hong Kong. Don't worry, I can't thank you enough. I will never take the opportunity to blackmail you like some unscrupulous people." Zhang Yang nodded slightly. "That's great. If there were no such unscrupulous people in the world, I think more people would be willing to do good deeds. Since you are fine, I will leave." After saying that, Zhang Yang turned around and prepared to leave. "Mr. Zhang, could you please leave your contact information so that I can find an opportunity to express my gratitude?" Su Hongkong said to Zhang Yang immediately upon seeing this. "No need." Zhang Yang waved his hand without looking back, and left. Su Hongkong looked at Zhang Yang's departing back and couldn't help but smile, then he also left the bathroom. Outside the toilet, a delicate girl of about 17 or 18 saw him coming out and hurried over to greet him. "Grandpa, what took so long?" "Is nothing wrong?" Su Hongkong said with a smile, "If you hadn't met a kind-hearted young man just now, you might never see me again." Hearing Su Hongkong's words, the girl's face suddenly changed. "Grandpa, what's going on?" Su Hongkong calmly told the girl what had just happened. On the other hand, Zhang Yang had long forgotten about this matter. After leaving the hotel, he hailed a taxi. "Master, go to Tiandi Yunting Sales Center." After getting into the taxi, Zhang Yang took the initiative to tell the driver his destination without waiting for him to ask. Tiandi Yunting is said to be one of the 4 top wealthy areas in Jiangcheng, and the unit price once reached more than 90,000. The community has 2 types of housing types, 1 unit per floor and 1 unit per floor. It is surrounded by rivers on 3 sides and has a unique view of the never-setting Yangtze River in Wuhan. I wake up every morning with the first ray of sunshine and can also watch the sunset over Hankou. The remaining side is a bustling neighborhood with full coverage of medical care, education, shopping, etc., making life very convenient. After Zhang Yang received the reward from the system, he started thinking about buying a house. At the beginning, Zhang Yang also thought about buying a villa or even a manor. But according to Zhang Yang, villas and manors are basically some distance away from the city center in order to enjoy the tranquility and comfort, which are suitable for retirement and leisure living. In comparison, Zhang Yang prefers a house in the city center, which is more convenient in all aspects. Moreover, Zhang Yang is alone now, and buying a villa or a manor would seem too lonely. It's enough to buy a large flat. In addition, Zhang Yang also prefers the feeling of climbing to a high place and looking far away, overlooking the world. Just think about it, sitting in your own home, overlooking the rolling Yangtze River in the bustling city, what a wonderful thing that would be. Therefore, Tiandi Yunting became Zhang Yang's first choice. As for villas and manors, if you want them in the future, you can buy them at any time. The taxi drove smoothly all the way and soon arrived at the Tiandi sales center. The sales lady at the sales center saw Zhang Yang getting out of a taxi wearing an Armani suit, and for a moment she didn't know how to determine Zhang Yang's identity. Welcome. However, just in case, several sales ladies in the hall came forward politely and spoke politely to Zhang Yang. Sir, is this your first time viewing this property? Or have you communicated with a sales consultant before? One of them came forward and asked Zhang Yang respectfully. This is my first time here. I heard that Tiandi has a 1-floor per unit apartment. Is it still available? Zhang Yang responded calmly. Zhang Yang, it's really you. The sales lady was about to answer when suddenly a surprised voice came from not far away. The voice sounded familiar. Zhang Yang looked over subconsciously and quickly recognized the person. Chapter 10 Buying a House, Meeting Again. It's you, Song Shan. So you work here now. The person who spoke turned out to be Zhang Yang's former colleague Song Shan. She was the one who was nearly defiled by Fan Jian and was rescued by Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang also offended Fan Jian because of this. Not long after that incident, Song Shan was fired by the company. Zhang Yang didn't expect to see her here again. Shan, do you know each other? The sales lady who had just asked Zhang Yang asked Song Shan in a low voice. This is a colleague from my previous workplace, Song Shan explained to the sales lady. When the sales lady heard Zhang Yang say that it was his first visit, she thought there was a chance to develop Zhang Yang into her client. Now it seems that there is little hope, and I can't help feeling a little disappointed. After a slight hesitation, the sales lady said, since you two know each other, Shan will receive this gentleman. What do you think, sir? Okay, sorry, Zhang Yang responded with a slight nod to her. Song Shan gave the sales lady an apologetic look, then said to Zhang Yang, Mr. Zhang, please follow me. I'll show you the apartment. Zhang Yang smiled and said, no need to be so polite, just call me by my name. Okay then, Song Shan nodded, then asked in a low voice, Zhang Yang, are you really planning to buy a house here? Are you planning to buy a wedding house for you and Qin Cici? Houses here are very expensive. In fact, you can just buy a similar house. There is no need to buy such an expensive one. Qin Cici and I have broken up, and I bought a house just for myself to live in. Zhang Yang knew that Song Shan was thinking about him, so he didn't get angry. He first answered the question about the wedding house, and then made up a set of excuses. As for money, I recently made a fortune and I don't know what to do with it, so I decided to buy a house. Anyway, the houses here will definitely appreciate in value in the future, so I won't lose money. What do you think? That's right. Since you know what's going on, I won't try to persuade you. Song Shan nodded slightly and continued, but, speaking of it, you and Qin Cici were doing well, so why did you break up? Zhang Yang shook his head slightly. I don't want to talk about her. Let's talk about the house. Are there still units with 1 floor per unit? Seeing this, Song Shan stopped asking questions and shook her head, saying, the units with 1 unit per floor have long been sold out. Even the units with 2 units per floor have less than 1/10 of the units left. Zhang Yang heard this and said helplessly, 1 elevator for 2 households, then it's 2 elevators. Please recommend me a house with a suitable building and floor. Don't worry about the price. Song Shan nodded and pointed to the simulated real estate not far away and said, okay, take a look at the simulated real estate here first. Once you find one you like, I'll take you to see the house. Zhang Yang naturally had no objection to this, and followed Song Shan to the simulated real estate project. Afterwards, Song Shan recommended several good houses to Zhang Yang, and gave him a detailed introduction of every aspect from the floor to the layout, from the exterior to the interior. Zhang Yang, which one do you like? After the introduction, Song Shan asked Zhang Yang. In fact, just as Song Shan said at the beginning, there are not many houses left and there is not much room for choice. After comparing, Zhang Yang finally chose a 600 square meter apartment on the 29th floor of Building 5. Tiandi has 31 floors in total, and the 29th floor is only 2 floors away from the top floor. Among the remaining houses in the community, this is the highest floor. Moreover, Zhang Yang was quite satisfied with the location of Building 5. Seeing that Zhang Yang had made his choice, Song Shan went to get the key and took Zhang Yang to see the house. After arriving at Tiandi community, Song Shan led the way and also introduced the various environmental facilities in the community to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang listened to Song Shan's introduction and nodded from time to time. Soon, the two arrived at the elevator entrance of Building 5 in Tiandi community. Song Shan said to Zhang Yang as she swiped her card at the elevator entrance. In order to ensure the privacy of residents and the safety of their lives and property, the community's elevators can only be entered by swiping a card. And the access card is automatically set to reach the destination floor where the resident is located, so no one else can reach your floor. Zhang Yang nodded slightly upon hearing this and responded, "Not bad." Bite. With a crisp sound, the elevator door opened. At this time, there were already two figures, one old and one young, in the elevator. "Friend Zhang, we meet again." When he saw Zhang Yang, the old man's eyes lit up and he spoke with a smile. Hearing the old man's words, the girl next to him also looked at Zhang Yang. It turned out that this old man was Su Hongkong, the one who had helped Zhang Yang in the bathroom of the Hilton Hotel at noon. "It's you? Do you live here?" Zhang Yang was also surprised to see Su Hongkong. "Hello, Mr. Su, Ms. Su." When Song Shan saw the two of them, she immediately greeted them and then asked Zhang Yang, "Do you know Mr. Su?" Su Hongkong smiled and said, "The elevator door is about to close. Let's go in first." Zhang Yang nodded slightly and entered the elevator with Song Shan. "Which floor are you going to?" At this time, the girl next to her asked. 29th floor, Zhang Yang responded casually. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, the girl frowned slightly. Their destination was also the 29th floor. Su Hongkong was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Zhang Xiaoyu, are you planning to buy the house on 2902? Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. "How do you know?" Song Shan said to Zhang Yang at this time, "Mr. Su and Miss Su live in 2901. Zhang Yang looked at Su Hongkong in surprise. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Su Hongkong smiled slightly. "It seems that we will be neighbors in the future. As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Can I exchange contact information with you this time? In the future, we can help each other." Zhang Yang said, "It's okay to exchange contact information, but I'm not sure whether I will buy the house at 2902. It's too early to say that we're neighbors." Su Hongkong said, "I believe that you will like the house after you see it. As far as I know, there seems to be no more suitable house than 2902 in Tandi Yunting. You'll know after I finish watching it." Zhang Yang did not comment much on this. They chatted for a while and the elevator reached the 29th floor. The two sides exchanged a few polite words, and then Su Hongkong and the girl entered room 2901 together. Zhang Yang and Song Shan entered room 2902. After entering the room, Song Shan naturally introduced the indoor situation to Zhang Yang again. Zhang Yang inspected the room, then walked to the balcony, overlooking the rolling Yangtze River below, and suddenly a sense of pride arose in his heart. Just buy it. After a pause, Zhang Yang made a decision immediately. Song Shan naturally had no objection to this. The two stayed in the room for a while, then left temporarily and returned to the sales center. After calculation, it was quickly determined that the price of the house Zhang Yang chose was more than 48 million. Song Shan, within her authority, rounded off the remaining amount for Zhang Yang. Afterwards, amidst Song Shan's surprised expression and the envious and jealous eyes of the other sales ladies, Zhang Yang swiped his card without hesitation and paid the full amount of 48 million for the house. An hour later, all the formalities were completed and Zhang Yang successfully obtained the keys, full payment invoice, as well as the house purchase contract and other documents. "That's it, I'm leaving first." After getting the key, Zhang Yang said goodbye to Song Shan directly. Etc. Seeing Zhang Yang was about to leave, Song Shan quickly called out to stop him. Chapter 11. Not tonight. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Zhang Yang paused and asked. Song Shan replied, "If it weren't for you, I really can't imagine the consequences of what happened at Shangda Group. I was so flustered that I left the company without even thanking you. You helped me again today and made me a lot of money. I would like to treat you to a meal tonight to express my gratitude. I know that a meal cannot repay your kindness, but I just want to express my gratitude. Please do come." Zhang Yang smiled and said, "No need to spend so much money. I didn't do anything last time. As for this time, it doesn't matter who I buy the house from, and you helped me save tens of thousands of dollars." Song Shan said, "It's nothing to you, but to me, it's a great favor. I hope you can give me a chance, otherwise I will be uneasy." After a pause, Song Shan half-jokingly said, "Or, now that you're rich, you don't want to have anything to do with a poor person like me? Don't say that." Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile after hearing Song Shan's words. "It's okay to have dinner together, but not tonight. Let's wait until next time when we are free." Usually, saying next time is just an excuse. You won't lie to me, will you? Upon hearing this, Song Shan tilted her head slightly, expressing some doubt. Zhang Yang said, I'm really not trying to shirk my responsibility. My roommate asked me to attend his birthday party tonight, and I've already agreed. Seeing that Zhang Yang didn't seem to be lying, Song Shan said, since you're not free tonight, let's not talk about next time. How about tomorrow night? Do you have an appointment tomorrow night? When Zhang Yang first came to Shangda Group for internship, Song Shan was very caring towards him. This was one of the reasons why he stepped forward when Song Shan was facing Fan Jian's coercion. Seeing that Song Shan insisted, Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, then tomorrow night, call me after you book a place. Anyway, Zhang Yang has nothing to do tomorrow night, so it would be nice to have a beautiful woman treat him, which is much better than eating alone. It's settled then. I'll call you after I book a hotel, Song Shan said happily when she saw Zhang Yang agreed. Okay, Zhang Yang nodded slightly, and then said, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Okay, bye. Goodbye. After Zhang Yang left, Song Shan's colleagues immediately surrounded him. Shan, I didn't expect you to be so well hidden. You actually know such a rich and handsome guy. Yes, Shan, tell me the truth. What is your relationship with this handsome guy? Could he be your boyfriend? I don't think so. I just overheard Song Shan inviting that handsome guy to dinner, saying that she wanted to repay a favor. The handsome guy refused at first. Maybe Song Shan wanted to pursue that handsome guy. So I still have a chance, Shan, I want to compete with you fairly. Listening to the discussions of her colleagues, Song Shan couldn't help but roll her eyes and was too lazy to pay attention to them. However, in her heart, an idea suddenly occurred, maybe it would be nice to let Zhang Yang be her boyfriend? Didn't he just break up? Zhang Yang naturally didn't know what happened after he left, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After taking the house purchase contract and other documents back to his new home in Tianyang, Zhang Yang went to return the rental house, and then called the people from the clothing store and winery to have all the clothes and red wine delivered to his new home. After finishing all these, Zhang Yang found that the time was almost up. So I went out to get a haircut, bought a random gift, and then took a taxi to Jiangcheng Pearl Hotel. After arriving at the hotel entrance, Zhang Yang took out his cell phone and called Lin Phone. Hey, Yangzi, are you here yet? The call was connected quickly, and Lin Feng's voice was heard from the other end. I'm at the entrance of Jiangcheng Pearl. Which box are you in? Wait a moment, I'll come down to pick you up. After saying that, Lin Feng hung up the phone. Still so impatient, Zhang Yang couldn't help but shook his head as he listened to the beeping of his cell phone. Please make way, thank you. Zhang Yang was looking around casually while waiting for Lin Feng to come out when suddenly a voice came to his ears. Hearing the sound, Zhang Yang turned his head and saw a group of two people walking side by side not far from him. Zhang Yang casually looked around the hotel and inadvertently walked to the side of the revolving door, seemingly blocking their way. So he stepped aside and subconsciously glanced at the two of them. The person who spoke just now was a middle-aged woman who was wearing an OL outfit, looked to be in her 30s, and had a slightly plump figure. The other person was a young woman who was wrapped tightly. She was wearing a pair of particularly large sunglasses, a black mask covering the area below her nose, and a black baseball cap on her head, with the brim intentionally lowered so that her face could not be seen. However, just from the clothes, graceful figure, and extraordinary temperament, it can be judged that the owner of the figure is probably not an ordinary person. Seeing Zhang Yang move aside, the two men nodded slightly to him and then entered the hotel. Zhang Yang didn't take this little episode seriously and continued to wait for Lin Feng's arrival. Yangzi, here. Not long after, Lin Feng, dressed in formal attire and in high spirits, appeared in Zhang Yang's sight and waved to him. When Zhang Yang saw Lin Feng, he walked straight over. Yangzi, didn't you say you would bring Qin Cici here to play? Why can't I see her? Lin Feng couldn't help but speak out curiously when he saw Zhang Yang alone. Lin Feng, Zhang Yang, and Qin Cici are all in the same class, and they all know very well about the relationship between Zhang Yang and Qin Cici. Although Lin Feng didn't think highly of Zhang Yang and Qin Cici, he didn't say anything sarcastic like other people did. Zhang Yang shrugged slightly. Qin Cici and I broke up. Break up? Are you willing to let go? Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Lin Feng became even more curious. It's going to rain and my mother is going to get married. Qin Cici wants to break up and I have nothing to say, Zhang Yang said casually. It's better to break up. If you ask me, Qin Cici is not worthy of my brother. It just so happens that it's my girlfriend's birthday tonight, and her group of girlfriends will come to celebrate her birthday. Then I'll ask her to introduce you to someone who is 10,000 times better than Qin Sisi." Hearing this, Lin Feng patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder and spoke in a comforting voice. "Really? Then I'll be waiting for it." Zhang Yang laughed when he heard Lin Feng's words. As they talked, the two walked towards the hotel and soon arrived at the private room that Lin Feng had booked in advance. Many people had already arrived in the box, and some who knew Zhang Yang came forward to greet him. Zhang Yang also responded with a smile. After everyone arrived, Lin Feng immediately asked the hotel waiter to serve the food. Soon, the group started eating happily, and the atmosphere in the box quickly became lively. Sudden. The door of the box was opened from the outside with a whoosh. Chapter 12 ISNT at just 100 million? Hearing the sound, Zhang Yang and others subconsciously looked towards the door. "Teacher Yang, why are you here?" Lin Feng looked at the person who came and spoke with some surprise. It turned out that the person who suddenly broke in was Zhang Yang and Lin Feng's class teacher Yang Hua. Yang Hua's face was flushed, he reeked of alcohol, and he looked flustered, as if he was avoiding something. Yang Hua was about to say something. At this time, several figures walked in from the door of the box. One of them, Zhang Yang had met before, was Yang Hua's husband, whose name seemed to be Chen Shufeng. At this moment, Chen Shufeng's expression was filled with anger, guilt, and a bit of dejection and despair. Next to Chen Shufeng was a middle-aged man with a fat body, a bald head and a big gold chain. There was a shallow mark of a slap on the middle-aged man's face. Beside the man were two muscular men who looked like his bodyguards. "You stinky woman, you dare to hit me, you really don't accept my toast and then drink the forfeit. I'll let you know how powerful I am later. I've played with many college students, and this time I'm going to experience what it's like to be a college teacher." After the bald man broke into the box, he looked at Yang Hua with cold eyes and spoke unscrupulously. Hearing what the bald man said, Yang Hua was so angry that his face turned red, and he wanted to go up and slap him again. Chen Shufeng's face also changed, and he said to the bald guy, "Brother Chang, you said you just wanted my wife to drink a few glasses of wine with you." The bald guy's real name is Li Chang, nicknamed Bald Chang, and he is in the loan sharking business. Chen Shufeng opened a company with a partner. 2 months ago, he was cheated by his partner and the company was facing bankruptcy. In desperation, Chen Shufeng had to find ways to raise money to make up for the shortage of funds. Because the bank's loan quota was limited, Chen Shufeng found Li Chang's loan company through an intermediary and borrowed 50 million from Li Chang. When borrowing the money, the agreed condition was that Chen Shufeng would repay Li Chang 60 million including principal and interest 1 year later. Although the interest rate was ridiculously high, Chen Shufeng felt that as long as he got through this difficult time, he should be able to pay off the money in a year. Unexpectedly, only 2 months later, Li Chang came to collect the debt. Moreover, Li Chang asked for a huge sum of money, demanding 80 million including principal and profit. He also said that if he couldn't pay off the debt within a week, he would either have to use his company to pay off the debt, or chop off one of his hands as interest. Today, when Chen Shufeng and Yang Hua were relaxing outside, they accidentally met Li Chang. At Li Chang's request, Chen Shufeng and Yang Hua had no choice but to agree to treat Li Chang to dinner. At the dinner table, Li Chang asked Yang Hua to toast him, and even went so far as to propose that they drink from the same cup of wine together. Li Chang told Chen Shufeng and Yang Hua that as long as Yang Hua did as he was told, he could give Chen Shufeng another 2 months. At Chen Shufeng's request, Yang Hua endured the nausea and frustration and toasted Li Chang. Unexpectedly, when Yang Hua was toasting, Li Chang became more aggressive and wanted to make a move on Yang Hua. Yang Hua was so angry that he slapped Li Chang without caring about anything. Li Chang was immediately furious and ordered 2 of his men to arrest Yang Hua. Yang Hua panicked and rushed out of the box. Seeing that Li Chang's 2 men were chasing him relentlessly, Yang Hua panicked and opened a box at random and rushed in. Then, this is the scene now. Hearing Chen Shufeng's words, Li Chang sneered, "Don't be stupid, you want me to give you 2 months grace period just because you drank? Do you think it's possible? Now I've changed my mind. Either you pay back the 80 million today, or let your wife sleep with me for 1 night. It's your choice." Chen Shufeng couldn't hold back his anger any longer after hearing this, and yelled, "Guangtou Chang, don't push me, or I'll fight you to the death." Desperately, "You? You are not qualified." Hearing this, Li Chang sneered and ordered his 2 men, "Go, bring them both back to me." "Stop. Wait." At this moment, 2 voices sounded almost simultaneously. It was Zhang Yang and Lin Feng who stood up. Yang Hua is their class teacher. She teaches seriously and is responsible to every student in the class. Almost no one in the class disrespects her. At this moment, seeing that someone was trying to harm Yanghua, Zhang Yang, and Lin Feng naturally would not sit idly by. What? You two little brats want to stand out? Li Chang turned his head to look at Zhang Yang and Lin Feng, and said sarcastically, "Don't say that I won't give you a chance. Tell us your identities and backgrounds and see if you can suppress me, Baldy Chang." Lin Feng said, "My father is Lin Sheng from Shenghong Building Materials Company." Shenghong Building Materials? Never heard of it. Li Chang sneered and looked at Zhang Yang. "What about you? Who are you?" Zhang Yang said calmly, "I am just an ordinary student, but you want to take teacher Yang away in front of me, and I can't just ignore it." Lin Feng followed up, "That's right. Even if our background is not as good as yours, so what? We live in a society ruled by law now. If you dare to mess around, we will call the police." Afterwards, other people in the box also echoed. "It's obvious this guy is not a good person. Call the police and have him arrested." "That's right, call the police. Wait until the police come and see if they dare to be so arrogant. Whoever dares to call the police will be killed." Seeing this, Li Chang gave instructions to the two strong men beside him. Hearing Li Chang's order, the two sturdy men immediately stepped forward and stared at everyone in the box with fierce eyes. Those who came to the box to celebrate Lin Feng's girlfriend's birthday were all students, and most of them were girls. Seeing the ferocious looks of Li Chang and the two strong men, he immediately didn't dare to make the call. Zhang Yang frowned slightly when he saw this, and suddenly thought of something. He said to Li Chang, "From what you said just now, teacher Yang's husband owes you money, right?" Li Chang glanced at Zhang Yang and sneered, "Why? You want to pay him back?" Zhang Yang nodded and said, "Yes, how much does he owe you?" 8,000, no, 100 million. Li Chang's eyes flashed slightly when he heard this, and he spoke lightly. Hiss. Hearing Li Chang's words, all the students in the box took a deep breath and were shocked. This is too much. Among these people, Lin Feng's family background is actually relatively good. But their family's total assets are estimated to be only tens of millions. Chen Shufeng actually owed 100 million yuan in debt. How could they not be shocked? When Chen Shufeng heard what Li Chang said, he immediately shouted, "You are talking nonsense. There are not that many." "Shut up." Li Chang glared at him fiercely, then looked at Zhang Yang. "This is 100 million, what do you think? Do you still want to pay him back?" Zhang Yang smiled and said calmly, "Isn't it just 100 million? Give me your bank card number." Chapter 13. I have a suggestion. As the saying goes, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. As soon as Zhang Yang saw Li Chang's two bodyguards, he knew they were not easy to deal with. If they wanted to use force to stop Li Chang from taking Yanghua away, Lin Feng and I would not be able to do it. Even if the other boys in the box were involved, it would probably not work. Therefore, Zhang Yang chose to spend money to avoid disaster. Anyway, for Zhang Yang today, 100 million is nothing. Moreover, it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Sooner or later Zhang Yang will let Li Chang know that his money is not easy to take. Finally, according to the system's prompts, Zhang Yang can get 1 super rich point for every 10 million he spends. The godly points can be used to improve his physical, mental and other attributes, and can also improve skill levels. Zhang Yang planned to take this opportunity to test the effect of the super rich points. Transfer the money to this card. Li Chang looked at Zhang Yang, then took out a card from his pocket and handed it directly to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang took the bank card without any hesitation, and directly used the mobile banking function to quickly complete the transfer, and then returned the card to Li Chang. The 100 million has been transferred. Please check it. Just as Zhang Yang finished speaking, Li Chang's phone rang with a text message alert. Li Chang picked up his phone and saw that it was a text message from the bank informing him that 100 million yuan had been deposited into his card. Seeing this, Li Chang's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He looked at Zhang Yang and said slowly, "I didn't expect that you are so talented." Zhang Yang said calmly, "Now that I've given you the money, shouldn't you leave?" While speaking, Zhang Yang communicated with the system in his heart and checked his attribute panel. Host, Zhang Yang. Strength, 26 weak plus. Speed, 18 weak plus. Constitution, 20 weak plus. Spirit, 30 normal plus. Super rich points, 14. Skills, basic driving skills plus, basic computer skills plus. The previous purchase of the house cost 48 million,
and this time it cost 100 million, accumulating a total of 14 super rich points.
Seeing his own attributes, Zhang Yang couldn't help but frown slightly.
Thinking of the current situation, he directly added all 14 points of wealth to strength.
His strength attribute went straight to 40, changing from weak to strong.
The next moment, Zhang Yang felt his body getting hot. At the same time, Zhang Yang felt that his whole body was full of strength, and the oppression brought to him by the two bodyguards beside Li Chang no longer existed.
Let's go.
Li Chang looked at Zhang Yang deeply, then glanced at Chen Shufeng and Yang Hua, and then spoke coldly. Zhang Yang transferred the 100 million in cash to him without even blinking an eye. This made Li Chang feel a little wary of Zhang Yang. After all, one can easily take out 100 million yuan, and it's to pay off other people's debts. This made Li Chang think more. Li Chang decided to investigate Zhang Yang's background first before deciding whether to continue taking action against Yang Hua. Anyway, with the 50 million he picked up for free, is he still afraid of not being able to play with women? Wait, since you've received the money, shouldn't you give me the loan contract? At this time, Chen Shufeng on the side came back to his senses from his surprise and suddenly shouted to Li Chang. Li Chang paused, looked at Chen Shufeng with contempt, and sneered, "The loan contract is in my company.
If you want it, come to my company tomorrow to get it." After saying that, Li Chang left with two bodyguards.
When Chen Shufeng saw this, his expression changed slightly, but he finally endured it.
"Teacher Yang, what happened just now?"
At this time, Zhang Yang walked to Yang Hua and asked.
"Here's what happened."
Immediately, Yang Hua told Zhang Yang the whole story. Lin Feng and other students in the box naturally heard it as well, and were immediately filled with indignation.
"Mr. Chen's partner is such a piece of shit."
"That's right, I would say that this kind of person should be shot."
"And that Li Chang is simply blackmailing me."
"I lent him 50 million, but he asked me to pay back 100 million in just 2 months.
"This is really too much."
"I've heard about loan sharking before, but I didn't expect it to be this bad."
"Zhang Yang, thank you so much for this time. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do." Amidst the indignation of the crowd, Yang Hua sincerely thanked Zhang Yang. "Yes, Zhang Yang, thank you very much for this time.
Don't worry, I will find a way to return your money as soon as possible." Immediately afterwards, Chen Shufeng on the side also expressed his gratitude. Hearing Chen Shufeng's words, Yang Hua looked disappointed and said, "When will your crappy company be able to earn 100 million? After you were cheated by your partner, I told you to just use the company to pay off your debts, but you insisted on borrowing money to continue the business, and ended up getting cheated by the loan shark again.
How many times do you have to be cheated before you learn your lesson?"
Chen Shufeng felt a little insecure when he heard Yang Hua's words. I don't want this to happen, but the company is the hard work of my father and me. I really don't want it to be ruined in my hands.
If you don't want the company to be destroyed in your hands, then you have to destroy this family in your hands, right? Yang Hua asked angrily after hearing this.
This experience has left a shadow in Yang Hua's heart. She is really afraid that if she continues to accompany Chen Shufeng in his madness, she and her family will be ruined.
No. That's not the case.
In my heart, you and Nan Nan are the most important.
But, the company.
Hearing Yang Hua say this, Chen Shufeng hurriedly spoke out to explain himself, but he didn't know how to continue halfway through.
Nan Nan is the nickname of their daughter. If you still want this family, then just sell that broken company later. It will at least get back some of your capital, so you won't be in debt like you are now, Yang Hua said coldly upon seeing this.
Okay, Chen Shufeng wanted to say something after hearing that, but when he saw Yang Hua's determined look, he finally agreed to speak dejectedly. Zhang Yang paused for a moment after seeing this, and then said, "Teacher Yang, Mr. Chen, I have a suggestion for you to consider."
Yang Hua asked, "What's the proposal?" Chen Shufeng also looked at Zhang Yang with some anticipation.
Zhang Yang did not answer Yang Hua directly, but looked at Chen Shufeng first. "Mr. Chen, tell me honestly, after your company solves the funding problem, does it have other problems?
Can it still make a profit normally?"
Chen Shufeng said solemnly, "Since I took out a loan to solve the funding problem, the company has resumed normal operation, and the profits in the past 2 months have been considerable. As long as we keep going, I believe we will make more and more money, and the scale of the company will grow bigger and bigger." Zhang Yang nodded slightly and continued, "If that's the case, you don't have to pay back the 100 million just now.
Just consider it as my investment in your company. However, I have a condition." Chen Shufeng was delighted when he heard this, and asked quickly, "What are the conditions?" Chapter 14 Conditions, Encounter with Beauty.
Zhang Yang said calmly, the conditions are very simple, that is, I want to own 51% of the company's shares, and check the company's finances from time to time. Of course, if 100 million is not enough, I can continue to invest more until my equity reaches more than 51%. As for the management of the company, generally speaking, I will not interfere. When Chen Shufeng heard this, his expression changed and he was slightly hesitant. If Zhang Yang holds 51% of the shares, it can be said that he has replaced him and become the boss of the company.
Chen Shufeng attaches great importance to his family's company and is somewhat reluctant to accept it.
Seeing Chen Shufeng hesitate, Yang Hua said coldly, why are you hesitating?
If it weren't for Zhang Yang, both your company and this family would be ruined. You just promised me that you would sell the company.
Now Zhang Yang is willing to invest and let you continue to run the company.
What else are you dissatisfied with?
Chen Shufeng heard this and thought of his current situation.
He couldn't help but feel depressed. I agree to your terms.
Zhang Yang nodded and said, tomorrow I will arrange for someone to evaluate the company, and then decide the investment amount based on the equity ratio. After all, Zhang Yang himself had no relevant experience, so he decided to arrange for someone else to handle it. The candidate in his mind was Lu Xian, the acting general manager of Shangda Group. Judging from the situation just now, Chen Shufeng's company is valued at a maximum of a few hundred million.
Lu Xian was able to do a great job as the director of Shangda Group, so this little thing must be no problem for her.
Okay. Since it has become a foregone conclusion, Chen Shufeng did not refuse. Afterwards, Chen Shufeng exchanged a few polite words with Zhang Yang and left with Yang Hua. After what had just happened, they continued to stay in the box, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. However, before leaving, Yang Hua suggested that he and Chen Shufeng invite Zhang Yang to dinner another day to express their gratitude for what happened tonight. After Chen Shufeng and Yang Hua left, the atmosphere in the box became lively again. But this time, Zhang Yang became the center of attention.
Among them, several close friends of Lin Feng's girlfriend kept winking at Zhang Yang and took the initiative to ask for Zhang Yang's WeChat. Okay, everyone, stop surrounding me. Don't forget, today's birthday boy is classmate Joanne.
Seeing that everyone was surrounding him, Zhang Yang pointed at a pretty girl wearing a birthday hat and reminded them.
Joanne is the name of Lin Feng's girlfriend.
After hearing Zhang Yang's words, everyone quickly changed direction and surrounded Joanne again. Everyone present was not a fool and understood that too much is as bad as too little. Since Zhang Yang had spoken, they naturally did not dare to continue to bother him too much. You guys drink first, I'm going to the bathroom. After a while, Zhang Yang stood up and said to everyone.
Yangzi, don't try to escape by pretending to pee. Remember to go and come back quickly.
Lin Feng laughed when he heard that. After what happened before, Lin Feng was the only one among the crowd who dared to joke with Zhang Yang. Don't worry, Zhang Yang replied casually, then left the box and headed towards the toilet. After running the water, Zhang Yang went to the sink outside the bathroom to wash his hands, but saw a familiar figure.
It was the same graceful figure wrapped tightly that I met at the hotel entrance before.
But at this time, the woman took off her sunglasses and mask, and was holding the cold water from the faucet in her hands, continuously splashing it on her face. Moreover, her eyes were red and she looked like she was about to cry.
Are you Lu Yueshi?
After a slight hesitation, Zhang Yang greeted the woman.
Lu Yueshi is a quasi-third-tier celebrity. She is somewhat well known in the entertainment industry and is very popular with the public. But I don't know why, it has always been lukewarm.
When Zhang Yang saw her outfit at the hotel entrance before, he guessed that she was a female celebrity, but he didn't expect that she happened to be a female celebrity he knew and had a good impression of. The reason why Zhang Yang knew Lu Yueshi was because he had a sister who was a fan of celebrities.
Zhang Yang's sister is named Zhang Yu.
She can be said to be a die-hard fan of Lu Yueshi.
She always recommends Lu Yueshi to people around her, so Zhang Yang naturally got to know her.
When Zhang Yang was bored at home during the winter vacation, he watched a TV series starring Lu Yueshi with his sister Zhang Yu.
However, in the drama, Lu Yueshi is just a supporting actress with a decent role. Perhaps she can be considered the fourth or fifth female role? However, Zhang Yang felt that Lu Yueshi's acting skills were much better than the second female lead or even the first female lead. As a die-hard fan of Lu Yueshi, Zhang Yu naturally felt sorry for Lu Yueshi while watching the drama and talked a lot about Lu Yueshi.
This allowed Zhang Yang to understand Lu Yueshi a lot and he developed a slightly better impression of her.
Lu Yueshi has been in the entertainment industry for several years.
Because she doesn't want to go along with others, she is often bullied. Although she has excellent acting skills, she always finds it difficult to stand out.
Some time ago, Lu Yueshi finally got a new role in a drama.
The director appreciated her abilities and planned to let her play the second female lead.
Although she is not the heroine, Lu Yueshi is also very satisfied.
However, today, something unexpected happened. Li Chanxian, who played the female lead, called Lu Yueshi to invite her to have dinner together, and said that they could study the script together after dinner.
Lu Yueshi had no suspicion and went to the hotel with her agent.
When she arrived at the hotel, she found out that the person who invited her to dinner was not Li Chanxian, but the investor of their new drama.
Seeing this, Lu Yueshi had a bad feeling.
The subsequent development of things did not go beyond her expectations. The boss of the investment company directly expressed his interest in Lu Yueshi.
If Lu Yueshi was willing to accompany him for a month, he would let Lu Yueshi play the female lead and would continue to support her in the future. Lu Yueshi has been lukewarm over the years, precisely because she is unwilling to accept the unspoken rules and naturally did not agree to the other party. Afterwards, the other party said a lot of nasty things and made Lu Yueshi drink a lot of wine. Lu Yueshi couldn't bear it any longer, so she used the excuse of going to the bathroom to temporarily leave the box.
Hearing someone greet her, Lu Yueshi calmed down, wiped her face with a tissue, and nodded to Zhang Yang. "It's me, hello."
Since she had been recognized, Lu Yueshi did not avoid anything.
She also had some impression of Zhang Yang and didn't expect to meet him again so soon. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "My sister is your die-hard fan.
She often recommends you to me and praises you as a fresh breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry.
During the winter vacation, she even dragged me along to watch the TV series you starred in.
I think your acting skills are really good. Thank you for your support and recognition." Lu Yueshi felt better after hearing this and thanked Zhang Yang out loud.
Zhang Yang said casually, "It's just that you seem to have too few works. If you take on more good scripts, you may become a popular actress in the near future."
Lu Yueshi forced a smile. "Thank you for your encouragement, I will try my best."
She would like to take on more good scripts, but unfortunately, she has no chance at all. Unless she is willing to exchange her body. But she doesn't want to disappoint her fans, nor does she want to go against her principles.
The two chatted for a few more minutes, and then Lu Yueshi said goodbye and left.
After Lu Yueshi left, Zhang Yang thought for a while, took out his mobile phone, operated it a few times, and then dialed a number.
Chapter 15 Sign in again, generous rewards.
When talking to Lu Yueshi about his sister Zhang Yu just now, Zhang Yang also thought of his family.
After the accidental binding of the system today, a series of things happened one after another and he didn't have time to call home.
Zhang Yang's parents both work in factories in the south, and they rarely see each other throughout the year. We haven't seen each other for 2 or 3 months since the spring festival, and we only make video calls occasionally.
"Hey, Xiaoyang, I was just about to call you." The call was quickly connected and the voice of Mother Wang Giju was heard. "Really?
That means we, mother and son, are very close and have the same thoughts," Zhang Yang said with a smile.
"That may be true," Wang Giju said with a smile. "By the way, I just happened to have something to tell you." "Mom, you talk, I listen."
"I just received a text message saying someone transferred 1 million to me."
"Do you think this is some new type of scam?" Wang Giju said worriedly.
Zhang Yang smiled when he heard his mother's words.
"Mom, don't worry, this is not a scam. I just transferred the money. I called to tell you about this." "What? You transferred it? Where did you get so much money? You didn't do anything illegal, did you?" Upon hearing this, Wang Giju became even more worried and immediately asked.
Zhang Yang had already thought of an excuse and said quickly, "Mom, don't worry.
How could he do something illegal without even knowing whose son he is? I won a lottery some time ago, and this million is just a part of it." Wang Giju still didn't quite believe it. "Really? You really didn't do anything illegal?" Zhang Yang said, "Mom, don't you still trust me?" "Okay, Mom believes you, but you transferred so much money to me, do you have any money left to spend?"
Wang Giju stopped worrying when she heard Zhang Yang say this.
"Mom, don't worry. I still have money.
I won several $1,000,000 in the jackpot this time.
I have already invested the remaining money. It won't be long before I can make a lot of money. Then I will make more and more money.
You and Dad won't have to work so hard in the future.
You might as well just quit your job.
We'll talk about resigning later. I'll save this million for you for when you get married."
By the way, speaking of marriage, how are you and Cece doing recently?
Zhang Yang's parents also knew that he and Qin Sisi were dating, and they had even made a video call with Qin Sisi before. Hearing Qin Sisi's name, Zhang Yang frowned slightly and said lightly, "She and I have broken up." "Why did you break up? Were you not generous enough to her?" "I told you a long time ago that you should be more generous to girls and not be like your dad who was always stingy." Wang Giju couldn't help but mutter to herself when she heard this. "How does this involve me?" Zhang Yang's father Zhang Yongkang, who was next to Wang Giju, rolled his eyes and said unhappily when he heard what Wang Giju said. However, after being glared at by Wang Giju, he immediately stopped talking. Zhang Yang said, "It's not a question of being generous or not. Before I won the lottery, people looked down on me for being poor and were attracted to other rich second-generation people." Wang Giju's attitude changed immediately when she heard this. "It's better to break up with a girl like this. Don't be sad. My son is so outstanding. He will definitely find a girl who is 10 or 100 times better than her." Next, the two chatted about some family matters for more than 20 minutes before ending the call. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yang returned to the box. "Fuck, Yangzi, you're finally back. I thought you fell into the toilet." Seeing Zhang Yang coming back, Lin Feng immediately stepped forward and spoke loudly. "Do you think everyone is like you, sleeping in the toilet in the middle of the night with one foot in the toilet bowl?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang naturally fought back without any hesitation. This was during his sophomore year. Lin Feng got drunk one time and went to the toilet in the middle of the night and fell asleep right there. When Zhang Yang went to the toilet, he was scared by him. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, several boys in the box immediately started to make a noise. "Oh my god, I didn't expect that you, Lin Feng, have such a glorious history. I really didn't see that. How about we get him some more wine tonight so we can see it for ourselves?" The girls were also covering their mouths and laughing. "Damn, Yangzi, I'm going to fight you." Lin Feng screamed and pounced towards Zhang Yang. It was not until 8 or 9 o'clock that the birthday party finally ended in a joyful atmosphere. Afterwards, everyone went to KTV to sing together, and stayed up until 11 or 12 o'clock before finally ending and going home. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, the first thing Zhang Yang did when he woke up was to communicate with the system in his heart. "System, I want to sign in." As soon as Zhang Yang gave the order, a series of system prompts sounded in his mind. "Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for winning 50 million Chinese currency. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for winning a supercar Apollo IE. Note, the car key is already in the host's pocket, and other relevant documents are in the car. The car is parked in the G88 position of the Tiandi Yunting underground garage. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the permanent ownership of Tianhe Building. Note, within 2 hours, the general manager of Tianhe Building Property Management will contact you and submit relevant documents." Zhang Yang was suddenly delighted when he heard the system prompt. Although no critical hit was triggered today, the sign-in rewards are still very generous. Apollo IE, a limited edition luxury supercar, only 10 in the world. The original price was 20 million yuan, but in fact, even if it was 100 million yuan, there would be many rich young men scrambling to buy it. This is no longer a question of price. Tianhe Building is a comprehensive commercial building in Jiangcheng. The building covers various industries including banks, securities institutions, entertainment, catering, jewelry, etc. According to data published online, Tianhe Building is said to be worth 30 to 40 billion. As for the final cash reward, 50 million certainly cannot be compared with yesterday's 100 billion, but it is also a wealth that most people cannot obtain even if they work hard for a lifetime. Although Zhang Yang is not short of money now, no one would dislike someone with too much money, right? Zhang Yang casually glanced at the incoming text message, then looked into his trouser pocket, and sure enough, there was an exquisite car key in it. The Apollo brand logo is printed on the car key. I was originally thinking about buying a car today, but now I don't have to bother with it. This system is really thoughtful. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Zhang Yang quickly put on his clothes, washed up, and planned to go check out his car first. Buzz. Just then, Zhang Yang's cell phone suddenly rang. After taking a look at the unfamiliar phone number on his phone, Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment, but still swiped towards the connect symbol. "Hello, who is this?" Chapter 16, The Bad Taste of Rich People? "Hello, my name is Tian Honlu, and I am the general manager of Tianhe Building Property Management Company. Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhang Yan?"
Zhang Yang's eyes lit up when he heard this. It's me. After confirming his identity, Tian Honglu's tone became more respectful. Hello, Mr. Zhang, are you free today? I have some documents here that I need you to sign and take over. Available. Great. Mr. Zhang, do you think I should deliver the documents for you, or would you please come to the building? Zhang Yang thought for a moment and said, I'll go over there. The reason why Zhang Yang made this decision was that he wanted to personally visit the Tianhe building, which has an outstanding status in Jiangcheng, as the owner of the building. Although Zhang Yang had been to Tianhe building before, he only went to the shopping mall inside at that time. His mood is naturally different from now. Okay, what time do you want to come? 10 o'clock. Zhang Yang glanced at the time on his phone and then spoke. Okay, I'll pick you up at the entrance of the building then. Well, bye. Goodbye, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Yang hung up the phone, tidied himself up a bit, and went straight to the underground garage. On the other side, Tian Honglu wiped the sweat from his forehead. After putting away the phone, he couldn't help but murmur, this Mr. Zhang sounds young, but he is very frugal with words, and has a bit of a domineering CEO style. It seems that he is a bit difficult to serve. I hope it's just my illusion. No matter what, I must perform well in the meeting this morning and leave a good impression on the new boss. Zhang Yang naturally didn't know Tian Honglu's reaction, but even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. At this moment, Zhang Yang was looking at the cool golden supercar in front of him, his eyes shining. Zhang Yang was born in an ordinary family, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he was a poor loser. Not to mention Apollo, he hasn't even bought Santana. But this does not hinder Zhang Yang's love for luxury cars. Zhang Yang has admired supercars of various brands, including Ferrari, Lamborghini, Pagani, Koenigsegg, etc., on the internet. What impressed Zhang Yang the most was the Apollo IE. Of course, it's not that Apollo IE is better than other supercars. The main reason is that Zhang Yang once watched a series of short videos on the internet called Apollo IE Video Collection. This video includes test drive videos of 10 Apollo IEs, as well as an introduction to the car. Whether it was the color and appearance, built-in accessories, or power performance, Zhang Yang was deeply impressed. Especially the golden one, which fascinated Zhang Yang for a long time. I never thought that this golden Apollo IE that I had always dreamed of would actually be in my hands. After carefully admiring the golden supercar in front of him for a while, Zhang Yang couldn't help but sigh. After sighing, Zhang Yang took out the key, opened the car door, and got in. This supercar is much more comfortable to sit in than the taxis out there. After getting into the car and adjusting the seat position, Zhang Yang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Zhang Yang was even more excited when he saw and touched the actual interior of the car in person. After calming down, Zhang Yang immediately started to fuel the fire. The car made a beast-like roar and quickly rushed out. Zhang Yang drove the car out of the community, driving around aimlessly, enjoying the pleasant experience of driving a luxury supercar. The roads in Jiangcheng are usually extremely congested with traffic. However, Zhang Yang drove the Apollo and had a smooth journey. Although Apollo is not as famous as Lamborghini and Ferrari, there are still many veteran drivers who know it. Moreover, even if you didn't recognize Apollo, you could tell at a glance that the supercar was very expensive. If you get scratched, you definitely can't afford the compensation. It is precisely because of this that vehicles on the road automatically keep their distance when they see Zhang Yang's car. Therefore, Zhang Yang naturally had a smooth journey. Zhang Yang also saw that there were many people on the road taking pictures of his car with their mobile phones. Looking at the envious and jealous eyes of passers-by, Zhang Yang's mouth curled up slightly. I didn't expect that I would become the object of others' envy, jealousy, and hatred. However, this feeling seems to be pretty good. With a happy mood, Zhang Yang drove the Apollo around for a few rounds and came to an ordinary breakfast stall. After parking the car, Zhang Yang found a random seat to sit down and spoke directly to the boss who sold breakfast. A bowl of sweet tofu pudding, 2 fried dough sticks, and a salted duck egg. Everyone in the breakfast shop was stunned to see Zhang Yang driving a luxury supercar and eating at a roadside stall like them. Is this the bad taste of rich people? I really don't know what he was thinking. Okay, wait a moment, I'll be there soon. It was the breakfast shop owner who was the first to react and quickly spoke respectfully to Zhang Yang. After a while, the boss prepared the breakfast that Zhang Yang ordered and brought it to his table. Please enjoy your breakfast slowly. The tofu pudding is a little hot, so be careful when drinking it. The customers around saw the boss letting Zhang Yang cut in line, but no one stood up to express their dissatisfaction, as if it was supposed to be this way. Thanks.
Zhang Yang thanked him and started to enjoy his breakfast. You know what? It tastes really good. Boss, I also want a bowl of sweet tofu pudding, 2 fried dough sticks, and a salted duck egg. Suddenly, a customer shouted at the breakfast stall owner. Soon after, more and more guests began to echo the voice. And me, I'll have a bowl of sweet tofu pudding, 2 fried dough sticks, and a salted duck egg too. A bowl of sweet tofu pudding, 2 fried dough sticks, and a salted duck egg. Me too. And me. The wealthy man drives a luxury supercar and eats sweet tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, and salted duck eggs. I also ate sweet tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, and salted duck eggs.
Equivalent substitution. Myself equals super rich. No problem.
Thinking of this, the guests around suddenly felt that today's tofu pudding was extra sweet, the fried dough sticks were particularly fragrant, and even the salted duck eggs had a unique flavor. All of a sudden, the sales of these 3 foods at breakfast stalls increased dramatically. The breakfast stall owner was stunned at first, then he laughed in his heart. Although he was very busy, the boss's face was always full of smiles. When Zhang Yang saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head, not taking it to heart.
After breakfast, Zhang Yang planned to drive to take over Tianhe building.
Just as he was about to use the key to open the car door, he looked up and saw 2 beautiful girls with heavy makeup and sexy clothes taking selfies facing his car. One of them even sat directly on the front of the car, constantly making various seductive poses. Since it was still early, Zhang Yang did not go forward to drive them away, but sat on an electric bike on the side and waited. Because he understood that kind of mentality, he had taken pictures of other people's luxury cars before. Of course, not as crazy as these 2 pretty girls. After a minute or two, the 2 pretty girls showed no sign of finishing. Zhang Yang shook his head speechlessly, then took out his phone and planned to check out Douyin.
Stop it. No sneak shots.
At this moment, a sharp sound that could almost pierce the eardrum rang in Zhang Yang's ears.
Chapter 17. Handsome guy, are you in need of a maid?
When he suddenly heard the voice, Zhang Yang's hands shook subconsciously and he almost dropped his phone. Then, Zhang Yang raised his head slightly and looked in the direction where the sound came from.
What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman, or a luxury car?
Seeing Zhang Yang looking over, the pretty girl who was standing on the ground taking a selfie facing the car said to Zhang Yang coldly.
Zhang Yang felt unhappy when he heard this and couldn't help but frown. What? You're still not happy? If you want to take pictures, wait in line. Also, no pictures before we leave. You let me watch you for a few minutes in vain and you're still not satisfied. You even want to secretly take pictures of us. How shameless. After listening to what that little cutie said according to the context, Zhang Yang suddenly got angry. Damn it. I let you take pictures of my car with good intentions, but you treated me like this. Besides, if I take the phone, will that mean I can secretly take pictures of you? What a damn good self-esteem. Another cute kid smiled and said to the cute kid who just spoke, Chichi, luckily you found it in time, otherwise we would have been secretly photographed. Alas, being beautiful is troublesome. Wherever you go, there are annoying flies following you. Get out of here, this is my car.
Zhang Yang took out his car keys and spoke coldly. He was too lazy to argue with these 2 little cuties. Otherwise, wouldn't it seem that he was as wise as them? Hee, Chichi, what do you think? I guessed it right, he will definitely say that the car is his, and even take out a lighter and act pretentiously, as if. Asshole, who told you to sit in my car? Halfway through his words, the little cutie sitting on the front of Zhang Yang's car suddenly yelled at Zhang Yang, quickly jumped off the car, and walked towards the electric car. It turned out that the electric bike that Zhang Yang was sitting on happened to be hers. The little cutie quickly ran to the electric bike, reached out and patted the seat a few times, with a look of disgust on his face.
Zhang Yang ignored them and directly pressed the car key while walking towards the car.
The next moment, the car made a crisp unlocking sound, and the door slowly opened, like a pair of golden wings, shining brightly under the morning sun. Seeing this scene, the expressions on the faces of the 2 little cuties suddenly froze. Zhang Yang took out a bottle of water from the cab, sprinkled it on the spot where the little cutie had been sitting before, and then threw the bottle into the trash can on the side. Then, he leisurely got into the car and started the ignition. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at the 2 little cuties and simply treated them as air. It was not until then that the 2 little cuties reacted and immediately felt extremely regretful. Handsome guy, this is all a misunderstanding. I can tell at a glance that you are not an ordinary person. I was just joking with you just now.
That's right, we were just playing a joke on you, handsome guy. Handsome guy, are you in need of a maid? The kind that can do anything.
Speaking of this, the cutie named Chi-Chi stuck out her tongue and winked at Zhang Yang.
Roll. Zhang Yang cursed angrily and stepped on the accelerator. Boom.
The next second, a roar like a wild beast's roar suddenly rang out. Amid the envious and jealous eyes of people around,
Apollo jumped out instantly and headed towards the Tianhe building. Handsome, add me on WeChat. My WeChat is.
Handsome guy, my cell phone number is 1-250.
I'm waiting for your call 24 hours a day.
Seeing Zhang Yang was about to leave, the two little cuties immediately shouted towards the back of the car, not caring whether Zhang Yang could hear them or not.
What a pair of weirdos.
Looking in the rearview mirror, Zhang Yang couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the two women chasing him for 20 or 30 meters.
It's all your fault.
You took pictures if you wanted to, but you didn't say anything nonsense.
You made me miss the chance to marry into a wealthy family. Why do you blame me? Aren't you still babbling non-stop?
Seeing the car completely gone, the two little cuties immediately started a fierce battle. It's really sad that they were originally a pair of good friends, but soon became enemies. On the other side, Tianhe Building. Tian Honglu, general manager of the property management company, was standing upright at the gate of Tianhe Building with his secretary, looking outside from time to time. At this time, a group of people were walking towards the entrance of Tianhe Building from outside.
Hey, isn't this Mr. Tian?
The middle-aged man who was the leader of the group asked Tian Honglu curiously.
It's Mr. Chen.
Tian Honglu withdrew his gaze from the distance and replied to the man. The middle-aged man who greeted him was Chen Jinhao, the owner of Jinhao Entertainment Company, Ltd. Jinhao Entertainment Company, Limited is one of the top 3 entertainment companies in Jiangcheng, and is also ranked among the best in the country. Jinhao Entertainment's corporate headquarters is on the 55th floor of Tianhe Building. As the boss of Jinhao Entertainment, Chen Jinhao is worth billions and is one of the major customers of Tianhe Building. Tian Honglu did not neglect it either, he stretched out his hand and shook hands with him. I see Mr. Tian has been here for a while.
Is he waiting for some distinguished guest? Can you introduce him to me?
Chen Jinhao must have some experience to be able to build such a big business.
In his opinion, the person who could have Tian Honglu, the general manager of Tianhe Building Property Management Company, waiting to greet him in person must be someone extraordinary.
Therefore, he also wanted to make friends. After all, when doing business, more friends mean more paths.
Excuse me. Tian Honglu was about to say something when his eyes suddenly lit up and he left in a hurry, running towards the open-air parking space in front of the Tianhe Building.
Seeing this, Chen Jinhao felt a little displeased. He frowned slightly and looked in the direction where Tian Honglu left.
Zhang Yang drove the Apollo supercar and arrived at the Tianhe Building without any obstruction. He parked the car in the open-air parking space in front of the Tianhe Building.
After getting off the car, Zhang Yang took out his mobile phone to check the time, and then prepared to call Tian Honglu. At this moment, he saw a middle-aged man with a square face and dressed in a well-ironed suit running towards him quickly from the entrance of Tianhe Building.
Next to the man was a beautiful female secretary. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I'm Tian Honglu, who called you this morning.
After arriving next to Zhang Yang, Tian Honglu hurriedly spoke respectfully. When Tian Honglu learned that the owner of Tianhe Building had changed to Zhang Yang, he also received some information from Zhang Yang, including Zhang Yang's photo.
As soon as Zhang Yang got off the car, Tian Honglu recognized him immediately. That's why he left Chen Jinhao behind and rushed over quickly.
Although Chen Jinhao is one of the big customers of Tianhe Building, Tian Honglu still knows clearly which is more important compared to the boss of Tianhe Building. Zhang Yang glanced at Tian Honglu and nodded slightly. Hello, Mr. Tian. Mr. Zhang, let's go to the office to talk, Tian Honglu said respectfully to Zhang Yang with a smile on his face.
Good. Mr. Zhang, please.
While speaking, Tian Honglu slightly extended his hand to indicate the direction.
Zhang Yang didn't hesitate and walked straight towards the entrance of Tianhe Building. Mr. Tian, who is this gentleman?
When the group of 3 walked to the entrance of the building, Chen Jinhao came up with a smile on his face and asked Tian Honglu.
Tian Honglu did not answer when he heard this, but looked at Zhang Yang with a look of inquiry in his eyes. Chapter 18 He is the benefactor of your life. Seeing Tian Honglu's eyes, Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Anyway, he didn't intend to hide anything.
After getting Zhang Yang's approval, Tian Honglu introduced Zhang Yang's identity to Chen Jinhao. This is Mr. Zhang Yang, the new boss of our Tianhe building. When Chen Jinhao saw Tian Honglu asking Zhang Yang for instructions, he began to guess about Zhang Yang's identity. At this moment, after getting Tian Honglu's confirmation, his expression suddenly became serious.
Tian Honglu didn't notice the change in Chen Jinhao's expression. After introducing Zhang Yang's identity, he told Zhang Yang Chen Jinhao's identity. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. Please take care of me in the future." After Tian Honglu finished his introduction, Chen Jinhao took the initiative to step forward and greet Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. "Mr. Chen, you are too polite. I have something else to do. Let's talk again when we have time."
"Mr. Zhang, you are busy," Chen Jinhao said respectfully upon hearing this, and at the same time made way.
Zhang Yang nodded slightly, and then went towards the interior of Tianhe building with Tian Honglu.
"Oh, what a coincidence, we meet again." Zhang Yang had just taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped, looked at the person behind Chen Jinhao, and uttered a word in surprise. That person was none other than the celebrity Lu Yueshi, whom Zhang Yang met twice at Jiangqing Pearl Hotel last night.
Just now, Lu Yueshi was behind Chen Jinhao, and Zhang Yang's sight was blocked, so he didn't notice her at first. After Chen Jinhao moved aside, Lu Yueshi naturally appeared in Zhang Yang's sight.
This was the third time the two had met within 24 hours, so Zhang Yang thought it was a coincidence.
What Zhang Yang didn't know was that Lu Yueshi was an artist under Jinhao Entertainment Company.
Last night, after Lu Yueshi and Zhang Yang separated, she made up her mind and left Jiangqing Pearl Hotel, which could be said to be a betrayal of her investors. Not long after she returned, she received a notice from the company manager, who first scolded her and then asked her to come to the company today. Although Lu Yueshi knew that it was definitely not a good thing, she had to come. After all, her contract with Jinhao Entertainment is still there.
Lu Yueshi arrived at the entrance of Tianhe building and met the company boss Chen Jinhao.
She took the initiative to step forward and say a few words of greeting. Then, at the signal of her agent, she and her agent followed Chen Jinhao.
The intention of Lu Yueshi's agent was to let Lu Yueshi take the opportunity to flatter herself in front of Chen Jinhao.
At that time, as long as Chen Jinhao said a word, what happened last night could be easily covered up. Before Lu Yueshi and Chen Jinhao could get close to each other, Chen Jinhao took the initiative to greet Tian Honglu, and then Zhang Yang appeared.
In fact, Lu Yueshi had recognized Zhang Yang a long time ago.
However, she never expected that Zhang Yang's status was so high.
Even Chen Jinhao, the boss of their Jinhao Entertainment, had to greet Zhang Yang respectfully. Lu Yueshi was so shocked that she didn't even dare to step forward and say hello, because she felt that the gap between them was too big. "Hello, Mr. Zhang." Seeing Zhang Yang taking the initiative to greet her, Lu Yueshi quickly responded. "Are you an artist from Jinhao Entertainment?" "Yes, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Yang nodded slightly, then suddenly looked at Chen Jinhao. "Mr. Chen, I think Miss Lu's acting is good. If you can give her a few more chances, I think your company will have another top star."
Under the influence of his sister Zhang Yu, Zhang Yang has a good impression of Lu Yueshi. After 2 meetings last night, Zhang Yang's impression of her improved a little.
Although the two didn't talk much at the sink, Zhang Yang could tell that Lu Yueshi's situation was probably not very good.
Since they met by chance, Zhang Yang didn't mind giving her a hand. Anyway, for Zhang Yang, it was just a matter of words. Chen Jinhao was still thinking about how to get closer to Zhang Yang, but he didn't expect that the opportunity would come so soon. As the boss of Jinhao Entertainment, only a few pillars of the company can attract Chen Jinhao's attention.
As for someone like Lu Yueshi, Chen Jinhao was lucky enough to know her name.
However, from this moment on, he has to pay more attention to Lu Yueshi. As his thoughts changed, Chen Jinhao smiled and said, "Of course I trust Mr. Zhang's vision.
I will ask someone to arrange some good scripts for Yueshi. If Yueshi really becomes a top star, both Yueshi and Jinhao Entertainment have to thank Mr. Zhang." At this point, Chen Jinhao said to Lu Yueshi, "Yueshi, why don't you thank Mr. Zhang quickly?" Lu Yueshi didn't expect that Zhang Yang not only took the initiative to greet her, but also recommended her to Chen Jinhao.
Chen Jinhao's words further demonstrated his attitude of supporting her. This surprise that came out of nowhere made Lu Yueshi stunned.
Seeing this, Lu Yueshi's agent quickly pushed her arm gently. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for your encouragement and recognition.
Yueshi will definitely work harder and live up to your expectations."
Lu Yueshi came back to her senses and quickly thanked Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang chuckled when he heard this. "If I have to thank anyone, I should thank Mr. Chen. After all, I just moved my mouth,
and everything depends on Mr. Chen."
When Lu Yueshi heard Zhang Yang's words, she thanked Chen Jinhao again.
Of course, she would feel even more grateful to Zhang Yang in her heart.
After talking about Lu Yueshi, Zhang Yang suddenly thought of something and said to Chen Jinhao with a smile.
By the way, if Mr. Chen has any big production that needs investment, you can leave a seat for me so that I can also drink some soup with Mr. Chen. After what happened last night, Zhang Yang became more and more looking forward to Shen Hadian.
If you want to get super rich points, you have to keep spending money. Speaking of Lu Yueshi, Zhang Yang suddenly remembered that film and television entertainment seem to be a good money-burning industry. It's my honor that Mr. Zhang is willing to invest.
Of course there is no problem, Chen Jinhao agreed without hesitation after hearing this.
Zhang Yang wanted to invest, and Chen Jinhao was very happy about it.
Chen Jinhao originally wanted to get closer to Zhang Yang.
In Chen Jinhao's view, Lu Yueshi's incident was just a fuse. It is estimated that Zhang Yang was attracted by Lu Yueshi's beauty, but perhaps he got tired of her after a while. But if Zhang Yang invests in Jinhao Entertainment, then with their interests tied together, the relationship between them will be even stronger.
Zhang Yang exchanged a few polite words with Chen Jinhao, then said goodbye and left.
After watching Zhang Yang and Tian Honglu enter the elevator, Chen Jinhao retracted his gaze and looked at Lu Yueshi. How did you know Mr. Zhang? He seems to value you very much. Lu Yueshi said, I only met him last night. Immediately, Lu Yueshi told the whole story.
Chen Jinhao was slightly stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that things were so simple.
After a brief pause, Chen Jinhao said, It doesn't matter how you met.
From now on, you must do everything you can to befriend Mr. Zhang. He is your benefactor in this life. As long as you make friends with Mr. Zhang, the company will use all its resources to promote you. If not a top star, at least you will become a first-tier star. Just as Chen Jinhao was giving Lu Yueshi an earnest instruction, Zhang Yang had already arrived at the office under the leadership of Tian Honglu. After Zhang Yang sat down in the boss chair, Tian Honglu personally poured him a cup of tea, then took out a contract and placed it on the table in front of Zhang Yang.
Mr. Zhang, this is the contract for all the merchants in Tianhe building. Since you have just taken over, I need you to sign it.
You won't have to go through so much trouble in the future.
Zhang Yang nodded slightly, and while flipping through the contract, he asked, How is the rent collected here? Quarterly or annually? How much is the rent? Chapter 19, Just a String of Numbers. When Zhang Yang asked, Tian Honglu quickly replied respectfully, The rent is collected quarterly. The rent of all the merchants in our building combined is over 1 billion per quarter. 1 billion per quarter. That is 4 billion a year. Even if there are no other rewards from the system, I only need to collect rent regularly, which will be enough for me to live a carefree life. Of course, for Zhang Yang, who is now worth hundreds of billions, 4 billion per year is just a small amount. Therefore, there was no fluctuation in his expression. Good. When Tian Honglu saw Zhang Yang utter those two words without changing his expression and without any other reaction, he was immediately amazed. A huge sum of 4 billion every year, and it's just okay. Is this the height of a big boss? I'm convinced. Tian Honglu's secretary was even more astounded by Zhang Yang's beauty. Zhang Yang naturally didn't know the shock his words had brought to Tian Honglu and the others. After quickly looking through the documents on the table and confirming that there were no problems with the system, Zhang Yang quickly signed his name. Tian Honglu and his secretary were waiting quietly on the side. All right. After signing all the documents, Zhang Yang threw down the pen in his hand and uttered something slowly. Tian Honglu said, Mr. Zhang, these 2 days are the rent payment days. Except for a few tenants, all others have paid their rents. The rent we have received is 995 million. I will transfer the money to you now. Please keep an eye on your bank account later. Zhang Yang naturally had no objection to this, okay. Following Tian Honglu's operation, Zhang Yang soon received a transfer text message. I have received the money. After confirming that everything was correct, Zhang Yang nodded slightly and continued, Please help Mr. Tian to collect the remaining rent as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Tian Honglu quickly said, Mr. Zhang, you are too kind. This is my job. Seeing Zhang Yang's calm demeanor, Tian Honglu felt even more in awe of him. Nearly 1 billion yuan arrived in the account, but there was no reaction at all, as if only 100 yuan or even 10 yuan was received. How much capital does his new boss have? Thinking of this, Tian Honglu made up his mind to perform well and keep up with Zhang Yang's pace. In fact, Zhang Yang was not too surprised by the nearly 1 billion in cash that arrived in his account.
Before, some people said that when money reaches a certain level, it is just a string of numbers, and Zhang Yang thought that others were showing off. But now, Zhang Yang seems to have had this experience as well. However, what makes Zhang Yang different from other wealthy people is that in addition to making money, he also has a goal of spending money. After all, you have to spend money to get the super rich points. Zhang Yang had already experienced the magical effect of the rich points last night. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang smiled and said to Tian Honglu, "By the way, it suddenly occurred to me that I don't have anything to spend money on recently. It's a waste to keep the 1 billion in the bank card. Does Mr. Tian have any good investment suggestions?" Tian Honglu asked cautiously, "I wonder what areas Mr. Zhang plans to invest in." Zhang Yang said casually, "Any aspect is fine. I'm not picky about food, so it doesn't matter if the risk is a little higher." Zhang Yang said it was an investment, but in fact he just wanted to find a way to spend a lot of money. As for whether he could make money, he didn't care much about it. Of course, it would be better if you could make money. Otherwise, daily expenses alone would not be enough to satisfy Zhang Yang's need for super rich points. Tian Honglu paused for a moment after hearing this, and then continued, "In this case, real estate, biopharmaceuticals, new energy, entertainment industries, etc. are all worth investing in. However, the real estate industry has not been very prosperous in recent years." "Is that so? I understand." Zhang Yang nodded slightly and continued, "Mr. Tian, please keep an eye out for me. If you have any specific investment projects, remember to contact me." "Yes, Mr. Zhang," Tian Honglu responded respectfully as he heard it. "Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Mr. Tian, please take me around the building. I'm not very familiar with this Tianhe building." "Okay." Next, Zhang Yang, accompanied by Tian Honglu and his secretary, strolled around the Tianhe building. Tenants in Tianhe building who knew Tian Honglu did not dare to neglect him and hurried forward to greet him. When he learned from Tian Honglu that Zhang Yang was the new boss of Tianhe building, he immediately began to compliment Zhang Yang. "Okay, that's all. I'm going to leave now. Mr. Tian, you can continue with your work. Everything regarding the management of Tianhe building will remain the same. Please take care of it. Also, if you have any investment projects, remember to contact me." After walking around a few more floors, Zhang Yang felt that it was boring, so he said to Tian Honglu, "Tianhe building has a total of 66 floors. If Zhang Yang wants to visit all of them, one day may not be enough, and there is no need to do so." "Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll take you there." "No need, you guys go first." Upon hearing this, Tian Honglu and the secretary bowed their heads, said goodbye, and left. Zhang Yang took the elevator directly to the first floor and then walked to his car. "Hey, wait a minute, brother." Zhang Yang had just opened the car door and got in, but before he could close the door, a hurried voice suddenly came from the side. As the voice fell, a handsome young man with extraordinary temperament walked quickly to Zhang Yang's car door from not far away. "What's up?" Zhang Yang glanced at the young man and spoke indifferently. The young man gave Zhang Yang a kind smile. "Hello, my name is Chen Hao." "Excuse me, is this car yours?" "What else?" Zhang Yang asked casually after hearing this. Chen Hao seemed even more enthusiastic when he heard Zhang Yang's words. "Hello, I really like this car. I wonder if you can give it up. The price is not a problem. I will definitely not let you suffer a loss. Not for sale." Zhang Yang refused to speak without hesitation. Zhang Yang has long dreamed of owning an Apollo IE. Now his dream has finally come true, and it's his favorite golden one. How could he possibly sell it? Chen Hao was a little anxious when he heard this. "Brother, don't be so quick to refuse. How about 50 million? If not, 100 million will also be fine. No matter how much money you offer, I won't sell it. I have something else to do. Bye." Zhang Yang said this and was about to close the car door. "Brother, please think about it again," Chen Hao said without giving up after hearing Zhang Yang's words. Zhang Yang ignored him upon hearing this and simply reached out to close the car door. "Brother, this is my business card. Call me when you've thought it over." Upon seeing this, Chen Hao hurriedly threw a business card into the car through the gap of the door, which was not closed tightly. Bang! What responded to him was the sound of a car door closing. Then, Apollo roared like a wild beast and suddenly jumped out. Chen Hao looked at the direction where Apollo disappeared and couldn't help but feel dazed. Zhang Yang naturally didn't know about Chen Hao's performance, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After leaving Tianhe building, Zhang Yang saw that it was getting late, so he took a casual walk, then had lunch outside. Then, with nothing to do, he returned to his new home Tiandi Yunting community. As soon as he got out of the elevator and reached the corridor on the 29th floor, Zhang Yang suddenly frowned.
Chapter 20 How do you make me look good?
I saw a young girl lying unconscious on the ground in the corridor not far from the elevator entrance. Zhang Yang recognized her immediately.
The girl was Su Hongkong's granddaughter, and her name seemed to be Su Qingqian.
After a slight hesitation, Zhang Yang took out his mobile phone, called the property management and explained the situation. After receiving Zhang Yang's call, the property management did not dare to delay and immediately sent a security guard and a property management lady up. The two first thanked Zhang Yang, and then the property lady helped Su Qingqian leave accompanied by the security guard.
For Zhang Yang, this incident was just a small episode and he didn't take it to heart.
After the few people left, Zhang Yang also returned to his room. Zhang Yang, who had nothing to do, opened the Tomato app and started reading novels. Immersed in the plot of the novel, time passed very quickly. Before I knew it, an entire afternoon had passed.
It was not until the cell phone rang that Zhang Yang's attention was diverted from the novel.
After taking a look at the name Song Shan on the caller ID, Zhang Yang answered the call casually. "Hello, Song Shan, what's going on?"
"Didn't we agree to have dinner together tonight?"
"You didn't forget, did you?"
"Oh, I didn't forget." "I'm glad you didn't forget.
I'll be waiting for you at the gate of your community.
Come out soon."
"Okay, see you later." After Zhang Yang finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Not long after, Zhang Yang drove the Apollo supercar to the gate of the community and saw Song Shan at a glance, so he rolled down the window and waved to her.
"Song Shan, here."
When Song Shan saw Zhang Yang recruiting her, she quickly walked to Zhang Yang's car and said with a smile, "Zhang Yang, it seems that you have really made a fortune and now drive a sports car." As she spoke, Song Shan reached out, opened the car door, and got in.
Zhang Yang smiled and said, "It's just luck. I really envy you."
"I want to be as lucky as you," Song Shan said enviously while fastening her seatbelt. "This is my first time riding in such a nice car."
Zhang Yang smiled and did not continue the topic.
Seeing that when Song Shan saw the young man, her expression changed slightly. After hearing his words, she said angrily, "Mr. Fong, please be careful with your words."
"The young man's name is Fong Zhe. He went to the Tiandi Yunting sales office today to buy a house.
He didn't find a house that he was particularly satisfied with, but he fell in love with Song Shan at first sight. He said that as long as Song Shan was willing to be his lover, he would book a house immediately and give Song Shan a commission."
Song Shan naturally rejected Fong Zhe without hesitation.
Fong Zhe then compromised and said he wanted to invite Song Shan to dinner tonight and introduce her to people from the upper class. Song Shan said that she had something to do in the evening and rejected Fong Zhe again.
Fong Zhe was already very dissatisfied with Song Shan's two rejections of him.
Now seeing Song Shan and Zhang Yang talking and laughing together, he became even angrier, so he spoke without mercy.
Fong Zhe sneered when he heard this, "I can say whatever I want, what can you do to me?"
"This young master will give you one more chance, have dinner with me now, and have a few drinks with me tonight, otherwise, believe it or not, this young master will make you lose your job tomorrow."
"You are shameless."
When Song Shan heard Fong Zhe's words, she became so angry that her face turned red. She cursed angrily and felt aggrieved. Fong Zhe said, "Originally, this young master wanted to have some fun with you, but you were so shameless and willing to be a slut. You just rejected me and turned around to throw yourself into the arms of another man.
Don't blame me for using tricks."
After a pause, Fong Zhe looked at Zhang Yang again and said in a cold voice, "And you dare to touch the woman that this young master likes, I think you are really bold. Now kneel down and kowtow 3 times to this young master, and then get out of Jiangcheng, otherwise this young master will make you pay." Zhang Yang smiled when he heard that.
"Really? I want to see how you can make me look bad. How dare you? Just wait for me." Fong Zhe became furious when he saw Zhang Yang ignoring his warning and acting fearlessly. However, after a slight hesitation, Fong Zhe did not lose his temper on the spot.
After saying something harsh, he turned around and left. "Zhang Yang, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble again," Song Shan looked at Zhang Yang and said apologetically after Fong Zhe left. Zhang Yang shook his head and smiled, "Maybe it's mainly because you're too charming."
"By the way, what happened between you and that person just now?" Although Zhang Yang is now wealthy, definitely far more than ordinary people, he also feels confident.
However, Zhang Yang felt that he could not be careless. There is a saying that goes, "Know yourself and your enemy," and you'll be victorious in 100 battles. Upon hearing this, Song Shan quickly told Zhang Yang what happened between her and Feng Zhe, and also introduced Feng Zhe's identity and background.
So that's how it is? I understand. Let's go and have dinner first.
After Song Shan finished speaking, Zhang Yang nodded to show that he understood. Upon hearing this, Song Shan had to put aside her worries temporarily and walked with Zhang Yang to the Chinese restaurant she had booked in advance.
Nothing unpleasant happened while the two of them were having dinner.
More than half an hour later, the two finished their dinner. Afterwards, Zhang Yang and Song Shan walked towards the garage again. Seeing that Song Shan still looked worried, Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Okay, don't worry. If you really get fired tomorrow, I'll introduce you to a job."
Song Shan said, "Work is secondary. The main thing is that I am afraid that Feng will target me and implicate you."
Zhang Yang said, "It's okay, I just happen to be free and have nothing to do. If someone bothers me, I'll just take it as a joke." As Zhang Yang spoke, he slightly turned sideways and reached into his trouser pocket to take out his key.
"Careful."
At this moment, Song Shan on the side suddenly shouted at him.
Chapter 21 Despicable means, vehicle out of control?
At the same time Song Shan shouted, a sturdy man in a black suit suddenly jumped out from behind a black car in the garage, holding a baseball bat and smashed it down towards Zhang Yang's head. After hearing Song Shan's reminder, Zhang Yang quickly noticed the rapidly falling baseball bat, but it was too late to avoid it. At the critical moment, Zhang Yang subconsciously raised his right arm and blocked his head.
Bang! A dull voice sounded.
It was the baseball bat in the suit man's hand that hit Zhang Yang's arm, making the sound. After blocking the blow from the baseball bat with his arm, Zhang Yang endured the pain in his arm, quickly raised his foot, and kicked the man in the suit hard on the knee.
Zhang Yang's strength, enhanced by the godly points, has surpassed many ordinary people, and his kick is quite powerful. Crack!
The man in the suit did not take Zhang Yang seriously, but he did not expect that Zhang Yang would kick him so hard that his kneecap was broken. He fell to the ground on one knee with a look of pain on his face. Seeing this, Zhang Yang quickly stepped forward, reached out and grabbed the baseball bat in the suit man's hand, and pulled it hard, taking the baseball bat away.
Fuck, this guy is quite capable, let's all attack him together.
At this moment, an unexpected voice came from not far away. As the voice fell, 3 or 4 young men holding baseball bats jumped out from behind different cars and rushed towards Zhang Yang, swinging the bats.
Zhang Yang, be careful. Seeing this, Song Shan reminded Zhang Yang again. She was very worried but didn't know what to do.
Zhang Yang did not respond to Song Shan. He looked at the several young men rushing towards him, took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and swung the baseball bat in his hand, hitting the head of the young man who was rushing the fastest.
Bang!
With a dull thud, the guy who rushed the fastest was hit on the head by Zhang Yang with a stick, causing blood to flow.
Oh, it hurts so much.
The man cried out in pain, held his head with both hands and rolled to the ground, no longer caring about attacking Zhang Yang. After knocking down one man, Zhang Yang did not stop, continuing to swing the baseball bat wildly and actively attacking the other 3.
Bang, bang, bang.
3 dull sounds were heard in succession, and the remaining 3 young men were all knocked to the ground by Zhang Yang's stick, wailing in pain. This is a long story, but in reality it only takes a moment. Seeing Zhang Yang easily knock down 5 people, Song Shan immediately put aside her worries. She looked at Zhang Yang with a look of surprise.
She quickly walked to Zhang Yang and asked with concern, "Zhang Yang, are you okay?" "It's okay." Zhang Yang threw away the baseball bat and shook his head.
In fact, he was fine, except that he used his arm to block the baseball bat at the beginning and his arm was hurt a little.
After dealing with several sudden attackers, Zhang Yang's tense nerves finally relaxed. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel extremely fortunate that he had used the godly points to increase his strength. If he were the original him, facing 5 adult men, he would definitely be beaten. At this moment, Zhang Yang couldn't help but feel an urgent desire to consume.
Because only by spending can he gain super rich points, and then use the super rich points to comprehensively enhance himself.
After a while, Zhang Yang gathered his thoughts, walked up to the group, and asked in a cold voice, "Who asked you to come?" "We don't know, we are just following orders." When Zhang Yang asked, one of the young men quickly answered with a sad face. "Yeah, we are just small people at the bottom of society. Just treat us as shits and let us go." Another young man shouted.
Zhang Yang couldn't help but frown when he heard what they said.
He said in a cold voice, "You really don't know? Or do you want me to add some information to you before you tell me?" "No, we really don't know."
After hearing Zhang Yang's words, the 4 young men's faces changed drastically and they shouted at the same time. Yes, he must know that our boss asked us to come here to cooperate with him. Suddenly, one of the young men pointed at the man in the suit and said loudly. Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows when he heard this, walked over to the man in the suit, stepped on his knee, and asked in a deep voice, "Who sent you?" Well. After being stepped on by Zhang Yang, the man in the suit couldn't help but let out a painful sound. His face was a little distorted, but he still said stubbornly, "I just don't like you, so I want to teach you a lesson." Zhang Yang smiled when he heard this. Really? I think it's your master who doesn't like me, right? And your master is Feng Zhe, am I right? Nonsense, that's not it. When the man in the suit heard Zhang Yang's words, his expression suddenly changed and he quickly denied it loudly. Bang! Zhang Yang saw this and immediately realized that he had guessed correctly. He didn't bother to say anything more and kicked him out directly. Then he said to Song Shan, "Let's go." Zhang Yang, I'm sorry. It's because of me that Feng Zhe is causing trouble for you. Song Shan walked to Zhang Yang with an apologetic look on her face. Zhang Yang laughed and said, "It's okay, he's just a clown." As they were talking, Zhang Yang brought Song Shan back to his car in a short while. After the two got into the car and fastened their seatbelts, Zhang Yang stepped on the accelerator, and the Apollo supercar immediately let out a beast roar and quickly rushed out of the garage. As soon as the car left the garage, Zhang Yang saw Feng Zhe, who had a smug look on his face, walking towards the garage entrance. Zhang Yang's eyes flashed slightly, he turned the steering wheel and rushed towards Feng Zhe. After Feng Zhe and Zhang Yang separated, he asked his bodyguard contact to teach Zhang Yang a lesson, while he and his father went to dine with a guest. After finishing his meal, Feng Zhe planned to go to the garage to see Zhang Yang's miserable condition with his own eyes. However, what Feng Zhe didn't expect was that as soon as he walked to the entrance of the garage, a cool supercar rushed towards him like crazy. He was immediately scared out of his wits and ran madly towards the stairs on the side. However, just as he was about to step onto the stairs, he was ultimately unable to dodge, and the supercar came into direct contact with him. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and Feng Zhe was directly hit onto the steps by the front of the car. Ah! In pain, Feng Zhe let out a miserable cry. Seeing this, Song Shan in the car's expression changed slightly, and she whispered to Zhang Yang, "Zhang Yang, you don't need to do anything illegal for such a scumbag, stop now." Zhang Yang didn't say anything. After bumping into Feng Zhe, he stopped the car, opened the door and walked out. "It's you! Bastard, I want you to die miserably." When Feng Zhe saw Zhang Yang, he became even angrier and couldn't help but roar out loud. Zhang Yang shrugged slightly. "I'm so sorry that the car lost control just now. Are you okay? Do you want me to call an ambulance for you? Don't worry, I will pay for your medical expenses." Chapter 22, Rebellious Son, apologized to Mr. Zhang. When Feng Zhe heard Zhang Yang's words, he became even angrier. The car is out of control, this is a lie. It's not like he hasn't done this kind of thing before, so how could he not know that Zhang Yang did it on purpose? Feng Zhe took a deep breath and gritted his teeth and said, "This young master doesn't need this little bit of medical expenses. Boy, if you have the guts, tell me your name." Zhang Yang said calmly, "Why not tell you? Remember, my name is Zhang Yang. Zhang for the arrogant and overbearing, Yang for the overbearing and domineering. No need to keep saying harsh words, we only care about the actions." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yang turned around and went back to his car. "Xiao Zhe, what's wrong with you? What happened?" Just then, a slightly nervous voice sounded. At the same time, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie with shiny hair walked quickly towards Feng Zhe's position. When Feng Zhe saw the middle-aged man, he seemed to have found his backbone and shouted, "Dad, stop that kid, don't let him run away, I want to teach him a lesson." It turned out that this middle-aged man was Feng Zhe's father, Feng Zhongyi, the boss of Zhongyi Group. When Feng Zhongyi heard Feng Zhe's words, he immediately waved to the two bodyguards behind him to intercept Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang raised his brows slightly when he saw this, and stopped for the time being, wanting to see what new tricks this father and son could come up with. Feng Zhongyi quickly learned the whole story from Feng Zhe. Of course, this was naturally exaggerated by Feng Zhe. After understanding the whole story, Feng Zhongyi looked at Zhang Yang and said in a deep voice, "Young man, my son, and you were just arguing, and you just drove your car to hit him. Isn't that too much?" Zhang Yang said, "Like I said just now, the car just suddenly lost control. I am a law-abiding citizen, how could I hit someone on my own initiative? Besides, I have already apologized to Master Ling and offered to pay for his medical expenses, but he refused. It's not my fault. Boss Feng, did you meet someone you know? When Fang Zhongyi heard Zhang Yang's words, he looked slightly angry and was about to say something when a clear voice came from not far away. As the voice fell, the person also walked towards this side. When Fang Zhongyi saw the person coming, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "It's my good-for-nothing son." He ran into a little trouble. "I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Mr. Tian." Mr. Tian, whom Fang Zhongyi mentioned, came over and was about to ask Fang Zhongyi about the details. Suddenly, he saw Zhang Yang next to the Apollo supercar. His face suddenly changed. He quickly walked up to Zhang Yang and said respectfully, "Mr. Zhang, what a coincidence, you are here too." It turns out that this Mr. Tian is none other than Tian Honglu, the property manager of Tianhe Building. Zhang Yang was also slightly surprised to see Tian Honglu, and asked casually, "It turns out to be Mr. Tian, what a coincidence. How come you are friends with Mr. Feng?" Tian Honglu was also a smart man. Although he didn't quite understand what was going on, he could sense that something was wrong between Zhang Yang and Fang Zhongyi, father and son. He quickly explained to Zhang Yang the relationship between him and Fang Zhongyi. It turned out that the guest that Fang Zhongyi and his son were inviting to the banquet tonight was Tian Honglu. Fang Zhongyi is also one of the clients of Tianhe Building. He directly rented a floor in Tianhe Building and opened a jewelry company. The rent every quarter is not a small amount of money. Fang Zhongyi's Zhongyi Group recently acquired a large number of jewelry and jade in southern Yunnan province. Due to financial constraints, it has not paid the rent for this quarter yet. Tian Honglu had previously said that several customers had not paid their rent, and Fang Zhongyi was one of them. Fang Zhongyi invited Tian Honglu to a banquet because he wanted Tian Honglu to give him some flexibility and wait until he could make ends meet before paying the rent. After hearing what Tian Honglu said, Zhang Yang couldn't help but laugh. He looked in the direction of Fang Zhongyi and Fang Zhe and said, "I thought this young Master Fang was so great, but it turns out he's just the son of a debtor. I was really scared just now." Fang Zhongyi and Fang Zhe, father and son, also understood Zhang Yang's identity from the conversation between Tian Honglu and Zhang Yang. When they heard Zhang Yang's words, their faces turned pale, and although they were angry in their hearts, they did not dare to express it in front of him. When Tian Honglu heard Zhang Yang's words, he couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Zhang, I wonder what happened." Zhang Yang glanced at Song Shan next to him and continued, "This is my friend Miss Song Shan. Let her talk to you." Song Shan did not hesitate when she heard this and immediately told Tian Honglu the whole story. After listening to this, Tian Honglu turned his head and looked at Fang Zhongyi, saying in a cold voice, "Boss Fang, your son is really amazing. First he threatened Mr. Zhang to kneel and kowtow, and then he even hired someone to beat Mr. Zhang. Your Zhongyi group is really powerful." Fang Zhongyi hurriedly said, "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Tian, it's all my fault for not educating my son well. I will do my best to fulfill any request you two make. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against my son." After saying that, Fang Zhongyi turned around and said to Fang Zhe in a stern voice, "Rebellious son, why don't you apologize to Mr. Zhang and Mr. Tian?" Although Fang Zhe was a playboy, he was not a fool. He knew that he was in a bad situation, so he had to suppress his anger and said to Zhang Yang and Tian Honglu, "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Tian, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Please forgive me." Zhang Yang said calmly, "What did you say to me before? If you really want to apologize, just do as you said before." Swish. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Fang Zhe's face suddenly became ugly, and he was extremely angry. Fang Zhongyi's expression was also changing. He forced a smile and said, "Mr. Zhang, my son was just angry before. Why do you take it to heart? It's a different era now. Kneeling and kowtowing are no longer popular. Why don't you let my son bow to you and apologize?" Zhang Yang sneered, "No matter? If you don't want to apologize, that's fine. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Having said that, Zhang Yang was about to get in the car and leave. Fang Zhongyi's face turned pale and then he kicked Fang Zhe's knee. "You unfilial son, apologize to Mr. Zhang." With a thump, Fang Zhe was kicked by Fang Zhongyi and fell to his knees in front of Zhang Yang. Seeing this, Zhang Yang raised his brows slightly and stopped temporarily, wanting to see if Fang Zhe would really kowtow to him and apologize. Tian Honglu and Song Shan's expressions changed as they watched this scene. Song Shan, in particular, was deeply shocked at this moment. When Zhang Yang bought the house, he just said that he had made a fortune. Song Shan didn't know what that meant, nor did she understand how much wealth it was. But at this moment, she realized how terrifying Zhang Yang's so-called fortune was. Moreover, Zhang Yang's status and position were elevated to a level that she could hardly reach. In her eyes, Feng Zhe and Feng Zhongyi, father and son, who were never to be offended in her life, appeared so humble in front of Zhang Yang. Thinking of the gap between them, Song Shan's original desire to pursue Zhang Yang disappeared silently in her heart.
Chapter 23, Come to Thank You, Send Pillow When You Feel Sleepy. Feng Zhe was kicked to his knees by Feng Zhongyi.
When he heard Feng Zhongyi's words, his face suddenly turned ashen and his eyes turned red. He wished he could tear Zhang Yang to pieces on the spot.
However, Feng Zhe still held back with his only remaining rationality. He kowtowed 3 times to Zhang Yang and then shouted, "Mr. Zhang, I was wrong. Please forgive me."
Looking at Feng Zhe's ferocious face, no one would think that he was apologizing sincerely.
However, Zhang Yang didn't care about it.
He glanced at him and said calmly, "Since you apologized sincerely, let's forget about this matter.
However, if it happens again next time, don't blame me for being rude."
Without waiting for Feng Zhe to reply, Feng Zhongyi quickly said, "Don't worry, Mr. Zhang.
There will definitely not be a next time."
"I hope so." Zhang Yang nodded slightly, and then said, "By the way, remember to pay the rent as soon as possible.
For the sake of our acquaintance, I will give you 3 days.
If the rent is not paid in full after 3 days, I will have to ask Mr. Feng to find another way out."
Feng Zhongyi's face changed slightly when he heard Zhang Yang's words, and he hurriedly said, "Mr. Zhang, didn't you say that this matter has been exposed? Regarding the rent, can you extend it for a few more days?" Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows slightly and said calmly, "I said that I will not pursue your son's matter anymore.
The rent is a serious business matter.
We are talking about business. What else is there to say?"
"Well, Mr. Feng, you should raise the money as soon as possible." After saying that, Zhang Yang nodded towards Tian Honglu, then went back to his car with Song Shan, started the car and drove away. When Zhang Yang's car disappeared from sight, Tian Honglu retracted his gaze, looked at Feng Zhongyi with limited pity, shook his head and sighed, "Mr. Feng, since Mr. Zhang has spoken, Tian can't help.
You can do whatever you want." After the voice fell, Tian Honglu turned and left.
At this time, Tian Honglu naturally wanted to distance himself from Feng Zhongyi.
"Tian, take care."
Although Feng Zhongyi was unhappy with Tian Honglu's opportunism, he did not show it and forced a smile as he said goodbye.
After Tian Honglu left, Feng Zhongyi looked at Feng Zhe on the ground.
He wanted to curse him, but seeing Feng Zhe's miserable appearance, he just sighed and said, "Get up and go back with me.
Be more cautious when you meet people and things in the future."
Feng Zhe stood up silently without saying a word, and walked towards the garage with Feng Zhongyi. On the other side, after Zhang Yang sent Song Shan back, he drove outside for a while, and then went straight back to his home in Tiandi Yunting. Not long after Zhang Yang returned home, there was a knock on the door.
Hearing the knock on the door, Zhang Yang couldn't help but feel confused. Wasn't it said that no one else could reach each floor? With doubts, Zhang Yang walked straight to the door and opened it. After seeing the person at the door, Zhang Yang no longer had any doubts. Because the people knocking on the door were his neighbor Su Hongkong and his granddaughter Su Qingqian.
"My dear Zhang, I hope I did not disturb your rest?" Su Hongkang spoke with a smile when he saw Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "No, it's still early for my break."
"What can I do for you too?" Su Hongkong smiled and said, "That's good. We came to see Mr. Zhang mainly to express our gratitude.
At noon, my granddaughter Qingqian had a relapse of her old illness and fainted at the door. Fortunately, you notified the property management in time, so she was sent to the hospital for treatment in time." Su Qingqian also opened her cherry lips and said in a cold voice, "Thank you."
Su Hongkong saw his granddaughter's expression, shook his head slightly, and said to Zhang Yang, "Qingqian's personality has always been like this, don't mind it, little friend Zhang." Zhang Yang smiled and said, "It's nothing.
What happened at noon was just a piece of cake for me. Besides, we are all neighbors.
It's no big deal to help each other. There's no need to thank them specially."
Su Hongkong said, "Friend Zhang saved me once before, and this time he saved my granddaughter.
It was a piece of cake for you, but for us, it was 2 lives. If we don't express our gratitude, are we still human beings?"
"I opened a hotel a few years ago, but later switched to the medical field. The hotel business hasn't developed much, but the net profit is still around 70 to 80 million yuan a year. I transferred this hotel to Zhang Xiaoyu. Although it can't offset the kindness Zhang Xiaoyu showed us, it's also a token of our appreciation." While Su Hongkong was talking, Su Qingqian opened his briefcase, took out a contract document, handed it to Zhang Yang, and said in a cold voice, "This is the transfer contract of the hotel.
Mr. Zhang just needs to sign it."
When Zhang Yang heard Su Hongkong's words, his eyebrows raised slightly.
This old man Su is really generous.
This is not just a one-time payment, but a net profit of 70 to 80 million yuan every year. If an ordinary person received such a reward, he would just lie down and enjoy life. However, Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment and refused directly. Mr. Su was really generous, but forget about this hotel.
I don't know how to run it. If Mr. Su really wants to thank me, please do me a favor. Oh? I wonder what favor do you want me to do for you, Mr. Zhang?
Upon hearing this, Su Hongkong became even more optimistic about Zhang Yang and asked with a smile. Su Qingqian on the side also looked at Zhang Yang deeply and was even more impressed by him. Zhang Yang said, I am not short of funds at the moment, and I even have some surplus, so I want to find some suitable investment projects. If Mr. Su has any connections, please introduce them to me. Su Hongkong laughed when he heard Zhang Yang's words. It seems that I underestimated Zhang Xiaoyu. However, regarding the issue of investment, if Zhang Xiaoyu trusts this old man, he can directly invest in our Su family's Hong Kong hospital group. When Zhang Yang heard Su Hongkong's words, he was immediately delighted.
This was really like sending a pillow when you were sleepy.
He was just worrying about having no investment opportunities when Su Hongkong came to him. As for the question of trust or not, it doesn't matter to Zhang Yang at all. He invests mainly to earn rich points for consumption, so it doesn't matter whether he makes a profit or a loss. But on the surface, Zhang Yang smiled and said, Of course I trust Mr. Su.
Moreover, we are neighbors next door. Am I afraid that Mr. Su will run away with the money? Ha ha. Su Hongkong was also very pleased to hear Zhang Yang's words.
He laughed loudly and continued, In that case, it's settled. You and Xingqian will come to the company tomorrow to discuss the specific investment projects in person and finalize the contract at the same time. Okay, Zhang Yang agreed without hesitation after hearing that. Afterwards, the two sides chatted for a while, and Su Hongkong and Su Qingqian said goodbye to Zhang Yang and returned home. Zhang Yang also went back to the room, washed up, played with his phone for a while, and then went to bed to rest. The next morning, the first thing Zhang Yang did when he woke up was to give instructions to the system in his mind.
System, I want to sign in. Chapter 24 Generous Rewards and Skyrocketing Rich Points.
Zhang Yang had just given an order to the system in his heart when the familiar voice of the system sounded in his mind again.
Ding, sign in successful.
Congratulations to the host, you have received 100 million in cash.
Ding, sign in successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level medical skills.
Ding, sign in successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 70% of the shares of Chujiang Group.
Note, the relevant share transfer documents have been stored in the system space. Good.
Hearing the content of the system reward, Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows slightly and was in a very good mood. Today's sign-in reward also did not have a critical hit, but 100 million in cash is also not a small amount. After Zhang Yang acquired the God-level medical skills, he immediately mastered both Chinese and Western medicine to an extremely high level.
I'm afraid no one in the world today can compare to him.
The last one, Chujiang Group, is the number one raw material supply group company in Jiangcheng, with a market value of 50 billion.
70% of the shares means 35 billion.
This is a height that many people will never be able to reach in their lifetime, not to mention that this is an industrial company that can generate a steady stream of income rather than a one-time deal.
After checking the harvest, Zhang Yang calmed down, dressed neatly, and washed up quickly.
Then, Zhang Yang made a simple breakfast by himself.
Just after finishing breakfast, Zhang Yang heard knocking on the door again.
After opening the door, Zhang Yang saw Su Qingqian standing quietly at the door.
Su Qingqian got straight to the point and asked, Can we set off now? Zhang Yang didn't say anything more polite, and just nodded and said, Okay.
My grandfather asked me to bring you to our company to discuss the investment in detail, Su Qingqian explained with a slight nod. Thank you for your help, Zhang Yang responded with a smile while changing his shoes.
No trouble, Su Qingqian responded lightly, waiting for Zhang Yang to change his shoes.
After Zhang Yang changed his shoes, he locked the door and got into the elevator with Su Qingqian. Soon, the two of them arrived at the garage together, drove their own cars, and drove out of the garage one after the other, heading towards Hong Kong Pharmaceutical Group.
Boss Su. Hello, President Su. After the two arrived at Hong Kong Pharmaceutical Group, they entered the company.
Along the way, all the company employees who met them took the initiative to greet Su Qingqian respectfully. Seeing this, Zhang Yang smiled and said, It seems that Miss Su is quite popular in the company.
Su Qingqian said calmly, I just did my job well.
Zhang Yang nodded when he heard this, and without saying anything else, he followed Su Qingqian and quickly arrived at the president's office.
Afterwards, Su Qingqian provided Zhang Yang with several investment projects, introduced them to Zhang Yang, and then let Zhang Yang make a choice. After Su Qingqian finished her introduction, Zhang Yang asked, "Can I submit a copy for all of them?" Su Qingqian was stunned for a moment when she heard Zhang Yang's words, and then asked back, "How much idle funds do you have?" Zhang Yang pondered for a moment, calculated the total investment required for several projects, and said casually, "Not much, about 40 to 50 billion. Su Qingqian heard this and looked at Zhang Yang deeply again, then continued, "If you are not afraid of losing money, you can invest in several projects, but the investment ratio of each project cannot exceed 40%. Zhang Yang nodded and said, "No problem. Just calculate how much money you need and give me your account number. I will transfer the money directly." Su Qingqian quickly calculated the total amount of several investment projects, then multiplied it by 40%, and soon came up with the result. He said calmly, "A total of 3.2 billion. As for the transfer, let's wait until the contract is signed before we talk about it." In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhang Yang was not in a hurry to transfer the money. He waited for Su Qingqian to ask the company's people to draft the investment contract, and then confirmed it formally, and finally signed and transferred the money without any delay. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for your trust. It's a pleasure to work with you." After Zhang Yang signed the contract and completed the transfer, Su Qingqian stood up and extended her hand to Zhang Yang. "It's a pleasure to work with you." Seeing this, Zhang Yang also stood up and gently shook hands with Su Qingqian. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a crisp knock on the door of the president's office. "Come in." Su Qingqian withdrew her hand and uttered two words lightly. With a creaky sound, the office door opened from the outside. "Qingqian, I heard that you were sick again. Are you feeling better now?" At the same time, a gentle and graceful voice came from the door. Zhang Yang subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young woman in her early 20s, very beautiful, walking into the office with a smile on her face. The woman had an impeccable face, eyebrows like a painting, and long hair like a waterfall. Under the white long skirt is a graceful and exquisite figure, revealing a delicate and gentle temperament, which easily makes people feel close to her. The moment he saw the woman, Zhang Yang's heart couldn't help but beat suddenly. When the woman saw Zhang Yang, she was slightly stunned, then apologized, "I'm sorry, I didn't know you had guests, Qingqian." While speaking, he also gave Zhang Yang an apologetic look. Su Qingqian heard what the woman said and said in a gentle voice, "It doesn't matter, we have already discussed our business." Zhang Yang's mind moved slightly, and he asked Su Qingqian, "Boss Su, who is this lady?" When Su Qingqian heard Zhang Yang ask, she didn't think much about it and introduced casually, "This is my good friend Yi Qingxue." Then, Su Qingqian said to Yi Qingxue, "This is my neighbor, Zhang Yang, who is also our company's business partner." Zhang Yang took the initiative to extend his hand to Yi Qingxue and said with a smile, "Hello, Miss Yi, nice to meet you." "Hello." Yi Qingxue stretched out her hand and shook hands with Zhang Yang gently, responding softly, "Boss Su, Miss Yi, you guys chat, I'm leaving first." After shaking hands with Yi Qingxue, Zhang Yang smiled and said goodbye to Su Qingqian and Yi Qingxue. "Mr. Zhang, take care." Yi Qingxue nodded to Zhang Yang and spoke gently. Su Qingqian just nodded slightly and didn't say anything. After watching Zhang Yang leave, Yi Qingxue closed the office door again and talked to Su Qingqian about her illness. Su Qingqian inadvertently mentioned Zhang Yang again, which gave Yi Qingxue a general impression of Zhang Yang. On the other side, after Zhang Yang left the office, he took the elevator downstairs and then returned to his car. After returning to the car, Zhang Yang did not start the car and leave directly. Instead, he communicated with the system again in his mind and checked his attribute panel. Host, Zhang Yang. Strength, 40 strong. Speed, 18 weak. Constitution, 20 weak. Spirit, 30 normal. Super rich points, 320. Skills, basic driving skills, basic computer skills, god-level medical skills. Looking at the extra 320 points on the system panel, Zhang Yang nodded with satisfaction, and then started to add points to his various attributes. Chapter 25, The Limits of Ordinary People, Lu Xin Visits. 1 rich point can increase 1 attribute point. Zhang Yang directly increased the 4 attributes of strength, speed, physique and spirit to the ordinary person's limit of 100. At this moment, Zhang Yang felt that his whole body was filled with explosive power, and his speed increased by who knows how many times. In addition, his physical condition has become extremely strong, and his mental perception of everything around him has become extremely clear.
and his rich points were only 28 points left. Zhang Yang was planning to add these 20 points to the strength item again, but he found that it could not be increased.
System, what's going on?
After discovering this situation, Zhang Yang immediately asked the system in his heart.
Warm reminder, the host's current attributes have reached the limit of ordinary people. It needs to consume 1000 godly points to break through the limit of ordinary people. Please keep up the good work. As soon as Zhang Yang finished asking the question, the system immediately responded. What? 1000 godly points?
Zhang Yang was shocked when he heard the system's response. For every 10 million you spend, you can get 1 super rich point. 1000 super rich points means a consumption of 10 billion. Zhang Yang had finally found an opportunity to invest in Hong Kong Pharmaceutical Group, which cost him 3.2 billion.
I don't know when I will have such an opportunity again.
Thinking of this, Zhang Yang couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. It seemed that he had to find more ways to spend money.
Buzz.
Zhang Yang was thinking about how to spend his money when the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated.
Zhang Yang immediately put away his thoughts, took out his cell phone, and answered the call casually. Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Yan?
As soon as the phone was connected, a respectful voice came from the other end.
It's me, who are you?
Hearing Zhang Yang's affirmative answer, the other party immediately became more respectful.
Hello, Mr. Zhang.
I am Wu Jianba, the general manager of Chujiang Group, and also one of the company's directors. Shareholders of the company, I hope to meet with you and report to you in person.
What do you think?
When Wu Jianba said this, his attitude was extremely respectful and his tone seemed somewhat cautious. Because he was unsure of the temperament of their new chairman, he did not dare to neglect or offend him in the slightest. Wu Jianba and the company's shareholders also suddenly received news this morning that the chairman of their group company was replaced by Zhang Yang.
For Wu Jianba and the company's shareholders, this is like a magnitude 12 earthquake. After discussing in the work group, the remaining shareholders finally decided to let Wu Jianba come forward and invite Zhang Yang to meet. They wanted to see what kind of person the new chairman was so as to decide how to get along with him in the future. After hearing what Wu Jianba said, Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment, then said, I just happen to have nothing to do today, so I'll go directly to the company later. Wu Jianba was slightly stunned when he heard this.
He didn't expect Zhang Yang to agree so readily, and even decided to go to the company immediately. This made Wu Jianba feel a little uneasy. Despite this, Wu Jianba still said respectfully, okay, then I will notify the remaining shareholders to come to the company as soon as possible to wait for the chairman to come together.
Zhang Yang smiled and said, if someone is out of town and can't make it in time, that's fine. I'm mainly going to the company to take a look. There's no need to make a big fuss. Yes, thank you for your understanding, Chairman. When Wu Jianba heard Zhang Yang's words, he immediately expressed his gratitude. Okay, that's it. It will probably take me about an hour to get there. I'll hang up now.
After Zhang Yang finished speaking, he hung up the phone.
Since I have nothing to do, I might as well go and see what my new company is like.
Zhang Yang put away his phone, smiled and muttered to himself, then turned on the navigation, started the car and headed directly to the headquarters of Chujiang Group. On the other side, in the general manager's office of Chujiang Group, Wu Jianba listened to the beep sound of his mobile phone, reached out and wiped his forehead, breathed a sigh of relief, and muttered to himself. It seems that this new chairman is not difficult to talk to, but I can't take it lightly. After talking to himself, Wu Jianba immediately conveyed Zhang Yang's intention to all the directors of the company and the work group.
After receiving the news, the directors had different thoughts.
Those who are in Jiangcheng, of course, rushed to the headquarters of Chujiang Group without stopping. As for those shareholders who are now far away and have no time to rush back, they can only pray in their hearts that Zhang Yang will not make things difficult for them because they were not present this time. After contacting all the directors, Wu Jianba immediately instructed employees at all levels at the Chujiang Group headquarters to prepare to welcome the new chairman, and required everyone to abide by the company's rules and regulations and not make any mistakes. Just when everyone in Chujiang Group was busy and nervous because of the upcoming arrival of the new chairman Zhang Yang, a red BMW slowly drove into the open-air parking space at the gate of Chujiang Group. After the car stopped, a beautiful woman with long hair, wearing a black business suit, a white shirt, high heels and glasses, stepped down from the passenger seat. At the same time, a capable woman with short hair who looked to be in her 20s in the driver's seat also opened the car door and walked out.
Mr. Liu, I was just about to open your car door, why did you get out by yourself?
After the short-haired woman got out of the car, she quickly walked to the long-haired woman and spoke politely. If Zhang Yang were here, he would recognize at a glance that Mr. Lu was none other than Lu Xian, the acting general manager of Shangda Group whom he recently appointed. As for the short-haired capable woman, she is Lu Xian's assistant and driver, named Miao Lan.
Lu Xian shook his head and said, I have hands and feet, so what if I can open the car door myself? Well, there is no need to mention these trivial matters. Business is more important.
I hope that this trip to Chujiang Group will not be another wasted effort.
Miao Lan said quickly after hearing this, of course not.
Although Fan Jian and his son have some connections, Chujiang Group is the #1 supplier of raw materials in Jiangcheng.
They definitely don't have the ability to intervene.
Lu Xian nodded, without saying anything more, and took Miao Lan directly to the lobby of Chujiang Group. The two of them quickly walked to the front desk of the Chujiang Group lobby.
Hello, what can I do for you? Seeing Lu Xian and Miao Lan coming over, the receptionist smiled professionally and asked politely. Lu Xian said, Hello, I want to talk to Director Huang of your marketing department. Can you tell me how to get to his office? The receptionist heard this, smiling and asked politely, Excuse me, ma'am, do you have an appointment? Chapter 26 Shameless Conditions, Arrival at Chujiang Group. Lu Xian said, I have already made an appointment with your Director Huang. The receptionist asked, What's your name, ma'am? My name is Lu Xian, and I'm the acting general manager of Shangda Group. Lu Xian did not hide anything and directly reported his name and identity. Okay, please wait a moment.
I'll contact Director Huang's office for you, the receptionist politely replied, then picked up the landline phone on the desk and dialed. The call was connected quickly, and the receptionist explained the situation to the person on the other end of the phone and confirmed that Lu Xian did have an appointment with the director of the marketing department.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I've kept you waiting.
I'll take you to the director's office right away, the receptionist said with a smile after hanging up the phone. She then said something to her colleague, walked out of the counter and headed towards the elevator.
Sorry for the trouble, Lu Xian replied politely, and took Miao Lan and the receptionist to the elevator. Led by the receptionist, Lu Xian and Miao Lan soon arrived at the office of the director of marketing department of Chujiang Group. Afterwards, the receptionist said goodbye and left. The director of the marketing department is named Huang Yunlin, a middle-aged fat man with a slightly bald head and a round face that looks a bit greasy. When he saw Lu Xian, his eyes lit up. Hello, Director Huang. I am Lu Xian, the acting general manager of Shangda Group. We have communicated over the phone before. After seeing Huang Yunlin, Lu Xian took the initiative to step forward and say hello.
Huang Yunlin showed a kind smile on his face, stretched out his hand to gesture to the office chair opposite, and said with a smile, Mr. Lu, please take a seat.
Thanks. Lu Xian thanked him and then sat directly opposite Huang Yunlin. As for Miao Lan, she just stood behind Lu Xian.
Although Lu Xian is the general manager of Shangda Group and Huang Yunlin is only the director of marketing department of Chujiang Group, due to the size of the company, Lu Xian still has to be inferior to Huang Yunlin.
Huang Yunlin didn't say much and asked his assistant to serve tea to Lu Xian. After the tea was served, while the two drank the tea, Huang Yunlin took the initiative to say, I already know the purpose of Mr. Lu's visit. However, Mr. Fan has already greeted me before you and expressed his intention. I also promised Mr. Fan that I would consider it, so I am afraid that I can't help Mr. Lu, unless. When Lu Xian heard the first half of the sentence, her heart sank. She didn't expect that Fan Jian had contacted Huang Yunlin in advance, and it seemed that he had given Huang Yunlin a lot of benefits. In this case, her plan to get Shangda Group and Chujiang Group to cooperate would be even more hopeless. However, after hearing the second half of Huang Yunlin's words, Lu Xian felt hopeful again and asked quickly, unless what? Director Huang, if you have any requests, please let us know.
Our company will definitely try its best to meet them.
Huang Yunlin glanced at Lu Xian with a half smile, and then said, How can this kind of thing be made public? I want to talk to Mr. Lu alone. As he spoke, Huang Yunlin glanced at Miao Lan behind Lu Xian.
When Lu Xian heard Huang Yunlin's words, his expression changed slightly. After a slight hesitation, he turned around and said to Miao Lan behind him, Assistant Miao, go out and wait for me first. This is Mr. Lu. Miao Lan hesitated for a moment, but finally had to agree, then turned and left the office.
Huang Yunlin then said to his assistant, You can go out too, and close the door. Yes, Director. Huang Yunlin's assistant agreed, turned around and left the office, closing the door.
Seeing this, Lu Xian had a bad feeling in his heart and asked Huang Yunlin, Director Huang, now can you tell me what it takes for you to agree to cooperate with our Shangda Group?
Huang Yunlin picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and smiled. It's actually very simple.
I fell in love with Mr. Lu the first time I saw him. As long as Mr. Lu agrees to spend a night with me, I will agree to cooperate with Xiangda Group.
How about it? You are shameless. Lu Xian didn't expect that Huang Yunlin's condition was this.
His face immediately turned cold, he stood up abruptly, and shouted coldly.
Huang Yunlin said calmly, Boss Lu, you have to think it over. Boss Fan has already contacted many material suppliers in Jiangchang.
If our Chujiang Group sends out another signal, I believe that no company in the entire Jiangchang will be willing to cooperate with your Xiangda. As far as I know, you are only the acting general manager now.
You have just taken office and you have brought the company down. I am afraid that not only will you lose your position, but you will also not be able to explain to your boss, right?
When Lu Xian heard Huang Yunlin's threatening words, his face became even uglier, and he said angrily, I will never agree to your shameless conditions. I don't believe that you can cover the sky with one hand in Jiangchang.
After saying that, Lu Xian turned around angrily and walked out of the office. Huang Yunlin smiled and said, I'm waiting for Mr. Lu to change his mind at any time. Lu Xian ignored Huang Yunlin and slammed the door shut after leaving the office. Then he said to Miao Lan at the door, let's go back.
Seeing this, Miao Lan hurriedly followed Lu Xian and walked towards the elevator hall.
After leaving the sight of others, Miao Lan asked in a low voice, Mr. Lu, is the matter not settled? What should we do next?
Lu Xian was still furious and said, if I had known Huang Yunlin was such a shameless person, I shouldn't have come to him. I really have no choice but to ask the chairman for help. When Miao Lan heard Lu Xian's words, her eyes lit up and she thought of the mysterious new chairman of their company. Lu Xian and Miao Lan didn't know that the chairman they were talking about had just arrived at the Chujiang Group headquarters at this moment. At the gate of Chujiang Group, Zhang Yang parked the Apollo supercar in an open-air parking space, and then went directly to the front desk hall of Chujiang Group. As soon as Zhang Yang walked into the front lobby of Chujiang Group, he saw a group of men and women in suits walking towards him quickly. Welcome Mr. Zhang to visit our company to inspect and guide our work. The group of people came and stood 1 meter in front of Zhang Yang, bowed to Zhang Yang and spoke respectfully. No need to be so polite, Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile when he saw this, and then asked, who among you is Mr. Wu Jianba? Hearing Zhang Yang's words, a middle-aged man with a slicked back hair and a square face, who looked to be in his early 40s, stepped forward and said respectfully, in reply to the chairman, I am Wu Jianba. Zhang Yang nodded slightly towards Wu Jianba and said casually, hello, Mr. Wu, please take me to the office first. It may not be a good idea for us to gather here together. As he spoke, Zhang Yang gestured to the company employees around him who were watching them attentively. Mr. Zhang is right. Please come in. Upon hearing this, Wu Jianba quickly responded and then stretched out his hand to indicate the direction. Zhang Yang nodded slightly and walked forward. Wu Jianba and others hurriedly followed Zhang Yang and walked towards the elevator entrance. The group had just reached the elevator entrance and Wu Jianba was about to press the elevator button when suddenly there was a ding sound and the elevator door opened. Chapter 27 Solving the Trouble, Lu Xian is shocked. The elevator door opened and 2 graceful figures walked out of the elevator. They were Lu Xian and Miao Lan who had just come out of the marketing director's office. As soon as Lu Xian got out of the elevator, he saw a group of men and women in suits gathered at the elevator entrance. They looked like the top executives of Chujiang Group. He couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Boss Lu, look, it's Boss Zhang. At this time, Miao Lan, who was standing beside Lu Xian, spotted Zhang Yang behind Wu Jianba and quickly reminded Lu Xian in surprise. After hearing Miao Lan's reminder, Lu Xian subconsciously started searching on the opposite side. He soon saw Zhang Yang and a look of joy appeared on his face. Ladies, please make way. We need to take the elevator. Wu Jianba didn't know Lu Xian and Miao Lan. Seeing them standing at the elevator entrance, he couldn't help but remind them. I'm sorry, Lu Xian apologized to Wu Jianba, then took 2 steps forward, walked in front of Zhang Yang, and said respectfully, hello, Mr. Zhang. Wu Jianba frowned when he saw Lu Xian actually blocking Zhang Yang. He asked in a serious tone, Miss, who are you? If you have anything to say, please come to me later. Don't waste our director Zhang's time. Obviously, Wu Jianba misunderstood and thought that Lu Xian wanted to go over their head and find their chairman to handle the matter. Zhang Yang smiled and said, Mr. Wu may have misunderstood. This is Mr. Lu Xian, the general manager of my other company. Wu Jianbo looked a little embarrassed when he heard Zhang Yang's words, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I didn't understand the situation."
No problem. Zhang Yang waved his hand to show that he didn't care, and then looked at Lu Xian and said, "Boss Lu, why are you here too? Are you planning to discuss some cooperation with Chujiang Group?" Lu Xian still didn't quite understand the relationship between Zhang Yang and Wu Jianbo and the others at this time, but Wu Jianbo seemed to respect Zhang Yang very much, so he couldn't help but feel more confident and said to Zhang Yang, "Yes, Mr. Zhang. Our company is in urgent need of a batch of raw materials recently. However, due to Fan Jin's deliberate disruption, most of our previous partners made excuses to shirk their responsibilities. So I thought of cooperating with Chujiang Group."
Zhang Yang frowned slightly when he heard this.
After I fired Fan Jian, was he still dancing happily? Why didn't you report this to me? Lu Xian said quickly, "I don't want to cause trouble for the chairman just after taking office, so I plan to solve this problem myself as much as possible."
Zhang Yang smiled and said, "So that's how it is."
"Have you reached an agreement with Chujiang Group?" Lu Xian said apologetically, "I'm sorry to disappoint the chairman. We haven't reached an agreement yet." Zhang Yang said, "What's the reason why we didn't reach an agreement? Is there something about Shangda Group that doesn't meet the requirements of Chujiang Group? Tell me and see if I can help you solve it."
Miao Lan, who was standing by, heard this and said quickly without waiting for Lu Xian to speak, "Chairman, our company meets all the requirements. It's just that the director of the marketing department of Chujiang Group deliberately made things difficult for Mr. Lu, so we didn't reach a cooperation agreement."
After listening to Zhang Yang's words, Wu Jianbo and several directors of Chujiang Group now understand Lu Xian's identity. At the same time, it also became clear that the Shangda Group mentioned by Zhang Yang just now is also Zhang Yang's company. Hearing what Miao Lan said, that the marketing director of their Chujiang Group was deliberately making things difficult for Lu Xian, Wu Jianbo and the others couldn't help but slightly change their expressions. Especially Wu Jianbo, he cursed Huang Yunlin in his heart. In order to make amends, Wu Jianbo quickly said, "Hello, Mr. Lu. I am Wu Jianbo, the general manager of Chujiang Group. Regarding the cooperation between Shangda Group and Chujiang Group, we will arrange a time later and I will discuss it with you face to face. I will definitely give Shangda Group the greatest discount. Do you think it's okay?"
While speaking, Wu Jianbo took out one of his business cards and handed it to Lu Xian with both hands.
After Lu Xian learned of Wu Jianbo's identity, he was shocked.
Seeing his humble attitude towards him, he couldn't help but feel confused and subconsciously looked towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang smiled and nodded when he saw this, saying, "Since Mr. Wu said so, let's handle it this way. Mr. Lu, please save Mr. Wu's business card first, and you can contact each other directly by phone later to arrange a time for the discussion."
"Yes," Lu Xian replied respectfully, took Wu Jianbo's business card with both hands, and thanked Wu Jianbo again.
Zhang Yang saw that the problem was almost solved, so he said, "Let's leave it at that for now. Mr. Lu, go back to the company and tell everyone not to worry about the raw materials. In the future, Chujiang Group will reach in-depth cooperation with Shangda Group, and the future of Shangda Group will only be brighter."
Upon hearing this, Wu Jianbo quickly said, "Mr. Zhang is right. From now on, Chujiang Group will be the most loyal partner of Shangda Group." When Lu Xian heard Zhang Yang and Wu Jianbo say this, he quickly said, "I see. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, and Mr. Wu." Wu Jianbo repeatedly said, "You're welcome."
Zhang Yang said casually, "Okay, we still have some things to do here.
You should go back and appease the company first.
As for Fan Jian's matter, you should sort it out and report to me later.
Since he keeps jumping around, I have to teach him a lesson." "Yes, Mr. Zhang."
Upon hearing this, Lu Xian respectfully agreed, then nodded to Wu Jianbo and other senior executives of the Chujiang Group, and went out of the Chujiang Group with Miao Lan.
Just after leaving the front hall of Chujiang Group, Lu Xian couldn't help but ask Miao Lan beside him, "Xiao Miao, what do you think is the relationship between Director Zhang and Chujiang Group? Why do I feel that Mr. Wu of Chujiang Group and those company executives are very respectful to Director Zhang?" In fact, Lu Xian also had some guesses in her mind, but she was still a little unsure. When Miao Lan heard Lu Xian's question, she thought for a moment and said, "I think that Director Zhang is probably also the boss of Chujiang Group, or at least a major shareholder. Otherwise, Mr. Wu of Chujiang Group and those company executives wouldn't have to curry favor with Director Zhang so much." Moreover, when Director Zhang casually said that Chujiang Group would have in-depth cooperation with Shangda Group in the future, Director Wu of Chujiang Group immediately solemnly stated that Chujiang Group would be a loyal partner of Shangda Group in the future. This also shows that Director Zhang has a strong say in Chujiang Group.
Lu Xian nodded silently when he heard this, without saying much, but in his heart he agreed with Miao Lan's judgment. Looking at Wu Jianba's business card in his hand and thinking about the upcoming cooperation with Chu Jiang Group, Lu Xian's tense nerves in recent days finally relaxed. On the other side, after Lu Xian and Miao Lan left, Zhang Yang, led by Wu Jianba, arrived at the high-level conference room of Chu Jiang Group and formally met Wu Jianba, the directors, and the company's senior executives. At the same time, he also listened to reports from Wu Jianba and others on various aspects of the Chu Jiang Group. By the way, Mr. Wu, I have a small matter that you can handle for me. Zhang Yang thought for a moment and called Wu Jianba after the meeting.
I wonder what Mr. Zhang is referring to.
Upon hearing this, Wu Jianba immediately spoke respectfully.
Chapter 28, Car Accident.
On the one hand, we should deal with the cooperation with Shangda Group as soon as possible. Of course, we should achieve a win-win situation for both parties, rather than helping Shangda Group at the expense of Chu Jiang Group. On the other hand, we should investigate the director of the marketing department.
If he behaves improperly, we should fire him directly.
Zhang Yang did not beat around the bush and directly stated his request. Upon hearing this, Wu Jianba quickly said, "Chairman, rest assured, I will handle it properly."
Zhang Yang nodded slightly. That's it, please pay more attention to the company's affairs. If you have any questions, feel free to call me. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Chairman, take care. When Wu Jianba heard Zhang Yang's words, he spoke respectfully and bowed to Zhang Yang's side, and sent Zhang Yang to the elevator. At Zhang Yang's request, he stayed at the elevator entrance and did not follow him into the elevator. After Zhang Yang left Chu Jiang Group, he saw that it was already noon, so he randomly found a restaurant outside to have a meal. After dinner, Zhang Yang had nothing to do, so he drove back home. Zhang Yang had just returned home when he received an email from Lu Xian, which contained some information about Fan Jian. Fan Jian has worked in Shangda Group for more than 10 years and can be said to know Shangda Group very well. In addition, he has been the general manager of the company for several years. Shangda Group's external cooperation generally has to go through him, so Fan Jian is also very good at dealing with Shangda Group. Fan Jian was very upset because he was fired by Zhang Yang, so he thought about revenge. However, he had no way to take revenge on Zhang Yang himself, so he had to target the Shangda Group under Zhang Yang's name. After leaving Shangda Group, Fan Jian went directly to a company called Tianlei Group. The Tianlei Group and the Shangda Group were originally competitors. After Fan Jian arrived at Tianlei Group, he colluded with Li Tianxue, the boss of Tianlei Group, and lured all of Shangda Group's original partners to Tianlei Group. In addition, Fan Jian and Li Tianxue also used their previous connections to contact as many raw material suppliers as possible and asked them to refuse to cooperate with Shangda Group. Because Fan Jian had a lot of information about Shangda Group, he could easily point out all aspects that were unfavorable to the cooperation, so it was so smooth. In addition, Fan Jian also contacted Huang Yunlin of Chu Jiang Group and bribed Huang Yunlin. However, Huang Yunlin did not take Fan Jian seriously, so he wanted to have the best of both worlds, accepting Fan Jian's bribe and wanting to get Lu Xian's body. After reading the email sent by Lu Xian, Zhang Yang couldn't help but frown slightly. Although he is now worth a lot and is the boss of several companies, it seems that he really has no good way to deal with this guy Fan Jian. As for Li Tianxue and Tianlei Group, they are relatively easier to deal with. After a brief pause, Zhang Yang took out his cell phone and called Tian Honglu, the general manager of Tianhe Building Property Management. "Hello, Mr. Zhang, what can I do for you?" After the call was connected, Tian Honglu's respectful voice came immediately. Zhang Yang said, "It's not really an order, I just want to ask you for a favor." Immediately, Zhang Yang told Tian Honglu about the matter of Fan Jian and his son, as well as the matter of Tianlei Group. After hearing this, Tian Honglu immediately said, "Tianlei Group's matter is easiest to handle. We can directly contact the group companies that supply raw materials and restrict their supply, which will deal a big blow to them. As for Fan Jian and his son, perhaps we need to use some special means." Zhang Yang said, "I just want to teach Fan Jian and his son a profound lesson. As for how to proceed, you can do whatever you want. Just let me know the final result. Of course, try not to cause any lawsuits." Tian Honglu immediately assured him when he heard this, "Don't worry, Mr. Zhang, this will definitely not happen. I promise to help you get it done properly." Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Tian. As for the Tianlei Group, I'll contact someone to handle it. You just need to teach Fan Jian and his son a lesson." "Okay, Mr. Zhang," Tian Honglu heard Zhang Yang say, and agreed without asking any further questions. "That's it, goodbye," Zhang Yang said and hung up the phone.
After a pause, Zhang Yang called Wu Jianba again. Professional matters should be handled by professionals, and it would be more appropriate to let Chu Jiang Group handle the Tianlei Group.
After Wu Jianba received Zhang Yang's instructions, he agreed without hesitation.
After explaining everything to Tian Hanlu and Wu Jianba, Zhang Yang just spent his time at home browsing on his phone.
The afternoon passed in a flash.
At night, Zhang Yang looked in the refrigerator and found nothing he wanted to eat, so he went out directly, drove the Apollo, and planned to go out for a meal. Anyway, he has more money than he can spend now, so he doesn't have to think for a long time every time he goes out to eat like he did before. After Zhang Yang drove the Apollo out of the Tiandiyanting community, just like before, most of the cars on the road would take the initiative to make way for him.
It seemed that Jiangchang was no longer the Jiangchang with traffic jams everywhere.
However, just when Zhang Yang was feeling the pleasure of having a smooth journey, he suddenly saw that 7 or 8 meters ahead, every lane of the road was completely blocked. Zhang Yang frowned, stopped the car and checked the situation ahead. It turned out that just 2 or 3 minutes ago, a chain rear-end collision occurred in front. Originally, there were only 3 cars involved in the accident. As a result, one car was hit, lost control and ran into the side lane, causing cars in several lanes to be hit and damaged, resulting in a serious traffic accident. Not only were the cars damaged, but several unlucky people also had their heads broken and were bleeding, and they passed out. The drivers behind were unaware of the situation here. Vehicles were constantly rushing here, so the traffic jam became more and more serious, and Zhang Yang's car was also trapped here.
My luck is so bad. If I had known this would happen, I would have come out a few minutes earlier.
Zhang Yang looked at the traffic jam all around him and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Complaints aside, at this moment, Zhang Yang could only wait obediently where he was. After all, even if others wanted to give way to him at this time, they couldn't do so.
Ha! She's here too? Suddenly, Zhang Yang saw a young woman in a white dress, very beautiful, walking out of a white Maserati sedan not far ahead.
She was walking quickly towards the wounded in the car ahead.
Chapter 29, A Heroic Act, A Miracle Doctor is Alive?
This young woman was none other than Yi Qingxue, Su Qingqian's best friend whom Zhang Yang had met before at Hong Kong Hospital Group. Yi Qingxue was carrying a first aid kit on her shoulder. Zhang Yang looked for a while and found that Yi Qingxue had come to the injured person in front. It turned out that she was giving first aid to the injured in the car accident. Yi Qingxue performed first aid on 2 or 3 people in succession, with good results. However, when facing the 4th injured person, she seemed to have encountered difficulties and hesitated to take action. Zhang Yang paused for a moment, opened the car door, and walked quickly to Yi Qingxue.
Hello, Miss Yi, nice to see you again. I see you're in trouble, are you?
Yi Qingxue was also a little surprised to see Zhang Yang, and responded softly, it turns out to be Mr. Zhang, hello. It's like this, the injured person was not wearing a seatbelt, and after the car crashed, he was seriously injured. He has symptoms such as chest pain, difficulty breathing, and hemorrhagic shock. Based on my experience, his heart is likely to have suffered a penetrating injury and needs immediate rescue, but in the current environment, rescue is impossible.
If we wait until the ambulance arrives, I'm afraid it will be too late. Doctor, please save my dad.
At this time, the family members of the injured person nearby also heard Yi Qingxue's words and hurriedly asked Yi Qingxue for help. Yi Qingxue heard this and said with some embarrassment, it's not that I don't want to save people, but this injured person needs surgery, and the tools and conditions here are not enough to support the operation.
Please, doctor, please save my dad. When the injured person's family heard Yi Qingxue's words, their faces suddenly turned pale. They didn't know what to do, so they knelt down in front of Yi Qingxue and asked Yi Qingxue for help again.
Get up quickly. Upon seeing this, Yi Qingxue hurried forward to support the injured person's family. However, the injured person's family members insisted on kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, and were unwilling to get up.
Yi Qingxue was in a dilemma for a moment and really didn't know what to do.
Zhang Yang saw a set of silver needles for Chinese medicine and a small bottle of alcohol in the medical box that Yi Qingxue had placed beside him. He hesitated for a moment and then said, if I have knives and needles and thread, I can try to perform surgery on this uncle.
When the injured person's family heard Zhang Yang's words, they immediately turned to Zhang Yang and said excitedly, really? Doctor, thank you so much.
Zhang Yang said, ask the people around you first to see if they have any knives like fruit knives. You will also need a needle and thread and scissors.
Cotton thread is best. Thank you, doctor. I'll be there right away.
When the injured person's family heard Zhang Yang's words, they hurriedly thanked Zhang Yang, and then got up to find what Zhang Yang wanted.
Yi Qingxue was temporarily liberated because of this.
After seeing the injured person's family leave, Yi Qingxue leaned close to Zhang Yang and whispered, "What you just said was to temporarily stabilize the injured person's family, or is it true?" Using sewing needles and thread to sew wounds is not only difficult to operate, but also easy to cause wound infection.
More importantly, we don't have anesthetics here. If we don't use anesthetics to perform the surgery, I'm afraid the injured person will die from the pain before the surgery is completed.
Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "Right now, life is the most important thing. The infection problem can't be taken care of for the time being. As for the anesthesia problem, you have silver needles with you, so you can use acupuncture anesthesia." When Yi Qingxue heard Zhang Yang's words, she suddenly felt that what he said made sense, and then she asked, "Are you studying Chinese medicine or Western medicine?" Zhang Yang said, "You have learned a little bit of both Chinese and Western medicine." Yi Qingxue was slightly stunned when she heard this, and then asked, "Which hospital do you work in?"
"I'll talk to you about medical experience when I have time."
Zhang Yang shrugged slightly, "I don't work in the hospital."
Ah? Yi Qingxue couldn't help but be surprised when she heard Zhang Yang's words.
Just as I was about to ask something else, I saw the injured person's family members coming back with scissors, needles and thread, and fruit knives.
"Doctor, I have borrowed everything you need. Please save my dad."
When the injured person's family saw Zhang Yang, they immediately spoke excitedly.
"Don't worry, leave it to me." Zhang Yang took the things handed over by the injured person's family, nodded slightly, and spoke calmly. Seeing Zhang Yang's calm attitude, the injured person's family members couldn't help but calm down a bit.
Zhang Yang ignored the injured man's family and said to Yi Qingxue, "Miss Yi, could you please bring me the alcohol and silver needles from the medical kit?
Also, I need you to help me." "Are you sure this is okay?" After hearing that Zhang Yang was not working in the hospital, Yi Qingxue couldn't help but hesitate about what Zhang Yang had said before. Zhang Yang nodded and said, "I am very sure that there will be no problem, provided that we can't delay any further. Doctor, please, help me."
At this time, the injured person's family members asked Yi Qingxue for help again. Seeing this, Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth secretly and finally made up her mind to help Zhang Yang treat the injured person. Next, Zhang Yang skillfully cut off the injured person's clothes to expose his chest, and then disinfected the silver needles, thread, and knives with alcohol. Then, Zhang Yang skillfully inserted a silver needle into the injured man's chest and began this operation in a simple environment. Yi Qingxue originally had some doubts about Zhang Yang's medical skills, but after watching Zhang Yang's skillful acupuncture and surgery, she suddenly felt more confident.
Seeing Zhang Yang concentrating on saving people, Yi Qingxue was distracted without realizing it. "What are you thinking about? Hold it for me."
Seeing Yi Qingxue in a daze, Zhang Yang couldn't help but call her and handed the scissors in his hand to her.
"Ah!"
Hearing Zhang Yang shout, Yi Qingxue's face turned slightly red. She quickly took the scissors and observed the condition of the injured person. At this time, Zhang Yang had already used a fruit knife to cut open the victim's chest, and indeed saw that the heart had been penetrated by one of the victim's ribs. Zhang Yang handled every procedure carefully and finally sewed up the wound of the injured person. After doing all this, only more than 10 minutes had passed. At this time, the injured person's condition had obviously improved a lot.
"Thank you, doctor, for saving my dad." Upon seeing this, the injured person's family members hurriedly thanked Zhang Yang.
At this time, passers-by watching nearby also praised Zhang Yang.
"This guy is such a good doctor. Yes, both his medical skills and medical ethics are top-notch." "That's right. If all doctors in the world were like this, I believe people wouldn't have so many complaints about hospitals and doctors." What they don't know is that the good doctor they are talking about is actually not a doctor at all. Just as everyone was discussing it, the ambulance finally arrived.
Yi Qingxue explained the situation to the doctor in the ambulance, and then the injured person treated by Zhang Yang was anesthetized. Then Zhang Yang removed the silver needle, and then the nurse carried him into the ambulance. During this time, the road has also been cleared. Seeing this, Zhang Yang smiled and said to Yi Qingxue, "Miss Yi, I should go too, otherwise the traffic police will give me a ticket. Let's talk next time." After saying that, Zhang Yang was about to turn around and go back to his car. "Hey, wait." Seeing this, Yi Qingxue quickly called out to him. Solemn statement: the medical treatment methods in this chapter are completely fabricated, please do not take them seriously, thank you.
Chapter 30 Film Investment, New Sign In.
Zhang Yang paused when he heard this and asked, "What's wrong, Miss Yi?"
Yi Qingxue said, "Thank you for what happened just now. Not only did you save a life,
but you also helped me out.
Zhang Yang smiled and said, nothing.
Actually, I was inspired by justice when I saw Miss Yi helping the injured in the car accident.
Puff. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Yi Qingxue couldn't help but chuckle. Have you always spoken like this?
The infection of justice, this is the first time I've heard of such a statement.
Let's exchange contact information.
When I'm free some other day, I'll learn medical knowledge from you. Zhang Yang smiled and said, okay, but asking for your advice is too polite.
Let's communicate with each other.
After saying that, Zhang Yang told Yi Qingxue his cell phone number. Yi Qingxue dialed the number directly with her mobile phone, and soon Zhang Yang's phone rang. Seeing that the call was connected, Yi Qingxue said softly, this is my number, remember to save it. Of course, Zhang Yang nodded and agreed, and saved Yi Qingxue's number.
Ding ding.
Just then, a driver behind suddenly honked his horn. Others are urging us to leave, so we should also leave, otherwise the road will be blocked again, Zhang Yang said to Yi Qingxue with a smile when he saw this.
Yeah, bye.
Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxue nodded in response, then said goodbye to Zhang Yang.
Goodbye. Zhang Yang waved goodbye to Yi Qingxue, then turned and walked towards his car.
After returning to the car, Zhang Yang started the engine directly and the car rushed out quickly. When he walked to Yi Qingxue's car, he honked his horn to signal her, then drove away. When Yi Qingxue saw Zhang Yang driving away, she returned to her car, started the car, and started on the way home.
After Zhang Yang and Yi Qingxue parted ways, they drove to a nice restaurant and enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. After dinner, Zhang Yang planned to drive back.
Just then, his cell phone rang. Zhang Yang picked up the phone, glanced at the name on the caller ID, and answered the call casually. Hello, Mr. Chen, what's going on? The person on the other end of the phone was Chen Jinhao, the boss of Jinhao Entertainment.
Jinhao Entertainment Company is also one of the tenants of Tianhe Building. When Zhang Yang went to Tianhe Building for the first time, he met Chen Jinhao.
Jinhao Entertainment Company has a quasi-third-tier star named Lu Yueshi, who is the favorite star of Zhang Yang's sister Zhang Yu. Zhang Yang casually mentioned Lu Yueshi in front of Chen Jinhao, and Chen Jinhao allocated a lot of film and television resources to Lu Yueshi. Zhang Yang also told Chen Jinhao that if there were any film or television projects that needed investment, he could contact him.
That's why Tian Honlu gave Zhang Yang's number to Chen Jinhao after asking Zhang Yang for permission. Of course, Tian Honlu also sent Chen Jinhao's number to Zhang Yang. Chen Jinhao said, Mr. Zhang, this is the case. Didn't you say before that I could find you for any film and television investment projects? I have a good movie recently, and I wonder if you are interested in investing? Zhang Yang was immediately interested when he heard what Chen Jinhao said. Of course, how much investment is needed?
Chen Jinhao said, it's about 400 to 500 million. The specific investment ratio and dividends will probably require a face-to-face discussion.
I don't know if you have time tomorrow.
I'll call the director and screenwriter together tomorrow and we can discuss it face-to-face.
Is that okay with you?
Hearing that the total investment was only 4 or 500 million, Zhang Yang couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but he didn't refuse. Zhang Yang said casually, no problem.
Tomorrow morning or afternoon? Where shall we meet?
Chen Jinhao said, let's have lunch together tomorrow at noon, and then talk about it in the afternoon.
What do you think? Okay, that's settled then. Okay, I'll send you the hotel box number after I book the hotel. Can.
Then I won't disturb Mr. Zhang's rest.
Goodbye, Mr. Zhang. Goodbye.
After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yang shook his head slightly, then started the car and quickly returned home. After returning home, Zhang Yang played with his mobile phone for a while, washed up, and went to bed to rest.
No words were spoken that night. Time quickly came to the next morning.
After Zhang Yang woke up, he immediately signed in.
System, sign in.
Zhang Yang had just given an order to the system in his heart when the mechanical voice of the system rang out again.
Ding, sign in successful.
Congratulations to the host, you have received 10 million in cash.
Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host, you won a Lamborghini Veneno. Ding, sign in successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the permanent ownership of Jiangcheng Pearl Hotel.
10 million in cash, a sports car, and a 5-star hotel, not bad, right? After listening to the content of the system reward, Zhang Yang whispered. Lamborghini Veneno can be said to be one of the rarest and most expensive super sports cars in Lamborghini's history. Currently, there are only 4 Lamborghini Veneno hardtop versions and 9 Veneno convertible models in the world.
In the country, Lamborghini Veneno, also known as the poison for car lovers, is loved by countless car fans.
Zhang Yang also likes this Lamborghini supercar very much.
However, before, he could only look at the pictures on the internet and was not even qualified to get close to them, let alone buy them. Even if you get the sign-in system and have hundreds of billions of funds, you can't just buy this car if you want. After all, there are only 13 of this car in the world, and none of the owners are short of money. Now that he had obtained it by signing in, Zhang Yang had made up for a small regret. As for Jiangcheng Pearl Hotel, it is a top 5-star hotel in Jiangcheng and is worth a lot of money. It has a very good reputation in Jiangcheng and has many loyal customers.
Not long ago, the girlfriend of Zhang Yang's classmate and good friend Lin Feng held a birthday party in this hotel.
In comparison, the 10 million in cash seemed a bit shabby. However, Zhang Yang did not despise it. After all, what's there to be dissatisfied about if it's free money? After checking the content of the reward, Zhang Yang calmed down, got up, washed up, then went to the garage and drove the newly arrived Lamborghini Veneno.
In a happy mood, he had breakfast outside and took a ride.
While I was taking a ride, my cell phone rang. Zhang Yang pulled over nearby and then answered the phone casually.
"Hello, are you Mr. Zhang Yang?"
As soon as the call was connected, a polite voice came from the other end.
Zhang Yang said calmly, "It's me, who are you?" Chapter 31 Rushing to the Hospital.
"Hello, this is Jiangcheng Chinese Medicine Hospital.
Are you Zhang Yu's brother?
Your sister Zhang Yu is currently hospitalized in our hospital, so you may need to come over." The person on the other end of the phone heard Zhang Yang's words and immediately spoke politely.
"What happened to my sister?" Zhang Yang's face suddenly changed when he heard this, and he asked quickly.
"Further diagnosis is needed at this moment, but you may have to be mentally prepared. Your sister may have cancer in her stomach."
Hearing Zhang Yang's question, the other party said it again. "Which department and ward is my sister in? I'll be there right away."
After hearing what the other party said, Zhang Yang could no longer sit still and asked immediately. Although the other party said that further confirmation was needed, Zhang Yang understood that the other party only said so for the sake of safety. When the other party heard Zhang Yang's question, he immediately told him the department and ward number where Zhang Yu was. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yang no longer had any mood to go for a ride. He immediately turned the car around and quickly drove towards Jiangcheng Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. More than 20 minutes later, Zhang Yang arrived at Jiangcheng Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital and arrived at the ward where Zhang Yu was.
Elder brother. Seeing Zhang Yang coming, Zhang Yu's eyes suddenly turned red.
He sat up from the hospital bed, threw himself on Zhang Yang's shoulder, choked and shouted, but could not utter a word.
Zhang Yang patted Zhang Yu's back gently and consoled her, "Don't worry, it might be a misdiagnosis. Even if it is cancer, it's no big deal. Medicine is so advanced nowadays, it can definitely be cured." Yeah, Zhang Yu just nodded in response to Zhang Yang's comfort, and didn't say much.
Next, Zhang Yang asked the doctor about the details and learned how Zhang Yu was diagnosed with gastric cancer. Zhang Yu is 2 years younger than Zhang Yang and is currently a sophomore at Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology. This morning, when he was queuing for food in the cafeteria, he suddenly felt a stomachache and soon passed out from the pain. When Zhang Yu's roommate saw this, he immediately asked someone to help send her to the school infirmary. However, the school clinic's medical facilities were limited and were completely unable to cope with Zhang Yu's situation. They simply gave her a painkiller injection, but it didn't have much effect. Afterwards, Zhang Yu's counselor contacted an ambulance and sent Zhang Yu to Jiangcheng Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, a tertiary hospital relatively close to Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology. After examination and diagnosis at the hospital, it was concluded that Zhang Yu had stomach cancer, simply put, gastric cancer. After all this ordeal, Zhang Yu finally came to his senses. After learning about his illness, Zhang Yu was immediately shocked. However, when the doctor and counselor wanted to contact the family, Zhang Yu calmed down a little and asked them to contact Zhang Yang. On the one hand, Zhang Yang was in Jiangcheng, which was relatively close. On the other hand, Zhang Yu didn't want to make his parents, who were working in the south, worry.
"Thank you, Mr. Tan, for sending my sister to the hospital in time."
After understanding the situation, Zhang Yang turned around and thanked a middle-aged woman in her 30s in the ward. Zhang Yu also introduced this person to him just now.
"This person is Zhang Yu's counselor, named Tan Lin."
Hearing this, Tan Lin shook her head and said, "This is what I should do."
"There is nothing to be thankful for. I just feel a little sorry for Zhang Yu. How could such a young girl get such a disease?" Sigh.
At this time, the doctor who had treated Zhang Yu before also came over and happened to hear what Tan Lin said, so he continued, "Actually, you don't have to worry too much. Zhang Yu's cancer is only in the early stages. Fortunately, it was discovered in time. As long as the bypass surgery is performed as soon as possible, there is a high probability that he can recover." Zhang Yang couldn't help but frown when he heard what the doctor said. "Aren't you a Chinese medicine hospital? Can't you use Chinese medicine? Why did you say I need surgery right away?" When the doctor heard Zhang Yang's words, he said solemnly, "Whether it is Chinese medicine or Western medicine, they are all for curing diseases and saving lives. There is no difference between them. However, in the treatment of cancer, Chinese medicine currently does not have a particularly good method. Naturally, I recommend a faster and more effective treatment." Zhang Yang said, "I understand what you mean. Although what you said is not wrong, I still don't want my sister to undergo surgery and a series of chemotherapy and other treatments." The doctor said in a deep voice, "Young man, this is a matter of life and death. You can't let your own willfulness harm your sister's life. You should understand that once the cancer has reached an advanced stage, there is no chance of saving it even with surgery." Tan Lin also persuaded at the side, "The doctor is right, Mr. Zhang, you should think about it carefully. Although Western medicine has certain sequelae, in the face of life, everything else must take a back seat. What do you think?" Zhang Yang said, "Thank you both for your kindness, but I still insist on my own idea. Please trouble this doctor to help my sister get discharged from the hospital. You are really unreasonable." When the doctor heard Zhang Yang's words, he became very angry. Seeing Zhang Yang's resolute attitude, Tan Lin persuaded Zhang Yu, who was lying on the bed, "Zhang Yu, can you persuade your brother?" Zhang Yu shook his head and said, "I'll listen to my brother. Besides, I don't want to have surgery, and I don't want to go through chemotherapy. It's scary just thinking about it. You brothers and sisters are really, alas." Seeing that Zhang Yu couldn't be persuaded, Tan Lin couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. "As a doctor, I advise you one last time. Stay in the hospital and get surgery as soon as possible. Don't delay the treatment, or you will regret it later." At this time, the doctor suppressed his anger and advised Zhang Yang and Zhang Yu again. "Thank you for your kindness, doctor. Please help my sister be discharged from the hospital." Zhang Yang didn't say much and still insisted on his opinion. Okay, go back and think about it carefully. You must seek treatment as soon as possible. If you don't trust our hospital, you can go to a big hospital in the imperial capital." Hearing this, the doctor shook his head helplessly and then said to Zhang Yang, "Come with me to complete the formalities." "Xiao Yu, wait for me for a moment, I'll be back soon," Zhang Yang said to Zhang Yu, and then followed the doctor to go through the discharge procedures. Not long after, the discharge procedures were completed. Before they parted, the doctor advised again, "Mr. Zhang, I advise you to consider your sister and not delay too long." "Okay, I understand," the doctor meant well. Zhang Yang did not argue. He just nodded in agreement and went back to the ward. "Mr. Zhang, why are you here?" Zhang Yang had just walked out of the doctor's office when a surprised voice suddenly came from behind him. Chapter 32, Meet Again and Have Fun. Zhang Yang looked back and found that it was Yi Qingxue whom he met at the car accident scene last night. At this moment, she was wearing a white coat. It turned out to be Miss Yi. "Do you work in this hospital?" Yi Qingxue said, "Well, I'm still in the internship stage." "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" The reason why Yi Qingxue asked this was because she saw the medical record in Zhang Yang's hand. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "It's not me, it's my sister. She's sick and I came here to see her." "So that's how it is. What disease does your sister have?" "I happen to work in this hospital. If you need any help, you can come to me." Yi Qingxue nodded in understanding and continued. Zhang Yang said, "Stomach cancer." "Ah." Yi Qingxue couldn't help but exclaimed when she heard Zhang Yang's words, and then quickly asked, "Is your sister okay? Which ward is she in? I'll go with you to see her." "I'm in pretty good shape now," Zhang Yang nodded, and then asked, "If you go, won't it affect your work?" Yi Qingxue said, "I'm just an intern now, so I'm not that busy. I'll go to the ward to take a look and recognize the people, and then I can take care of your sister." Zhang Yang said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I have already helped my sister to be discharged from the hospital." "Ah? Why are you discharging me from the hospital?" Yi Qingxue was puzzled when she heard Zhang Yang's words. Zhang Yang shook his head slightly, "Nothing, It's just that the doctor recommended a bypass surgery for my sister and I don't want her to suffer that.
Yi Qingxue persuaded, although you have to suffer for a while, life is more important after all, isn't it?
Zhang Yang said, I naturally know that life is more important. I plan to let my sister use traditional Chinese medicine for treatment. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxue couldn't help but look at Zhang Yang a few more times, and asked in a low voice, Are you planning to treat your sister yourself?
Is there anything wrong with that? Zhang Yang asked back, and then said, Okay, let's talk about it next time when I'm free. My sister is still waiting for me. After saying that, Zhang Yang turned around and walked towards the elevator. Seeing this, Yi Qingxue's eyes flashed, and then she quickly followed Zhang Yang and entered the elevator. Zhang Yang saw this and didn't say anything.
After a while, Zhang Yang returned to the ward where Zhang Yu was, and Yi Qingxue followed him in.
Brother, you're back. Have you completed the discharge procedures?
Zhang Yu asked when he saw Zhang Yang returning.
Zhang Yang nodded and said, It's done. You pack up and will be discharged from the hospital now.
Yeah, Zhang Yang just nodded in response when he heard Zhang Yang's words, his mood still a little low.
Yi Qingxue was more attentive.
Seeing that Zhang Yu was in a low mood, she stepped forward and said, Miss Zhang, don't have too much psychological burden.
For this kind of illness, relaxing your mood is also very beneficial. Someone once had cancer, but he didn't take it seriously and lived happily every day.
A few years later, he went for a checkup and found that the number of cancer cells had actually decreased by more than half.
Doctor, are you telling the truth?
When Zhang Yu heard Yi Qingxue's words, a look of hope suddenly appeared on his face, and he exclaimed in surprise.
Yi Qingxue nodded and said, Of course it's true. These can all be checked. Besides, I'm your brother's friend. I definitely won't lie to you.
Zhang Yang saw that Zhang Yu seemed to be in a better mood because of Yi Qingxue's words, so he also felt happy. He nodded and said with a smile, Dr. Yi is right. Mood also has a great influence on symptoms. Yeah, Zhang Yu nodded slightly when he heard Zhang Yang say that.
He felt a little more relaxed. He glanced at Yi Qingxue and asked Zhang Yang, Brother, when did you meet a beautiful lady like Dr. Yi?
Zhang Yang said casually, We just met in the past few days, what's the matter?
Oh, nothing, Zhang Yu nodded, looking thoughtful, and said nothing more.
Zhang Yang shook his head slightly upon seeing this and stopped talking nonsense. Next, with the help of Yi Qingxue, Zhang Yu took off his hospital gown and changed into his own clothes.
Then he said goodbye to Yi Qingxue and left the hospital with Zhang Yang. As for Zhang Yu's counselor Tan Lin, she naturally returned to school.
Brother, where did you get this sports car?
It's actually a Lamborghini.
After seeing Zhang Yang open the Lamborghini Veneno and sit in it, Zhang Yu immediately showed a surprised expression and exclaimed.
Zhang Yang said casually, I bought it. Get in the car. I'll take you for a spin in a supercar. Let the wind from the roadside blow away all the cancer cells. Hee hee, great.
Zhang Yu heard this, smiled and agreed, then sat directly in the passenger seat. After seeing Zhang Yu fasten his seatbelt, Zhang Yang immediately started the car and rushed out quickly. Zhang Yu sat in a Lamborghini supercar, looking at the endless stream of vehicles, which moved aside to make way for them. Facing the strong wind, he couldn't help but yell a few times as if to vent his anger. Zhang Yang took Zhang Yu for a walk outside for a few times, went to the pharmacy to buy a set of silver needles and disinfection equipment, and then took Zhang Yu back home. When Zhang Yu saw Zhang Yang's new home, he exclaimed again, Brother, when Mom told me that you got rich the other day, I thought she was joking, but I didn't expect you really got rich, and it looks like you got quite a lot of money, driving a luxury car and living in a luxury house. Zhang Yang smiled and said, Not bad, enough for you to spend in your lifetime. I'll transfer 1 million to you later, buy whatever you want, and tell me when you've spent it all, and I'll transfer more to you.
Oh my god, you're so arrogant? Brother, why do I feel like it's a little unreal? Come here and let me pinch you to see if I'm dreaming or not.
When Zhang Yu heard Zhang Yang's words, he immediately jumped up from the sofa and shouted in a strange manner.
Zhang Yang said unhappily, Why don't you pinch yourself?
Only by pinching yourself can you prove that you are not dreaming.
Zhang Yu said, That won't work. If I pinch myself, won't it hurt? Won't it hurt if you pinch me?
Zhang Yang rolled his eyes at Zhang Yu when he heard this. Of course, it won't hurt me if I pinch you.
Zhang Yu said, laughing. Forget it, I won't pinch you. If this is a dream, you'd better not wake up from it.
Seeing this, Zhang Yang shook his head, said nothing, and directly took out the silver needle he had just bought and disinfected it.
Brother, what are you doing?
Seeing this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but speak out of curiosity. Zhang Yang said calmly, "Of course I gave you acupuncture to treat your illness. Otherwise, why do you think I would discharge you from the hospital?" Chapter 33. Brother, you are so nice. Zhang Yu was surprised and said, "No way, brother. I've never heard that you've learned Chinese acupuncture. Don't scare me." Zhang Yang said, "Don't worry, how can I harm you? I inherited the skills of an old Chinese doctor, and my current medical skills are definitely the best in the country. Lie on the sofa and I will give you acupuncture." Zhang Yu shook his head and said, "No, it looks scary. How about you try it on another patient first, so that I can witness your medical skills?" Zhang Yang said angrily, "If you were not my sister, I would not bother to care about you. Do you think anyone can be cured by me? Let me give you an injection first. If there is any mistake, I will not give you another injection. Besides, whether or not I continue with the acupuncture, I can take you to meet your idol Lu Yueshi at noon today. How about that? Is it true that you can contact Lu Yueshi?" When Zhang Yu heard Zhang Yang's words, he couldn't help but express some doubt. Zhang Yang said, "I have met her several times before. The most important thing is that Lu Yueshi's boss Chen Jinhao plans to ask me for investment. He invited me to lunch at noon today. As long as I say a word, Chen Jinhao will naturally bring Lu Yueshi along. Also, if you don't let me use traditional Chinese medicine to treat you, then I will have no choice but to send you to the hospital again and let the doctor perform a gastrectomy on you. After the surgical wound heals, you will have to undergo chemotherapy and shave your head bald. It's your choice." Of course, Zhang Yang would not really let Zhang Yu go to the hospital for a gastrectomy. He said this just to deliberately scare Zhang Yu so that she would agree to acupuncture. Zhang Yu really gave in when she heard Zhang Yang's words, and said cautiously, "Okay, since I'm your sister, I'll be your guinea pig for once, but you told me to meet Lu Yueshi at noon, so I can't forget it." "Don't worry, I won't forget." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang agreed casually. It was just a matter of words, and he believed that Chen Jinhao would definitely give him this face. Then, "Come on, brother." After getting Zhang Yang's affirmation, Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and spoke to Zhang Yang with a heroic look. When Zhang Yang saw Zhang Yu's appearance, he couldn't help but shook his head. He was too lazy to say anything more. He directly took out the silver needle, disinfected it, and then began to give Zhang Yu acupuncture. Zhang Yu looked at Zhang Yang's familiar acupuncture techniques and couldn't help but be surprised. Moreover, she didn't feel any discomfort as Zhang Yang did the acupuncture. Her tense nerves finally relaxed. Not long after, dozens of silver needles were inserted into Zhang Yu's body, and Zhang Yang stopped and sat aside. "Hey, it really doesn't hurt. I didn't expect that you actually learned acupuncture." Zhang Yu looked at the silver needles sticking into his body, but he didn't feel any pain, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Zhang Yang said casually, "I have already told you that my medical skills are very advanced, but you just don't believe it. Now I believe it." Zhang Yu glanced at the silver needles on his body and nodded slightly. Next, Zhang Yang chatted casually with Zhang Yu, and Zhang Yu kept asking Zhang Yang about his situation. However, Zhang Yang just dealt with it casually. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Yang stood up again and skillfully removed all the silver needles from Zhang Yu's body. After disinfecting them, he put them back into the needle bag. "Hey, I feel a lot better." After Zhang Yang took back the silver needle, Zhang Yu felt his own physical condition and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "That's just your illusion. Although acupuncture can relieve your condition, the effect is not that fast. You need acupuncture every other day. In addition, I will prescribe a medicine for you. You should feel better after a week. As for a complete cure, it will probably take at least a month." Solemn reminder, this is just a plot of a novel, it is all fake. Dear readers, please don't take it seriously, thank you. Zhang Yu was even more surprised when he heard Zhang Yang's words. "Brother, are you serious? You can cure my stomach cancer in 1 month without surgery?" Zhang Yang nodded and said, "A month should be enough." "That would be great if it were true." Zhang Yu was immediately delighted when he heard this. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely cure you." Yeah, Zhang Yu now had more confidence in Zhang Yang's words, and his mood was also much more relaxed. He responded and continued, "By the way, brother, don't forget to take me to see Lu Yueshi at noon." Zhang Yang was about to say something when he heard what Zhang Yu said, but his cell phone rang at this moment. Zhang Yang glanced at Chen Jinhao's name on the caller ID and answered the call casually. "Hello, Mr. Chen, have you booked the hotel?" On the other end of the phone, Chen Jinhao smiled and said, Mr. Zhang is really as good as a god. It has indeed been booked.
It's in box 8888 of Jiangcheng Pearl Hotel at 11:30 noon.
I'll be waiting for you at the hotel. Okay, I'll make a note of it. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement, and then continued, by the way, there is one more thing I would like to trouble Mr. Chen with.
Upon hearing this, Chen Jinhao quickly said, Mr. Zhang, you are too polite.
If you need anything from me, just ask.
Zhang Yang immediately asked Chen Jinhao to bring Lu Yueshi to the banquet at noon. Chen Jinhao always thought that Zhang Yang had feelings for Lu Yueshi, so when he heard Zhang Yang's words, he agreed without any hesitation.
The two chatted casually for a few more words and then hung up the phone.
Brother, you are so nice. Zhang Yu was right next to Zhang Yang, so he naturally heard the conversation between Zhang Yang and Chen Jinhao.
After Zhang Yang hung up the phone, he excitedly said to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang said unhappily, just now you said I was treating you like a guinea pig.
Now you know how good I am to you, your brother?
Zhang Yu stuck out his tongue and said with a smile, oh, brother, I was wrong.
Please don't bother with me.
Zhang Yang said, I don't want to argue with you.
It's still early.
I'll take you to buy some clothes.
You still look like you're in school uniform, which doesn't seem very appropriate for a banquet.
When Zhang Yu heard that Zhang Yang wanted to buy her new clothes, she naturally raised her hands to express her agreement. Immediately, the two of them left the room together. Zhang Yang drove the Lamborghini Veneno, took Zhang Yu with him, left the community, and headed towards the center of Jiangcheng International Shopping Plaza.
After arriving at the shopping mall, Zhang Yang asked Zhang Yu, do you have any clothes you've always wanted to buy?
Zhang Yu shook his head and said, I don't pay attention to these things, and I don't really understand them. Zhang Yang thought for a moment and said, in that case, let's go take a look at Armani's clothes. I bought some at Armani last time and they looked pretty good.
Eh? Isn't this Zhang Yang?
It seems like he has been doing pretty well these years.
He even knows how to use Armani to deceive female students?
Just then, a somewhat harsh voice sounded behind the two of them. Chapter 34, A weak man is a weak man, he can only be impotent and furious. Zhang Yang couldn't help but frown when he heard the voice. He turned his head and looked behind him. When he saw the man's face, his expression became even uglier. He said in a cold voice, Li Lei, are you still so disgusting? It turned out that the person who spoke was Zhang Yang's junior high school classmate Li Lei. Next to Li Lei was a young woman who was dressed gorgeously and had a charming figure. Li Lei was a troublemaker when he was in junior high school. He often fought and made trouble with his classmates. Zhang Yang was a class leader, but he was not smooth enough, so naturally he could not get along with this troublemaker. The two of them had once had a fight in class, but Zhang Yang couldn't remember what it was about. However, because Li Lei's family was well off and he had an uncle who was the principal, he was not affected at all and continued to be arrogant in school. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, was inexplicably removed from his position as class leader and received criticism and education. Later, Li Lei stopped studying after graduating from junior high school. I heard that he went to work in his parents' company and had some connections in society. Both of them are from the same town, so it is inevitable that they will run into each other when they return home. 2 years ago, when Zhang Yang was riding a motorcycle in his hometown, he met Li Lei who was driving. Li Lei deliberately squeezed Zhang Yang's motorcycle into a ditch on the side of the road, and then drove away. Zhang Yang's family conditions were far inferior to Li Lei's, and he had no social connections at all, so he could only swallow his anger. Zhang Yang didn't expect that they would meet again in Jiangcheng.
Li Lei laughed and said, why? Are you not convinced? When you were in school, I beat you up. Now that you are in society, you are more like an ant in front of me. I can step on you however I want. So what if you're good at studying? You've studied for so many years, but what's the point? I heard that your girlfriend cheated on you not long ago? You deserve to be cheated on, a useless nerd like you. When Zhang Yu heard Li Lei say this about Zhang Yang, he immediately became angry and shouted, you are the loser, your whole family is loser. We haven't even settled the score with you for bullying my brother back then, and now you're jumping up and down again. After hearing what Zhang Yu said, Li Lei took a quick look at her and said sarcastically, I remember now. This is your sister. I was wondering, how could a useless person like you have a woman with you? Zhang Yang looked at the arrogant Li Lei, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly realized something. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly rise, and he said lightly, no matter how useless I am better than a useless weak man like you. A weak man like you will have no idea how many green health hats he will wear.
When Li Lei heard Zhang Yang's words, he was like a hedgehog with its hair standing on end.
He shouted angrily, "Asshole, you are talking nonsense. I think you are asking for a beating."
After saying that, Li Lei punched Zhang Yang directly on the forehead. When they were in school, Li Lei was a head taller than Zhang Yang.
Now he is still half a head taller than Zhang Yang.
He looks tall and strong, and his punches are quite powerful. After all, you are a member of society after all. Brother, be careful. Zhang Yu cried out in surprise when he saw this.
Zhang Yang was not panicked at all.
He quickly raised his right foot and kicked Li Lei's knee as fast as the wind.
Plop! The next moment, Li Lei's body uncontrollably fell on one knee in front of Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang chuckled and said, "It's only been a short while since the new year.
It's a little too late for you to wish me a happy new year.
Forget about the New Year's money. Asshole, you're looking for death."
Li Lei originally did not take Zhang Yang seriously, but he did not expect that he would be kicked down by him. He was already very angry, and after hearing what Zhang Yang said, he became even more furious. While cursing angrily, Li Lei stood up quickly, swung his fists again, and smashed towards Zhang Yang's head and chest.
Bang! However, this time Zhang Yang's kick was even faster, and he kicked Li Lei directly in the chest, making a dull sound.
Then, Li Lei's body fell heavily to the ground. Zhang Yang looked at Li Lei, whose body was twisted in pain, and shook his head slightly, saying, "I haven't seen you for a few years.
I didn't expect you to be getting worse and worse. Is it because you've lost that ability that's why you've also lost your fighting ability? Ah, Zhang Yang, you deserve to die. Sooner or later I will make you pay." Li Lei was kicked down by Zhang Yang and was already furious.
When he heard Zhang Yang's words, he became so angry that his eyes turned red. More importantly, Li Lei began to have doubts in his heart, thinking that he might really be suffering from the decline of that aspect of his body, which caused his fighting ability to weaken. Otherwise, he really couldn't explain how Zhang Yang, who was once beaten by him, could now abuse him at will. Zhang Yang shook his head and sighed. A weak man is a weak man, so he can only speak nonsense and be incompetent and angry.
Why do we have to choose between morning and evening? Is it because it is almost noon now and you can't do anything to me? Ah! I'll fight you. When Li Lei heard Zhang Yang's words, he was completely enraged.
He endured the pain in his body and climbed up. Without caring about anything else, he rushed towards Zhang Yang frantically. It's all in vain for a weak man to try his best, beautiful lady, don't you think so? I feel a little sympathetic for you, Zhang Yang said softly again upon seeing this, but the second half of the sentence was addressed to the woman next to Li Lei. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, the young woman looked a little embarrassed and could only choose to keep silent. Li Lei even wanted to cut Zhang Yang into pieces on the spot. Just as Zhang Yang was speaking, Li Lei rushed to Zhang Yang, suddenly took out a switchblade from his trouser pocket, and stabbed Zhang Yang's heart hard. However, before the switchblade could stab Zhang Yang kicked him again. This time, Zhang Yang raised his leg high and kicked Li Lei in the face with much greater force. Bang! The next moment, the sole of Zhang Yang's shoe came into direct contact with Li Lei's face, making a dull impact sound. Puff! Li Lei was kicked by Zhang Yang so hard that blood spurted out of his mouth. He fell heavily to the ground, and several of his teeth flew out along with the blood. After landing, Li Lei's head tilted and he fainted on the spot. Ah, Mr. Li. When the charming woman saw this scene, she exclaimed in surprise, quickly walked to Li Lei and carefully checked Li Lei's condition. Help! Someone is being beaten. The charming woman screamed as she checked Li Lei's condition. Soon, many customers from the shopping mall gathered around to watch the fun. The security guards at the shopping mall also rushed over to maintain order. Sir, what's going on? When the security guard saw Li Lei lying injured and unconscious, and the switchblade dropped on the ground, he asked Zhang Yang with some caution. Zhang Yang shrugged slightly and said calmly, "He was the one who attacked me first. I was acting in self-defense. If you don't believe me, just check the surveillance camera and you will know." While speaking, Zhang Yang pointed to the camera in the corner of the hall. There happened to be a camera facing their location. Chapter 35. No, don't hold it back. When the security captain heard what Zhang Yang said and saw that Zhang Yang did not do anything extreme, he sent someone to check the surveillance. Soon the person who checked the surveillance came back, and it was proved that what Zhang Yang said was true. He was indeed acting in self-defense. Every time, Li Lei attacked Zhang Yang first, and then Zhang Yang fought back, and each time he only fought back once. During the time when the security guard was checking the surveillance footage, Li Lei was actually awake, but he didn't want to be seen as a laughingstock, so he pretended to be unconscious.
Zhang Yang possessed divine medical skills, so he naturally saw through Li Lei's pretense at a glance.
He immediately walked up to Li Lei, bent over and pressed a few acupuncture points on Li Lei's body. The next moment, Li Lei suddenly got up from the ground like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and shouted to the security guard next to him, "Where is the nearest toilet?
Take me to the toilet."
However, before the security guard could reply, the people around heard a puff sound. As the sound rang out, the air was filled with a strong stench of shit.
At the same time, some yellow color appeared on Li Lei's pants.
Seeing this scene, everyone didn't understand what was going on and exclaimed in surprise.
"Oh, how disgusting. He actually pooped his pants in public.
That guy looks like a decent person, how could he do such a thing?
It stinks, stay away."
Everyone was exclaiming and talking, while quickly dodging to the side, as if they were avoiding the god of plague. Even the charming woman next to Li Lei subconsciously covered her mouth and nose and took 2 steps back. Li Lei listened to the discussions of the people around him and looked at their reactions. His face suddenly became as red as a monkey's butt, and he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. As the saying goes, the law does not punish everyone. Li Lei did not have the courage to get angry at everyone around him, so he cursed at the charming woman who came with him, venting his anger.
"Bitch, where are you hiding? Come and help me to the bathroom."
As Li Lei cursed, his body made a puff sound and some yellow objects were pulled out. Although the charming woman felt extremely disgusted, she did not dare to offend Li Lei. She had to endure the discomfort in her heart, walked to Li Lei, supported him, and walked out of the crowd. When everyone saw Li Lei and his companion walking out, they quickly made way for fear of being contaminated by the dirt on Li Lei's body. As for Zhang Yang, he had already pulled Zhang Yu and hid far away. Seeing Li Lei leaving in disgrace, he smiled and said, "Li Lei, men should not hold it in.
You have even held your poop in. How embarrassing, isn't it?"
Hearing Zhang Yang's words, the people around him who were just watching started shouting again.
"So that young man's name is Li Lei. I finally remember him, such a great man. Ha, who says it's not? Today was a real eye-opener."
Li Lei didn't even dare to say anything at this time, because as soon as he spoke, it would affect his body organs and cause the urge to defecate again. After hearing Zhang Yang's words, he could only keep his anger and hatred in his heart, and with a grim face, he fled hastily with the enchanting woman.
"Nothing, we'll leave first. As for cleaning up the scene, there should be someone special responsible for it, right?"
When Li Lei disappeared from sight, Zhang Yang spoke to the security captain on the side. Upon hearing this, the security captain quickly said, "Please do as you please, sir."
Zhang Yang nodded slightly, then left with Zhang Yu. "Brother, did you use some trick just now?"
After leaving the crowd, Zhang Yu moved closer to Zhang Yang and asked in a low voice.
Zhang Yang smiled and said, "It's just a small trick in traditional Chinese medicine."
Hee, I've disliked that guy for a long time. Let us see if he has the nerve to show up in front of us next time. Zhang Yu laughed when he heard that. Zhang Yang shook his head and did not continue the topic. He took Zhang Yu directly to the Armani store.
This time, Zhang Yang didn't buy anything too extravagant.
He only bought 2 sets of clothes for Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu changed into one of the sets directly in the store, and took the other set and her original clothes back to the car.
After buying clothes, Zhang Yang took Zhang Yu and drove the Lamborghini Veneno to Jiangqing Pearl Hotel. "Mr. Shang, you are here."
Zhang Yang and Zhang Yu had just arrived at the entrance of Jiangqing Pearl Hotel when they heard a respectful voice. Chen Jinhao, the boss of Jinhao Entertainment, was seen walking towards the two of them from the hotel entrance with his secretary.
Behind them, there were 2 middle-aged men who looked somewhat artistic. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Mr. Chen is so polite. I feel a little embarrassed."
Chen Jinhao smiled and said, "I just arrived not long ago." Zhang Yang smiled when he heard this, but didn't say much. Chen Jinhao also saw Zhang Yu next to Zhang Yang, so he asked, "Mr. Zhang, who is this lady?" Zhang Yang said, "This is my sister Zhang Yu." After a pause, Zhang Yang said to Zhang Yu, "Xiao Yu, this is the person who just talked to me on the phone, Mr. Chen, the boss of Jinhao Entertainment, and also the boss of your idol Lu Yueshi." When Chen Jinhao learned that Zhang Yu was Zhang Yang's sister, he immediately took the initiative to greet her and said, "It turns out to be Miss Zhang."
"Hello, Miss Zhang. My name is Chen Jinhao. You can just call me Old Chen."
Zhang Yu also responded with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Chen." Afterwards, Chen Jinhao introduced Zhang Yang to the 2 middle-aged men behind him. They were the director and screenwriter of the new movie prepared by Qin Jinhao's company. One was surnamed Zhang and the other was surnamed Wang. Zhang Yang chatted with the two of them casually for a few words. Seeing Zhang Yu looking around, as if looking for something, he asked Qin Jinhao, "Why didn't you see Miss Lu?" Upon hearing this, Qin Jinhao hurriedly said, "Lu Yueshi is filming in the next province, so it will take some time for her to get here. But don't worry, Mr. Zhang. She just called and said that she will be here in about 5 minutes." Zhang Yang smiled and said, "If I had known that Miss Lu was filming, I would have waited until next time when I was free to see her." Chen Jinhao said hurriedly, "It's okay if the filming is delayed for a while. She can just take a plane and rush over tomorrow." Zhang Yang nodded when he heard this, without saying anything more. Others are almost there, so he can't possibly tell them to go back to filming right now, right? Next, Chen Jinhao led the way and took Zhang Yang and his party to the box number 8888 that had been booked in advance. "Mr. Chen, what a coincidence. I didn't expect that we would meet while having a meal." The group had just reached the door of the box when suddenly a meaningful voice came from the door. Chapter 36. Can you afford to neglect Mr. Zhang? Hearing the voice, Zhang Yang and his group subconsciously looked over and saw a fat middle-aged man in a suit and tie standing at the door of box 8888. There was a hint of provocation in his eyes as he looked at Chen Jinhao. "Luda, why are you here?" When Chen Jinhao saw that person, there was no good expression on his face, and he questioned him directly and rudely. Zhang Yang asked Chen Jinhao, "Who is he?" Chen Jinhao said, "This person is called Lu Dai, and he is the boss of Dayan Entertainment." Dayan Entertainment and our Jinhao Entertainment once had a conflict over a movie production issue. Later, their company started to compete with our company and repeatedly caused trouble for us. Zhang Yang nodded when he heard this, indicating that he understood. Seeing Chen Jinhao's polite attitude towards Zhang Yang, Lu Dai couldn't help but laugh and said, "Boss Chen, are you going backwards as you grow older? You're so humble to a young boy?" Upon hearing this, Chen Jinhao said angrily, "Lu Dai, you'd better be respectful. Also, I have reserved this box in advance, please move aside and don't stand in the way of the door." Lu Dai smiled and said, "I'm so sorry. I'm here just to wait for you. I wanted to tell you that this box has been reserved by me. You should go to another box. If there is no box available, it's the same to go to the lobby." Chen Jinhao said angrily, "I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you, I'll negotiate directly with the hotel manager." After saying that, Chen Jinhao took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Lu Dai watched with a smile on his face, but did not say anything to stop them. The number Chen Jinhao dialed was actually the number of Li Chengdong, the general manager of Jiangqing Pearl Hotel. After the call was connected, the two people communicated for a while, but they did not reach an agreement. Chen Jinhao hung up the phone angrily. "Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Just now, the hotel's general manager, Li Chengdong, said that he would come over right away to discuss with us in person. I want to see what he has to say." After hanging up the phone, Chen Jinhao bowed slightly to Zhang Yang and said apologetically. Zhang Yang waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. I also want to see how the general manager of Jiangqing Pearl Hotel handles this matter." Li Chengdong did not keep them waiting for long. He rushed over 2 or 3 minutes after Chen Jinhao hung up the phone. "Mr. Chen, I'm so sorry." After seeing Chen Jinhao, Li Chengdong stepped forward quickly, first apologized to Chen Jinhao, and then greeted Lu Dai as well. Chen Jinhao asked angrily, "What on earth is going on? I had already booked a private room with you last night, why did you give it to someone else? What does this mean?" Upon hearing this, Li Chengdong said quickly, "Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry. The thing is, when you booked this room last night, the housekeeping department had already reserved it, but they didn't enter it into the system, so I didn't know about it, so I agreed to book this room for you. In other words, it was Mr. Lu and his team who booked this room first." Chen Jinhao said angrily, "Who are you trying to fool by saying this? Do you think I, Chen Jinhao, am a fool?" Li Chengdong looked a little embarrassed when he heard what Chen Jinhao said. He leaned close to Chen Jinhao and whispered, "Mr. Chen, can I have a word with you?" Snort! Chen Jinhao snorted and followed Li Chengdong to the side. Li Chengdong whispered, "Mr. Chen, why do you have to make such a fuss? The reason I did this is because Lu Dai invited a guest, and neither you nor I can afford to offend him. If it gets out of hand, it will be bad for both of us. Especially since Lu Dai exaggerated it, do you think your company can still be good? Is this how you, as the general manager of a hotel, handle things?" At this moment, a clear voice suddenly came into the ears of the two. The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw that Zhang Yang had come to them at some point. You are? As soon as Li Chengdong came over, he focused his attention on Chen Jinhao and Lu Di, but didn't pay attention to anyone else, nor did he notice Zhang Yang. After hearing Zhang Yang's words, Li Chengdong turned around and was about to scold him, but suddenly found that Zhang Yang's face looked very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Chen Jinhao said to Li Chengdong at this time, "Boss Li, I don't know who the person you said I can't afford to offend is, but this Mr. Zhang in front of me is the boss of Tianhe Building. It's okay for you to neglect me, but can you afford to neglect Mr. Zhang?" When Li Chengdong heard Chen Jinhao's words, an idea suddenly came to his mind. He quickly bowed to Zhang Yang and said respectfully, "Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were here."
Zhang Yang glanced at Li Chengdong and said calmly, "Do you know who I am?"
Yes. Upon hearing this, Li Chengdong quickly and respectfully agreed to speak out. Seeing this, Chen Jinhao couldn't help but feel a little confused.
Even though Zhang Yang is the boss of Tianhe Building, Li Chengdong doesn't dare to offend him easily, but he shouldn't be so frightened, right?
Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment, then said to Li Chengdong, "In view of your behavior this time, I will fine you 1 month's salary.
If you do it again in the future, you will be fired. Do you have any objections?"
When Li Chengdong heard Zhang Yang's words, he quickly said, "Thank you, Mr. Zhang.
I have no objection."
Seeing that Li Chengdong had a good attitude, Zhang Yang nodded slightly and then reminded him, "Nothing can be done without rules. From now on, no matter who the other party is, everything should be handled according to the relevant regulations of the hotel. If anyone causes trouble for the hotel because of this, just tell me directly and I will solve it."
"Yes, Mr. Zhang."
Upon hearing this, Li Chenggang solemnly agreed to speak out.
"Okay, go ask Lu Di and his guests to leave box 8888 and make other arrangements."
Zhang Yang glanced at Lu Di, who was standing at the door of the box not far away, and gave instructions to Li Chengdong.
"Yes."
Li Chengdong agreed respectfully, then turned around and asked Lu Di to leave. Lu Di and others were paying attention to the situation of Li Chengdong and Chen Jinhao. When they saw Li Chengdong suddenly being respectful to Zhang Yang, everyone was surprised. Director Zhang and screenwriter Wang, brought by Chen Jinhao, knew that Zhang Yang had an extraordinary status and a huge fortune, but they did not know to what extent. However, they did not expect that Li Chengdong, who treated their boss Chen Jinhao equally, would suddenly lower his attitude when he saw Zhang Yang. Zhang Yu was also a little curious and wondered what her brother had said to Li Chengdong.
And Lu Di, the boss of Dayan Entertainment, was completely deceived when Li Chengdong came to ask him to leave. Lu Di looked at Li Chengdong in disbelief and asked in a deep voice, "Mr. Li, are you sure you want to ask me and my guests to leave? You should know who my guests are, right?" "What do you mean?" While asking Li Chengdong, Lu Di also looked at Zhang Yang with some doubt.
It is obvious that Li Chengdong suddenly changed his attitude because of Zhang Yang. Chapter 37, even the distinguished guest had to bow his head when seeing Zhang Yang. Li Chengdong said seriously, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, this box has been reserved in advance by Mr. Chen.
If you want to book a box, I can make other arrangements for you."
Lu Di said in a deep voice, "What if I really want this box?" Li Chengdong said, "Please don't embarrass me, Mr. Lu.
If you don't want to leave, I will have to hire security."
"Good, very good."
When Lu Di heard what Li Chengdong said, he was immediately furious.
He gritted his teeth and said okay. Then he said to Li Chengdong, "You changed your mind because of this guy, right?
Who is he?"
While speaking, Lu Di also looked at Zhang Yang deeply. Li Chengdong said in a deep voice, "Boss Lu, please be respectful. This is my boss, the boss of Jiangcheng Pearl Hotel."
When Lu Di heard Li Chengdong's words, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. He originally wondered if Zhang Yang was some second-generation rich man who had moved to another country from Jiangcheng.
He never imagined that Zhang Yang would actually be the owner of the Jiangcheng Pearl Hotel. Zhang Yu, Chen Jinhao, director Zhang and screenwriter Wang, who were standing by, also looked at Zhang Yang in surprise. They were also very surprised by this. However, Chen Jinhao had already made some guesses from the conversation between Li Chengdong and Zhang Yang. At this moment, Zhang Yang's status in Chen Jinhao's heart could not help but rise to a higher level.
"Boss Lu, what are you doing? Didn't you say you were going out to pick someone up? Why are you so suspicious?"
At this moment, a slightly angry voice suddenly came from the box. At the same time, a middle-aged man with a slicked back hair, a square face, and who looked to be in his early 40s, pushed open the door of the box and walked out.
"Mr. Wu, I'm really sorry.
It's all my fault because of my low status. Jiangcheng Pearl Hotel bullied customers and wanted to ask the security guards to ask us to leave. I was in a hurry and started arguing with them. They not only look down on me, but also don't take you, Mr. Wu, seriously. When Lu De saw the middle-aged man, he quickly stepped forward and spoke in a tone that exaggerated the story. When the middle-aged man heard Lu Da's words, he was about to say something when he suddenly spotted Zhang Yang in the crowd. He quickly reached out and pushed Lu De hard, causing him to stagger. He then quickly walked towards Zhang Yang. Boss Wu, it was this young man who instructed the hotel's general manager to kick us out.
He is said to be the owner of Jiangcheng Pearl Hotel.
Lu De hadn't figured out the situation yet, but he couldn't help but add fuel to the fire.
However, he did not expect that Mr. Wu, whom he mentioned, would bow and salute Zhang Yang after seeing him, and greet him respectfully. Mr. Zhang, you are here too.
It turns out that this Mr. Wu is none other than Wu Jianba, the general manager of Chujiang Group. Wu Jianba didn't expect to see Zhang Yang again so soon, and Lu De, who invited him to dinner, actually had a conflict with Zhang Yan. He couldn't help feeling a little flustered.
Ha!
Seeing Wu Jianba's respectful attitude towards Zhang Yang, Lu De, who originally wanted to add fuel to the fire and anger Wu Jianba, suddenly stopped talking like a duck with its neck strangled. Even the expression on his face was completely frozen.
Not only Lu De, but also Chen Jinhao, Zhang Yu and others on the side, looked at Zhang Yang in surprise.
When Li Chengdong came, he was very respectful to Zhang Yang. Later, Li Chengdong revealed that Zhang Yang was the owner of Jiangcheng Pearl Hotel. This time, Mr. Wu was very respectful to Zhang Yang as soon as he came out. What kind of identity does Zhang Yang have?
Zhang Yu did not know Wu Jianba, so he had no basis for judgment.
However, Chen Jinhao had met Wu Jianba, the general manager of Chujiang Group, several times before and knew his identity.
Could it be that Mr. Zhang is actually the boss of Chujiang Group?
Thinking of this, Chen Jinhao's heart couldn't help but pounding, and he secretly warned himself in his heart that he must hold on to Zhang Yang's thick thigh. Zhang Yang glanced at Wu Jianba with a half-smile, and said calmly, "Are you the distinguished guest that Lu De invited, the one that no one else can afford to offend?" When Wu Jianba heard Zhang Yang's words, his face suddenly changed, and he quickly said, "Boss Zhang, I don't know what happened at all. The reason why I accepted the invitation from Lu De, the boss of Dayan Entertainment, is because I heard that you wanted to find investment, and Dayan Entertainment happened to be looking for investment everywhere recently."
Zhang Yang's expression eased a little after hearing what Wu Jianba said. I see.
Although I do want to find some investment projects, not just any product is worth my investment.
Forget about the investment in Dayan Entertainment.
Yes, Mr. Zhang.
Wu Jianba answered without hesitation, and then asked carefully, "Mr. Zhang, what happened just now?"
Zhang Yang said calmly, "Let Li Chengdong tell you."
When Wu Jianba heard Zhang Yang's words, he couldn't help but look at Li Chengdong.
Li Chengdong immediately told Wu Jianba about the incident, and Chen Jinhao also supplemented it. After Wu Jianba heard this, he immediately said to Lu De, "Boss Lu, you have a rift with Boss Chen, that's between you two.
You actually used my name behind my back, what's your intention?"
I, Wu Jianba, have taken note of what happened today, and as for the investment, there's no need to mention it again.
Mr. Wu,
When Lu De heard what Wu Jianba said, his face suddenly changed and he wanted to make some excuses.
Wu Jianba waved his hand and interrupted, "I don't want to listen to your nonsense."
Then, Wu Jianba looked at Zhang Yang again and said respectfully, "Mr. Zhang, this incident was caused by my negligence.
I am really sorry." Zhang Yang said calmly, "Forget it, I don't blame those who don't know." "Thank you, Mr. Zhang. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first."
Wu Jianba felt relieved when he heard Zhang Yang's words and said goodbye to Zhang Yang respectfully. "As you please," Zhang Yang nodded slightly and replied casually. Seeing this, Wu Jianba gestured to Chen Jinhao, Li Chengdong and others, then turned and left. After Wu Jianba, Li Chengdong also tactfully left.
"Mr. Zhang, Ms. Zhang, let's go to the box first."
At this time, Chen Jinhao stretched out his hand to indicate the direction of the box to Zhang Yangjinger and Zhang Yu, and spoke respectfully.
Zhang Yang nodded slightly, and together with Zhang Yu, he entered the box first.
Chen Jinhao and his secretary, as well as the director and screenwriter, followed behind. After the few people entered the box, the corresponding waiters came forward to serve them. Chen Jinhao took the menu and said to Zhang Yang and Zhang Yu, "Mr. Zhang, Miss Zhang, you two go first."
Zhang Yang didn't say anything polite.
He took the menu, ordered a few dishes at random, asked Zhang Yu to order a few more, and then gave the menu to Chen Jinhao.
"Okay, that's all for now, serve us the food as soon as possible."
After Chen Jinhao, director Zhang, and screenwriter Wang ordered the dishes, they handed the menus back to the waiter and spoke out loud. Okay, please wait a moment, the waiter agreed and was about to turn around and leave. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the box.
Chapter 38, Excited Zhang Yu meets Chen Hao again.
Hearing the knock on the door, the waiter hurried forward and opened the door of the box.
Standing at the door were Lu Yueshi and her agent. I'm sorry I'm late. After entering the box, Lu Yueshi quickly apologized to everyone in the box. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "That's fine. Miss Lu and the lady next to you, please take a seat."
When Chen Jinhao heard Zhang Yang's words, he quickly said to Lu Yueshi and the others, "Why don't you thank Mr. Zhang quickly?"
Upon hearing this, Lu Yueshi and her agent hurriedly thanked Zhang Yang.
When Zhang Yu saw that Lu Yueshi had really come, he was immediately excited and said to Lu Yueshi, "Miss Lu, sit here." As he spoke, Zhang Yu gestured to the position to her right. As for her left, sitting there was Zhang Yang.
Lu Yueshi didn't know Zhang Yu.
After hearing what Zhang Yu said, she didn't sit down directly, but subconsciously looked at Chen Jinhao. Seeing this, Chen Jinhao hurriedly said, "Yueshi, this is Mr. Zhang's sister, Miss Zhang Yu.
Since Miss Zhang invited you, you can sit over there."
"Yes," Lu Yueshi replied respectfully, and then sat next to Zhang Yu.
Then, at Zhang Yu's request, Lu Yueshi and her agent ordered a few dishes.
While waiting for the food to be served, they chatted casually. Lu Yueshi chatted with Zhang Yu for a while and then she realized that Zhang Yu was actually a loyal fan of hers. At this moment, she couldn't help but recall again what Zhang Yang said to her when she first met him in this hotel a few days ago. She couldn't help but feel more grateful to Zhang Yang and Zhang Yu.
While Zhang Yu and Lu Yueshi were talking about girlish private matters, Zhang Yang and Chen Jinhao were also discussing the issue of film investment.
Of course, director Zhang and screenwriter Wang brought by Chen Jinhao also participated in this topic. In fact, Zhang Yang didn't care much about how the movie was made. As long as the theme of the movie was fine and there were no violations, the two sides quickly reached an agreement. Zhang Yang also directly invested 500 million yuan, which increased his wealth by 50 points. After the meal, the two sides chatted briefly and then said goodbye to each other.
Of course, before parting, Zhang Yu happily took several photos with Lu Yueshi.
After saying goodbye to Chen Jinhao, Lu Yueshi and others, Zhang Yang drove his car and planned to take Zhang Yu back to school to continue his classes as normal. After all, Zhang Yang's treatment did not require her to delay her class time.
"Brother, you are so awesome. You actually managed to get Lu Yueshi here. If my classmates knew that I took a photo with Lu Yueshi, they would be so jealous." Sitting in the car, Zhang Yu was smiling and talking happily. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Don't be so excited. You seem ignorant. Lu Yueshi should be happy to know your son." Zhang Yu smiled and said, "It's all the same, as long as everyone is happy. Of course, this is all thanks to your contribution. By the way, how much assets do you have now?"
"Jiangqing Pearl Hotel is yours, and the Chujiang Group seems to be yours too, and there seems to be a Tianhe building too."
"How did you do it?"
Zhang Yu smiled mysteriously, "Secret."
"TSK, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I don't even want to know."
Zhang Yu curled his lips and pretended to be disdainful when he heard that. In fact, Zhang Yu saw that Zhang Yang did not elaborate, so he did not intend to continue asking. After all, everyone has their own secrets. As long as the fact that Zhang Yang is her brother remains unchanged and he treats her as well as always, that's enough. The two chatted for a while, and Zhang Yang took Zhang Yu to a Chinese medicine store on the road to get her medicine, and then continued driving to Jiangqing University of Science and Technology. Not long after, Zhang Yang sent Zhang Yu to the gate of Jiangqing University of Science and Technology. "Brother, there's no need to drive the car in. I'll get off here and then walk in. Just think of it as an after-dinner pastime." After arriving at the school gate, Zhang Yu spoke to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. "Okay, then you can get off here. I have just transferred 1 million to your card. Just buy whatever you want. Don't be afraid to spend money. Also, remember to take the medicine I prescribed for you on time. I will pick you up in 3 days and give you acupuncture." "Yeah, I understand." Zhang Yu nodded slightly in agreement, then opened the car door and walked out. Zhang Yang watched Zhang Yu enter the school gate before he started the car again and prepared to leave. "Hey, wait a minute, buddy." At this moment, a handsome young man in a plaid suit with extraordinary temperament suddenly appeared in front of the car and shouted at Zhang Yang. When Zhang Yang saw the young man's appearance, his eyebrows couldn't help but raise slightly. It turned out that this person was the one who had previously approached Zhang Yang to buy his supercar Apollo, and his name seemed to be Chen Hao. Zhang Yang didn't want to pay attention to Chen Hao, but Chen Hao ran towards him from the front of his car. He couldn't just knock him out, so he had to turn off the engine temporarily, rolled down the window, and said unhappily, "It's you again.
You don't want to buy my car again, do you?"
When Chen Hao saw that it was Zhang Yang, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he laughed and said, "I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence, buddy. You are really good. You drove an Apollo a few days ago, and today you changed it to a Lamborghini, and it's a Lamborghini Veneno. It's amazing."
Zhang Yang said casually, "It's just so-so."
Chen Hao looked very familiar, leaning over Zhang Yang's car window, and said with a smile, "Brother, you already have 2 luxury supercars, sell one to me, the price is negotiable." Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "No. If you want to buy a car, you should go to a car dealership."
You found the wrong person.
Chen Hao shook his head slightly and sighed, "You are right.
You look so high-spirited.
You definitely don't need to sell the car to make ends meet.
Forget it. We have met twice and it is fate. Let's be friends. I gave you my business card last time, but I don't know how to address you, buddy."
Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment, but did not reject Chen Hao.
He said casually, "My name is Zhang Yang." Zhang Yang, what a nice name.
"My name is Chen Hao, you know me, let's exchange contact information and play together when we have time in the future."
Chen Hao nodded and praised Zhang Yang when he heard his name, and then continued. "Thank you for the compliment. Your name is not bad. It's even better when you read it separately."
Zhang Yang joked with a smile, then exchanged phone numbers with Chen Hao.
"What do you mean?" Chen Hao didn't react for a moment after hearing that.
Zhang Yang smiled and said, "You can experience it slowly by yourself." After chatting for a while, he said goodbye to Chen Hao and drove away.
"Shit. I get it." Chen Hao watched Zhang Yang's car drive away and suddenly understood what was going on.
He couldn't help but raise his middle finger in the direction where Zhang Yang left and cursed with a smile.
Chapter 39, Forgotten Things, Investigating the Company.
On the other side, Zhang Yang had just said goodbye to Chen Hao and started the car when his cell phone suddenly rang. Zhang Yang glanced at the caller ID on his phone, raised his eyebrows slightly, and answered the call casually. "Hello, Mr. Chen, what's going on?"
The person on the other end of the phone was Chen Shufeng, the husband of Zhang Yang's class teacher Yang Hua.
Last time, at the birthday party of Zhang Yang's friend Lin Feng's girlfriend, he met Yang Hua and her husband Chen Shufeng who were being threatened. Zhang Yang directly mentioned that Chen Shufeng had repaid a debt of 100 million yuan, and said that the 100 million yuan was considered an investment in Chen Shufeng's company, and he also planned to continue to make additional investments. However, Zhang Yang said that before making additional investments, he would send someone to visit the company. But later on, Zhang Yang was running around so much that he almost completely forgot about the incident. When Chen Shufeng heard Zhang Yang's words, he quickly said, "Mr. Zhang, thank you so much for what happened at the hotel last time. Also, you said last time that you were going to send someone to inspect our company.
I wonder when they will come."
The reason why Chen Shufeng was anxious to ask Zhang Yang to send someone to investigate was because their company was short of money again. Mainly because the research and development of new technologies was too costly, causing his already tight funds to be in danger of being cut off again. In fact, Zhang Yang had already guessed about Chen Shufeng's purpose after answering the call, and now he just got Chen Shufeng's confirmation. After Chen Shufeng finished speaking, Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment and then said, "How about this? I will bring someone to your company for an inspection later.
After the inspection, if it is suitable, I will make additional investments on the spot."
Chen Shufeng was delighted when he heard Zhang Yang's words.
"Great, thank you, Mr. Zhang.
All members of our company welcome Mr. Zhang to visit our company."
Zhang Yang said casually, "Mr. Chen, you don't have to be so polite. That's it. I'm still driving. You just wait in the company. Okay, goodbye, Mr. Zhang." "Goodbye, Mr. Chen."
After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yang thought for a moment and called Tian Honlu, the general manager of Tianhe Building Property Management Company.
At the beginning, Zhang Yang only had Xiangda Group under his name, so he planned to let Liu Xian investigate Chen Shufeng's company.
But now, Zhang Yang has a few more choices. Among his current industries, Tianhe Building and Chujiang Group are undoubtedly the highest level. As the persons in charge of these two industries, Tian Honlu and Wu Jianba have relatively broad horizons. So Zhang Yang planned to choose one of them. As for why Tian Honlu was finally chosen, it was because Tian Honlu had dealings with more forces and might have relevant experience. Moreover, so far, the impression Tian Honlu left on Zhang Yang was much better than that left on him by Wu Jianba.
"Hello, Mr. Zhang, what can I do for you?"
After the call was connected, Tian Honglu's respectful voice immediately sounded from the other end. Zhang Yang did not beat around the bush and directly told Tian Honglu about Chen Shufeng's situation. In the end, he suggested that Tian Honglu go with him to Chen Shufeng's company for an inspection. After hearing this, Tian Honglu said without hesitation, "It is my honor that you chose me, Mr. Zhang."
I will be there soon.
Zhang Yang said calmly, "There is no need to rush.
Let's meet at the entrance of Jianfeng Chip Technology Company in an hour."
Jianfeng Chip Technology Company is the company owned by Chen Shufeng's family. "Okay, Mr. Zhang," Tian Honglu responded immediately after hearing this. Afterwards, the two chatted for a few more words and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yang directly turned on the navigation and headed towards Jianfeng Chip Technology Company. When Zhang Yang arrived at Jianfeng Chip Technology Company, Chen Shufeng had already brought their company's middle and senior management to greet him at the company's gate. Not only Chen Shufeng, but also Tian Honglu, general manager of Tianhe Building Property Management Company, was also standing on the side, waiting for Zhang Yang's arrival.
Welcome Mr. Zhang to visit our company.
Seeing Zhang Yang coming, Chen Shufeng immediately brought the management of Jianfeng Chip Technology Company to express a warm welcome to Zhang Yang.
Tian Honglu also hurried forward and saluted to greet Zhang Yang.
When Chen Shufeng met Tian Honglu and learned one of Zhang Yang's identities, his attitude towards Zhang Yang suddenly became more respectful, and at the same time he was full of expectations for the company's future.
Don't be so polite, let's go inside the company first and talk while walking, Zhang Yang responded with a smile. Mr. Zhang, please.
Upon hearing this, Chen Shufeng immediately stretched out his hand to indicate the direction and spoke respectfully to Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang nodded slightly and took the lead to walk into the company. Tian Honglu, Chen Shufeng, and others followed Zhang Yang. Soon, the group entered Jianfeng Chip Technology Company.
Zhang Yang and Tian Honglu, under the leadership of Chen Shufeng and other company management, began to investigate the company's specific situation.
An hour later, the inspection ended, and Zhang Yang and Tian Honglu, accompanied by Chen Shufeng and others, went to Chen Shufeng's general manager's office.
Zhang Yang glanced at the large group of people behind Chen Shufeng, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "How about this, Mr. Chen stays, and the others go and get busy first. After Mr. Chen and I have a good talk, he will naturally announce the details to everyone." When Chen Shufeng heard Zhang Yang's words, he immediately agreed with Zhang Yang and asked other company managers to leave temporarily.
After the group left the company, they couldn't help but talk in low voices. What do you think is the result of Mr. Zhang's investigation? Who knows?
I hope our company can get Mr. Zhang's favor, otherwise it will be hard for everyone.
That's true.
However, if Mr. Zhang is willing to invest in our company will definitely take off in the future. Yes, who would have thought that the boss of Tianhe Building turned out to be this young Mr. Zhang? While everyone at Jianfeng Chip Technology Company was discussing this, Chen Shufeng looked at Zhang Yang and Tian Honglu with a nervous look on his face, and asked carefully, "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Tian, I wonder how you two have investigated the situation of our company? Is Mr. Zhang willing to continue to make additional investments?"
Zhang Yang did not answer Chen Shufeng directly after hearing this, but looked at Tian Honglu beside him and asked with a smile, "Mr. Tian, what do you think of the prospects of Jianfeng Chip Technology Company? Is it worth investing in?"
When Chen Shufeng heard Zhang Yang asking for Tian Honglu's opinion, he couldn't help but look at Tian Honglu on the side nervously, waiting for him to reveal the answer.
Chapter 40 Additional Investment, The Chen Family in Magic City. For the first time, Tian Honglu did not respond directly to Zhang Yang, but said to Chen Shufeng, "Mr. Chen, can you step aside for a moment and let me talk to Mr. Zhang?"
Chen Shufeng was slightly stunned when he heard Tian Honglu's words, then he forced a smile on his face and nodded, "Of course. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Tian, I'll go out and wait for you first."
Zhang Yang nodded slightly when he heard this, but said nothing.
Seeing this, Chen Shufeng stood up and left the office, closing the door from the outside.
Zhang Yang looked at Tian Honglu and asked, "Mr. Tian, do you have anything to tell me alone?"
Tian Honglu lowered his voice and said, "Mr. Zhang, this company is definitely an opportunity in my opinion. I was lucky enough to get a piece of news from an official that the country will provide substantial support to the chip industry.
Now is the time to invest while the other party is in a low period. It is definitely a sure win. However, we can suppress the stock price a little bit." Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. Tian, for considering me.
But there's no need to lower the price. As long as the company is worth investing in, there's no problem.
We'll all be partners in the future, so it's better to be honest with each other. Besides, I'm thinking about investing more money now."
Tian Honglu couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when he heard this. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, I'm too narrow-minded.
Zhang Yang smiled and said, Mr. Tian is too modest.
It's just that the things we need to consider are a little bit biased.
Since it's worth investing, then we can invest according to normal circumstances.
Please help me with the specific details. When Tian Honglu heard Zhang Yang's words, he was immediately delighted and said quickly, Thank you Mr. Zhang for your trust. Zhang Yang said casually, Go call Mr. Chen in, you two can talk, I'll just watch from the side. Yes, Mr. Zhang, Tian Honglu replied respectfully, and then went to call Chen Shufeng in. Afterwards, Zhang Yang told Chen Shufeng about his plan to let Tian Honglu negotiate on his behalf, and then he sat aside and played with his mobile phone, allowing Chen Shufeng and Tian Honglu to discuss various details. After the two of them had talked and drafted the contract, Zhang Yang took the contract, looked at the key points, and then signed his name directly. Okay, Mr. Chen, now that we've reached an agreement, I'll transfer the money to you directly. Just tell me your account number, Zhang Yang said directly to Chen Shufeng after signing. Naturally, Chen Shufeng was very happy about this and immediately reported the company's account to Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang immediately added 300 million yuan in investment without hesitation. When the transfer is completed, the system immediately prompts that 30 super rich points have arrived. After reaching the cooperation, Zhang Yang prepared to say goodbye to Chen Shufeng and leave. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside Chen Shufeng's office. When Chen Shufeng went forward and opened the door, the person he saw was his assistant. Chen Shufeng's assistant just came in and couldn't wait to report a piece of news to Chen Shufeng. Mr. Chen, there is a man named Chen Hao outside who wants to see you. This Mr. Chen Hao said that he is from the Chen family in Magic City. When Chen Shufeng heard what his assistant said, especially the words Chen family of Magic City, his brows immediately furrowed. When Zhang Yang heard the name Chen Hao, he couldn't help but feel surprised. However, Zhang Yang did not think much about it, and took this opportunity to directly say to Chen Shufeng, Mr. Chen, our cooperation has been discussed, and I am about to leave. If you have something to do, please go ahead and we will talk another day. As he spoke, Zhang Yang had already stood up and was about to leave. Seeing this, Tian Honglu naturally stood up as well. After hearing what Zhang Yang said, Chen Shufeng hesitated for a moment, then said to Zhang Yang, Mr. Zhang, to be honest, my father was originally from the Chen family in Magic City, but something happened later and he was forced to leave the Chen family in Magic City. Wait. Before Chen Shufeng could finish, Zhang Yang interrupted him and said, How is your relationship with the Chen family in Magic City? That is your business. You don't have to tell me. If you have anything to say to me, don't beat around the bush. Chen Shufeng said, My father once said that the Magic City Chen family might have coveted our company. I think he thought too much. The Magic City Chen family is a big family with a lot of assets. How could they be interested in our small assets? But now, the Magic City Chen family actually sent someone here. I'm afraid they have bad intentions. I know, Mr. Zhang, that you are helping me and my company because my wife is your teacher. I don't think you should be involved in the feud between our family and the Chen family in Magic City. If you want to withdraw your investment now, I can make the decision and cancel the contract just now. Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Now that I am the largest shareholder of the company, if there are any problems with the company, I will naturally face them together. You can just focus on developing products and growing the company. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. When Chen Shufeng heard Zhang Yang's words, he bowed deeply to Zhang Yang and expressed his gratitude. Zhang Yang shook his head. Okay, that's it. Go ahead and do your work. We'll leave first. After saying that, Zhang Yang took Tian Honglu with him and walked outside. Chen Shufeng immediately took the initiative to step forward and accompanied Zhang Yang and Tian Honglu into the elevator, and took them to the lobby on the first floor. As soon as he got out of the elevator, Zhang Yang saw a familiar figure. It was Chen Hao, who had come to him to buy a car twice. Brother Zhang, it seems like we are really destined to meet each other. We meet again so soon. When he saw Zhang Yang, Chen Hao smiled and took the initiative to step forward and say hello. He had just arrived at Jianfeng Chip Technology Company. When parking his car, he also saw Zhang Yang's Lamborghini Veneno, so he was not surprised that Zhang Yang appeared here. As for Tian Honglu and Chen Shufeng on Zhang Yang's side, they were ignored by him. Zhang Yang said calmly, You are not a great beauty, so I am not interested in this fate. Chen Hao smiled and said, You should have told me earlier. I have a cousin who is also a famous beauty in our Magic City. If you are interested, I can always help you two get together.
Just remember to sell me a few of your nice cars in the future. Zhang Yang said casually, I have no plans to have a girlfriend at the moment.
That's such a pity.
After hearing Zhang Yang's words, Chen Hao shrugged slightly and said something with some regret. Then he looked at Chen Shufeng on the side and restrained his smile.
You should be cousin Chen Shufeng from Uncle Chen Jian's family, right?
When Chen Shufeng heard what Chen Hao said, his face turned cold and he said calmly, My name is indeed Chen Shufeng, but I don't have any cousins. Chen Hao shook his head and said, We are related by blood, so I'm afraid you can't deny it. Originally, I heard that your company was short of funds.
Now that you have met Brother Zhang, it seems that your company's funding problem has been solved? Chen Shufeng said, So what? Chapter 41, Pressure Brings Motivation, the Neighbor's Invitation.
Chen Hao looked at Chen Shufeng and smiled, Why are you so hostile to me?
When your father's incident happened, I wasn't even born yet.
It had nothing to do with me. After a pause, Chen Hao continued, I came to Jiangcheng this time just to accompany my fiancé on vacation, but today I received a notice from my family asking me to find a way to take over Jianfeng Chip Technology Company. Now that Brother Zhang, who has no shortage of money, has invested, it seems that I can only give up. I don't mind, but many people in the family think highly of it.
Cousin, you'd better take care of yourself in the future. I guess it won't be long before the family sends someone else.
When Chen Shufeng heard what Chen Hao said, his expression couldn't help but look a little solemn, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the Chen family in Shanghai is the leader of the three major families in Shanghai. If a major war really breaks out, his company might not be able to be saved. But on the surface, Chen Shufeng still acted very tough. No matter who comes, I will not give up my father's hard work. Chen Hao shrugged slightly after hearing what Chen Shufeng said, then looked at Zhang Yang and said with a smile, Brother Zhang, since you have intervened in Jianfeng Chip Technology Company, I am afraid that you will not be able to avoid the pressure from the Chen family in Magic City. But let me make it clear first, don't treat me as an enemy when the time comes. Zhang Yang smiled faintly when he heard this, there is motivation only when there is pressure.
If life is too smooth, wouldn't it be too boring? As for whether I regard you as an enemy, it depends on what you do.
Ha, it seems that you and my cousin have similar personalities, no wonder you two can reach a cooperation.
I will turn down the acquisition of Jianfeng Chip Technology Company. I will go back to Shanghai tomorrow. If you come to Shanghai someday, you are welcome to visit me.
When Chen Hao heard Zhang Yang's words, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. After saying that, without waiting for Zhang Yang's response, he turned around and walked out of the company's gate, leaving only a dashing back view to Zhang Yang and the others.
He is an interesting person.
Zhang Yang looked at Chen Hao's departing back, and his brows couldn't help but raise slightly. After a while, Zhang Yang retracted his gaze, glanced at Chen Shufeng who looked serious, and said something comforting.
Mr. Chen, don't worry.
As the saying goes, if an enemy comes, we will stop him with a general, and if a flood comes, we will block it with earth.
There is no need to be somber all the time. You should focus more on the development of the company. If there is any problem that you cannot solve, you can call me.
After hearing Zhang Yang's words, Chen Shufeng calmed down a little and said gratefully, Thank you, Mr. Zhang.
You're welcome.
That's all. We'll take our leave first, Zhang Yang replied casually. Then he said goodbye to Chen Shufeng again and walked towards the gate of Jianfeng Chip Technology Company.
Tian Honglu naturally followed Zhang Yang closely. Chen Shufeng also calmed down and respectfully escorted Zhang Yang and Tian Honglu to the company's gate.
Only then did he slowly return with a sad mood. On the other side, after separating from Chen Shufeng, Tian Honglu couldn't help but persuade Zhang Yang, Mr. Zhang, I have also heard something about the Chen family in the Magic City.
It is said that he is the head of the three major families in Magic City.
I heard that in addition to the business world, he also has a considerable influence in the military world. If you really have a conflict with the Chen family in Magic City because of this small company, it would be a bit of a loss.
Would you like to consider cooperating with Jianfeng Chip?
Zhang Yang smiled when he heard this, Don't worry, I know what to do.
Seeing that Zhang Yang insisted, Tian Honglu stopped persuading him and instead offered to treat Zhang Yang to dinner. Zhang Yang looked at the time and it was almost time for dinner, so he didn't refuse. After dinner, Zhang Yang did not stay outside for too long. He said goodbye to Tian Honglu and drove his Lamborghini Veneno back to Tiandi Yunting community.
After returning to the community and parking the car, Zhang Yang just reached the elevator entrance when he happened to meet Su Hongkong and his granddaughter Su Qingqian.
Friend Zhang, what a coincidence. You just came back from outside as well? When he saw Zhang Yang, Su Hongkong smiled and took the initiative to say hello. As for Su Qingqian, she just nodded to Zhang Yang. Hearing Su Hongkong's words, Zhang Yang responded, yes. The two entered the elevator while talking. Su Qingqian took the initiative to choose the floor. Su Hongkong continued to talk to Zhang Yang. I heard from Qingqian that you have a lot of funds and want to invest them? Zhang Yang smiled and said, it doesn't have to be an investment.
If Mr. Su has any project that requires money, you can come to me. For me, the value of money can only be reflected when it is spent.
Su Hongkong couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. That's a very good idea.
It agrees with my granddaughter's point of view. When Zhang Yang heard Su Hongkong's words, he couldn't help but glance at Su Qingqian standing aside.
Su Qingqian said in a cold voice, what I hate most is misers. Even if a miser has mountains of gold and silver, he can't take anything with him when he dies. It is completely worthless. In my opinion, consumption and circulation are the greatest value of money. Zhang Yang smiled and said, Miss Su, that's a good idea.
Su Hongkong looked at Su Qingqian, then at Zhang Yang, and suddenly smiled and said, Friend Zhang, what do you think of charity?
Zhang Yang didn't expect that Su Hongkong would suddenly ask this question.
He hesitated for a moment and then continued, charity is certainly worthy of admiration.
Of course, charity must be done within one's means and must be implemented in place.
Well said, Su Hongkong nodded with a smile, and then continued, there will be a charity auction at 9 o'clock tonight.
I wonder if you are interested in participating?
It can satisfy your consumption desire and do charity at the same time, which is killing two birds with one stone.
Zhang Yang said, I am indeed interested, but I haven't been invited, so I'm afraid I can't attend, right?
Su Hongkong said, it's okay, if you want, just come with us tonight. Zhang Yang didn't refuse after hearing this, thank you very much, Mr. Su. On the one hand, Zhang Yang had never attended an auction before and planned to go and see for himself. On the other hand, he wanted to take this opportunity to make some purchases and earn some super rich points. As they were talking, the elevator had already reached the 29th floor. Both parties agreed on a departure time and then returned to their homes. After Zhang Yang returned home, he simply washed up, changed into a set of clean clothes, and then started playing with his mobile phone. At around 8 o'clock, Zhang Yang, together with Su Hongkong and his grandson, left the community and drove towards the venue of the charity auction. Halfway through the journey, when Zhang Yang passed a T-junction, suddenly a black van, as if out of control, suddenly rushed out from the side road and rammed into Zhang Yang's car.
Chapter 42 Night Attack, Brutal.
Seeing this, Zhang Yang's face changed slightly. He suddenly turned the steering wheel to the left, stepped on the brake, and instantly turned 90 degrees on the spot, parking the car across the middle of the road.
Squeak!
The next moment, the van that rushed out from the side road suddenly braked and stopped side by side with Zhang Yang's car. Then, the door of the van opened, and more than a dozen people rushed out with wrenches, jacks and other repair tools in their hands, surrounding Zhang Yang's car.
How do you drive? Get off!
One of the men, who was dressed in tight clothes and had a fleshy face, walked to Zhang Yang's driver's window and shouted at him angrily. The man had a bandage on his right leg and was holding a fine iron crutch in his right hand. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered when he saw this scene, and then he opened the car door and walked out. Facing more than a dozen big men, he showed no fear at all and said calmly, Who sent you? The man holding the cane shouted arrogantly when he heard Zhang Yang's words.
Fuck you? Who sent you?
I. Without waiting for him to finish his words, Zhang Yang raised his foot and kicked the man hard in the abdomen.
Bang!
A dull sound was heard, and the man was kicked to the ground by Zhang Yang. He dropped the crutches in his hand, covered his lower abdomen with both hands, and wailed in pain.
Oh, it hurts so much.
Asshole, you dare to attack our eldest brother, everyone, come together and teach this ignorant brat a lesson. Among the remaining dozen or so people, some saw the scene and immediately started shouting and making a fuss. Then, more than a dozen men dressed in fancy clothes, waving wrenches, jacks, pliers and other car repair tools, attacked Zhang Yang. Not far ahead, in the car that Su Hongkong and Su Qingqian were riding in, they also saw what was happening behind them from the rearview mirror. Su Hongkong's face changed slightly, and he ordered the driver in the driving seat, Along, stop the car. When the driver, Along, heard what Su Hongkong said, he stopped the car on the side of the road without hesitation, but he carefully advised, Boss, those people are veterans in fighting. For the safety of you and the lady, it is safer for us not to intervene. Su Hongkong frowned and said in a deep voice, Friend Zhang came out because of my invitation.
How can I just stand by and watch?
All four of you get out of the car and help.
Qingqian, call your second uncle. This is, Master, you and the young lady are in the car, lock the car from the inside, and don't get out.
Along has followed Su Hongkong for many years and knows Su Hongkong's temper. Seeing that Su Hongkong insisted, he could only agree, but he did not forget to remind Su Hongkong and Su Qingqian to be careful.
Su Hongkong nodded and said, I know.
At this time, Zhang Yang was not afraid at all when facing the siege of more than 10 people. He hooked his toes slightly and directly hooked the fine iron crutch on the ground into his hand, then took the initiative to rush into the crowd.
Bang!
A dull sound was heard, and the cane in Zhang Yang's hand hit one of them directly on the forehead.
Ah!
The man screamed and fell to the ground with a bloody head.
Bang, bang, bang. Crack. Ah! Next, Zhang Yang was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep.
The crutch in his hand was his strongest weapon, and every strike could cripple a person. In a moment, more than a dozen strong men who were besieging him were all knocked to the ground by him, and all of them were wailing. Then, Zhang Yang walked to the leading man with a cane in hand.
Crack!
With a crisp sound, the man's leg bone was broken directly by Zhang Yang.
Ah!
Suddenly, the man let out a terrible scream again.
Zhang Yang said calmly, Don't you like being a cripple? I will fulfill your wish today.
It turned out that the man had no injuries on his legs. The bandage on his legs was just a disguise.
The purpose of pretending to be a cripple was to make it easier to carry the crutch weapon. Zhang Yang possessed god-level medical skills, so he naturally saw through his disguise at a glance.
The so-called crutch was actually a steel rod wrapped in a layer of rubber, and the tip of the steel rod was extremely sharp. Zhang Yang had no doubt that if he used the tip of the crutch to poke a person's chest, he would be able to pierce through him.
Hiss!
At this time, the 4 bodyguards sent by Su Hongkong just arrived. Seeing Zhang Yang easily deal with more than a dozen veteran fighters, and each of them was badly injured, he couldn't help but gasp. They had never expected that Zhang Yang would be so powerful. At the same time, no one expected that Zhang Yang could be so cruel and ruthless. At this time, Zhang Yang also saw Long and his 4 companions approaching, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look at them.
Seeing Zhang Yang looking over, the 4 of them all had their eyelids trembling slightly.
Long quickly said, Mr. Zhang, we are Mr. Su's bodyguard and driver.
Mr. Su asked us to help you. Zhang Yang nodded slightly after hearing this.
He was somewhat impressed by the 4 people.
Thank Mr. Su for me.
The trouble has been solved. Please ask him to wait for a moment.
I will ask the person behind the scenes and then continue on our way. Okay, Mr. Zhang.
Aaron agreed respectfully and hurried back to Su Hongkong's car. In fact, Su Hongkong and Su Qingqian, who were in the car, saw the situation here almost exactly from the rearview mirror. At this moment, Su Hongkong and Su Qingqian looked at each other, unable to conceal their surprise. They were still worried about Zhang Yang, but they didn't expect that Zhang Yang had easily dealt with those dozen thugs. Qingqian, call your second uncle and tell him not to send anyone over, Su Hongkong said to Su Qingqian after a while. Okay, Grandpa, Su Qingqian agreed after hearing that, and took out her cell phone to call her second uncle.
Just then, Su Qingqian's phone rang. Su Qingqian glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was her second uncle. She answered the call immediately. Hello, second uncle, what's the matter? Are your grandfather and you okay? Stay in the car and don't move. I've sent someone to rush over. They're nearby and will be here in 3 minutes.
When Su Qingqian heard this, she couldn't help but look at Su Hongkong.
Su Hongkong also heard what was said on the phone.
He hesitated for a moment and said calmly, then let them come and finish it. Su Qingqian nodded when she heard this, then spoke a few words to her second uncle before hanging up the phone. At this time, Along and the other 4 also returned and conveyed Zhang Yang's intention to them. Su Hongkong and Su Qingqian naturally had no objections to this. After Zhang Yang sent Along and the other 4 away, he swung his crutch and broke the other leg of the leading man with a bang.
Amid his screams, he asked calmly, Can you tell me who sent you here now? Chapter 43 Security Company? The Su family's reputation. I said, it's Brother Black Snake.
When the man heard Zhang Yang's question, he looked at Zhang Yang raising his crutch again, and while enduring the pain, he quickly answered.
Zhang Yang said calmly, Who are you? Who is Brother Black Snake?
My name is Jiao Pai, I'm from Shihao Security Company, and Brother Haish is our manager. The man did not dare to hide anything in front of Zhang Yang.
Security Company? Zhang Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard that.
Seeing this, Jiao Pai quickly explained, on the surface, it is a security company.
The security business is just a facade.
In fact, it mainly takes on some gray area business, such as collecting debts from people or teaching someone a lesson. When Zhang Yang heard Jiao Pai's words, he couldn't help but sneer. You guys are quite up to date with the times.
Isn't the strict?
Upon hearing this, Jiao Pai responded cautiously. Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment and said calmly, since you said that Black Snake sent you here, then call Black Snake over.
I'll ask him in person to find out who hired your company. When talking about the company, Zhang Yang's tone couldn't help but become a little heavier.
I can only give it a try. After all, I'm just one of his little brothers, Jiao Pai said cautiously again after hearing this. Zhang Yang glanced at him and said calmly, call first. Yes. When Jiao Pai saw Zhang Yang's eyes, he endured the pain, took out his cell phone and made a call. He briefly explained the situation, and the other party hung up the phone after a while. Brother Black Snake said he is on his way here, it will probably only take a minute or two, Jiao Pai said to Zhang Yang after hanging up the phone.
In fact, Zhang Yang naturally heard the content of their phone call. Zhang Yang just nodded and didn't say much.
Not long after Jiao Pai hung up the phone, 2 more cars were seen rushing towards the side quickly. In front was a Land Rover Range Rover that looked quite imposing, and behind it was a black van. Soon, the doors of both cars were opened, and there were about 15 or 16 people in the 2 cars in total. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a crew cut, a square face, and a big gold chain around his neck. However, the middle-aged man did not come towards Zhang Yang, but walked towards Su Hongkong's car with the look of a younger brother. Seeing this, Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, with a bit of confusion, and rushed towards Su Hongkong's car. After all, Su Hongkong and Su Qingxian, grandfather and grandson, were with him, and Zhang Yang would not just watch them get into trouble and ignore them.
What's more, Su Hongkong just sent bodyguards to help him.
Although it didn't help, the thought is still worth appreciating. However, when Zhang Yang arrived in front of Su Hongkong's car, he was even more surprised. The middle-aged man with a buzz cut and a big gold chain came to Su Hongkong's car, then bent down and bowed, looking humble. The dozen or so people behind him all stood there respectfully, not moving. However, Su Hongkong in the car didn't seem to pay attention to what he meant. After a while, Su Hongkong's car door opened, and it was Su Qingxian who walked out. Su Qingxian glanced at the middle-aged man and said calmly, Zhou Shihao, my grandfather said he doesn't want to say anything more to you.
When my second uncle asked you to come here, he must have told you the reason.
The middle-aged man was Zhou Shihao mentioned by Su Qingxian.
When he heard what Su Qingxian said, he was not dissatisfied at all.
Instead, he smiled and said, I shouldn't have disturbed the old man. The second master told me to listen to the old man and Miss Su's instructions after I came here. Su Qingxian nodded after hearing this, and continued, I originally asked you to come and help my friend out, but now it is no longer necessary. Please help my friend find out where those people came from and why they are targeting my friend. At this time, Zhang Yang also squeezed through the crowd behind Zhou Shihao, stepped over, and smiled when he heard the words, Thank you, Mr. Su and Miss Su, but I just asked. The man said he was from Shihao Security Company, and was sent by a man called Black Snake. And that Black Snake should also be doing things for others in exchange for money.
I just hope to find that Black Snake and the mastermind behind it.
When Zhou Shihao saw Zhang Yang approaching him unhindered, his eyes couldn't help but change slightly. After hearing what Zhang Yang said, his expression changed even more. Su Qingxian nodded to Zhang Yang after hearing his words, then turned to Zhou Shihao and said coldly, This is Mr. Zhang Yang, my friend, and my grandfather's friend. I didn't expect that the person who attacked Mr. Zhang was actually your man, Zhou Shihao. It turned out that the Shihao Security Company was the company under Zhou Shihao's name. When Zhou Shihao heard Su Qingxian's words, his heart skipped a beat.
He couldn't help but sweat on his forehead.
He said quickly, Mr. Zhang, Miss Su, I didn't know anything about this.
It must be someone below who did it behind my back. I will definitely give Mr. Zhang a satisfactory explanation.
Zhang Yang was somewhat surprised when he heard Su Qingxian's words. He didn't expect that the security company seemed to have a close connection with the Su family. At this moment, behind Zhou Shihao, a young man with a black snake tattoo on his arm and an extremely pale face trembled when he heard Su Qingxian's words, and he couldn't help feeling despair in his heart. After Zhou Shihao finished speaking to Zhang Yang and Su Qingxian, he turned around and looked at the young man with a black snake tattoo on his arm and said coldly, Black Snake, get out here. Boss, I didn't know Mr. Zhang was a friend of Mr. and Ms. Su. When the black snake heard Zhou Shihao shout, it had to take a step forward with an uneasy mood and speak to Zhou Shihao to explain. Zhou Shihao ignored what he said and took a step forward. He kicked him hard and threw him in front of Zhang Yang. he said coldly, "You explain to Mr. Zhang." Seeing this, Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, but didn't say anything. He didn't expect that this so-called security company manager would kneel down in front of him so quickly, so he didn't need to do anything. When Black Snake heard what Zhou Shihao said, he quickly said to Zhang Yang, "Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong, please forgive me this time. I really didn't know that you were friends with Mr. Su and Miss Su, otherwise, even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to send anyone to cause trouble for you." Seeing this scene, the dozen or so thugs who had been badly beaten by Zhang Yang before were shocked and at the same time felt desperate and helpless. It seems that they were beaten in vain. Zhang Yang glanced at the Black Snake and said calmly, "Let's not talk about anything else. Tell me, who asked you to deal with me?" Chapter 44. You are a smart person. Hearing this, Black Snake quickly said, "The person who asked me to take action is the son of Li Tianshui, the boss of Tianlei Group. I think his name is Li Lei. He offered me 1 million to deal with you." Zhang Yang couldn't help but raise his lips slightly when he heard this. So it was him? No wonder. How did Li Lei ask you to deal with me? The Black Snake hesitated a little and looked cautiously in the direction of Su Qingqian and Zhou Shihao on the side. Seeing this, Zhou Shihao angrily scolded, "What are you looking at? Just answer Mr. Zhang's questions honestly." Black Snake said, "Li Lei asked me to send someone to break Mr. Zhang's arm and legs, then strip him of his pants, give him an iron bowl, and throw him on the street to be a beggar." Shameless. When Su Qingqian heard what Black Snake said, her face turned slightly red. She uttered 2 words coldly and turned her head to the side. Zhou Shihao kicked Black Snake again and yelled, "Asshole, if you don't want to live, don't take me with you." Zhang Yang smiled after listening to this. It seems that Li Lei has thought very carefully about himself. Well, let's leave it at that. I don't have anything to lose anyway. Miss Su, let's go to the auction first and don't miss the time. The second half of the sentence was naturally directed at Su Qingqian. Su Qingqian looked at Zhang Yang deeply and nodded, "Okay." Then, Su Qingqian ordered Zhou Shihao to have his men clear the road as soon as possible. Zhou Shihao naturally did not dare to delay and immediately ordered his men to do it. "Mr. Zhou, you are a smart man and you do a good business. Let's meet again next time," Zhang Yang suddenly said to Zhou Shihao before leaving, then turned around, got in the car, started the car and drove away. "Boss, is this the end of the matter?" After Zhang Yang, Su Hongkong, and Su Qingqian left, Black Snake approached Zhou Shihao and asked cautiously. Bang! Upon hearing this, Zhou Shihao slapped him hard. After the slap, Zhou Shihao angrily said, "Can you use some brains? You are fine, and suddenly someone wants to hire someone to break your arms and legs, and strip you naked and throw you on the street to be a beggar. Would you just let it go?" Black Snake shook his head and said, "Of course not, I will definitely retaliate fiercely." Zhou Shihao took out a cigar and lit it, puffing out smoke while saying calmly, "This Mr. Zhang is not a good person either. Not only does he want us to do things for him, he also wants us to take the blame for him." Ah? Didn't Mr. Zhang say anything? When Black Snake heard what Zhou Shihao said, he couldn't help but feel very confused. Zhou Shihao said, "After you told me how that little brat named Li Lei asked you to deal with Mr. Zhang, have you forgotten what Mr. Zhang said?" "Boss, you mean, we should treat Li Lei according to the standards that Li Lei set himself?" Black Snake finally reacted when he heard this. Zhou Shihao said calmly, "That's your business, I didn't say anything. Also, from now on, you are fired and no longer a member of Shihao Security Company." Black Snake, you are a smart person, you don't need me to teach you what to do, right? When Black Snake heard Zhou Shihao's words, he was startled at first, thought for a while, then nodded and said, "Boss, I understand." Zhou Shihao said calmly, "Now that you know it, just do it." After saying that, Zhou Shihao left Black Snake and more than a dozen of his wounded men behind, and took the group of people he had just brought with him and went straight back to Shihao Security Company. The first thing he did when he returned to the company was to fire Black Snake. But Zhou Shihao still felt a little uneasy. Thinking of the last sentence Zhang Yang said, he always felt that there was other deeper meaning. I understand. This guy is really evil. He actually wants to take over my security company. After thinking for a while, Zhou Shihao suddenly remembered that whenever he liked something of one of his subordinates, he would say something similar, and he suddenly felt that he had found the truth. Although there was no way to confirm with Zhang Yang, Zhou Shihao felt that his guess should not be wrong. This made Zhou Shihao feel indecisive. Zhang Yang naturally didn't know what happened after he and Zhou Shihao separated. If he knew, he might have praised Zhou Shihao more, saying he was quite sensible. In fact,
Zhou Shihao's judgment was very different from Zhang Yang's plan.
Of course, Zhang Yang just mentioned it casually. If things do not develop as he expected, he will naturally take new actions. At this time, Zhang Yang temporarily put aside what had just happened and arrived at the venue of the charity auction with Su Hongkong and Su Qingqian. What surprised Zhang Yang was that the venue of this charity auction was actually in the banquet hall on the top floor of Tianhe building. When Zhang Yang and his three companions, accompanied by Su Hongkong's bodyguards, arrived at the banquet hall, many Jiangcheng business celebrities had already gathered there.
As a big shot in the pharmaceutical industry, Su Hongkong has extensive connections in Jiangcheng.
As soon as he entered the banquet hall, many business elites came forward to greet Su Hongkong.
At the same time, as the jewel in the Su family's crown and a top beauty, Su Qingqian naturally attracted the attention of many young talents.
However, when some young talents saw Zhang Yang beside Su Qingqian, they subconsciously frowned.
"Miss Su, who is this?" Finally, one of the young talents who looked quite imposing stepped forward and asked Su Qingqian. Su Qingqian glanced at him and said calmly, "Does it have anything to do with you?" Miss Su is still as cool and aloof as ever. Having offended Su Qingqian, the young man smiled awkwardly but politely, then turned to look at Zhang Yang. "What's your name, brother?" Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking others?"
When the young man heard Zhang Yang's words, he said arrogantly, "My name is Zhuang Baifan, and my family makes medical devices. I'm sure you've heard of the Zhuang Group. In the medical device industry, there should be no other company in Jiangcheng that can compare." Zhang Yang said casually, "You sound impressive."
"My name is Zhang Yang. Both my parents work in the south. As for me, I do some investment business."
Upon hearing this, Zhuang Baifan immediately looked down on Zhang Yang and said with a bit of arrogance in his tone, "One cannot choose where one is born. It is not bad to rely on one's own efforts. After all, not everyone is like me, who surpassed 99% of the world's people right after birth."
"So awesome? Awesome."
As soon as Zhuang Baifan finished speaking, a voice with obvious teasing sounded not far away.
Hearing the voice, several young talents around Zhang Yang and Su Qingqian all looked over subconsciously.
After seeing the newcomer, everyone took the initiative to come forward and greet him.
Chapter 45, Angry Zhuang Baifan, the auction begins. "Mr. Chen, you are here." "Mr. Chen." "Hello, Mr. Chen."
Zhang Yang had a familiar feeling when he heard the teasing words about Zhuang Baifan just now. Hearing the greetings from the crowd, he also looked over and saw that the person coming was none other than Chen Hao from the Chun family in Magic City, whom he had just met in the afternoon. Zhuang Baifan was originally the center of the crowd. When he saw that everyone's attention was focused on Chen Hao, a gloomy look suddenly flashed in the depths of his eyes. However, Zhuang Baifan had to suppress his unhappiness and stepped forward to greet Chen Hao respectfully. "Hello, Mr. Chen, I haven't seen you for a long time." Chen Hao seemed to have just discovered Zhuang Baifan, and said with a smile, "It turned out to be Master Zhuang. I was wondering who spoke so generously." In fact, Zhuang Baifan was already unhappy with Chen Hao's teasing just now. When he heard Chen Hao mention this matter again, his face couldn't help but look a little ugly. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his mood, Zhuang Baifan forced a smile and said, "Mr. Chen, you are joking."
"I was just joking with Brother Zhang." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao turned his head and looked at Zhang Yang, looking very surprised. "Oh? Brother Zhang, are you familiar with young Master Zhuang?"
Zhang Yang shrugged slightly, "Not familiar with each other, just met for the first time tonight." Chen Hao then said to Zhuang Baifan, "Mr. Zhuang is really good at making jokes with strangers."
Upon hearing this, Zhuang Baifan just smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything.
However, in his heart, he hated both Zhang Yang and Chen Hao.
Chen Hao said casually, but ignored Zhuang Baifan's reaction, and turned to Zhang Yang and said with a smile, "Brother Zhang, let's go over there. I'll introduce you to my fiancée. Her company is in Jiangcheng and has a lot of business. She may often travel between Jiangcheng and Shanghai. If she gets into trouble in Jiangcheng, remember to lend a hand and help her."
As he said that, he took the initiative to step forward, took Zhang Yang's arm, and walked to the side. Zhang Yang couldn't help but shake his head slightly when he saw this, and said to Su Qingqian beside him, "Miss Su, do you want to go with me?" Without waiting for Su Qingqian's response, Chen Hao smiled and said, "Miss Su, why don't you go over and get to know each other? There's no point in you staying here anyway, right?" Zhang Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw Chen Hao's familiar look. Just now Chen Hao said that Zhuang Baifan was good at networking, and it seemed that he himself was even better in this aspect. Su Qingqian glanced at Zhang Yang and Chen Hao, then nodded slightly, "Okay." Immediately, the group of three walked towards the other side of the banquet hall.
Zhuang Baifan looked at the backs of Zhang Yang and the other two as they left.
He could no longer hold back his anger. His face turned ashen and his teeth chattered. He wished he could just go up and beat Zhang Yang and Chen Hao up.
Brother Fan, calm down.
That's the young master of the Chun family in Magic City. A follower beside Zhuang Baifan, seeing Zhuang Baifan's appearance, hurriedly came close to him and reminded him in a low voice. Call. Hearing this, Zhuang Baifan exhaled a long breath, forced himself to calm down, and said coldly, I really can't afford to offend the Chun family in the Magic City.
But that kid named Zhang is so disrespectful.
I must teach him a profound lesson and let him know the consequences of offending me, Zhuang Baifan. The other young talents looked at each other but did not respond to Zhuang Baifan's words. After all, although they felt a little unhappy when they saw Zhang Yang and Su Qingxian getting close, there was no direct conflict between them and Zhang Yang. Now, although we don't know Zhang Yang's true identity, how could a person who could be approached and greeted by Chen Hao and treated as a brother be a simple character? They don't want to bring a big trouble to their family for no reason.
If something happens to the family because of this, they lose the carefree life they have now?
Although these young talents can all be described as dandy, dandy does not mean stupid.
Only Zhuang Baifan, relying on his family's superior conditions and being blinded by anger, thought he knew Zhang Yang's background and regarded Zhang Yang as a soft persimmon, so he kept biting Zhang Yang.
On the other hand, Zhang Yang naturally didn't know what Zhuang Baifan and the others were thinking, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care at all. Although he is a little lacking in personal connections now, he has two large physical industries, Tianhe Building and Chujiang Group.
Even if others want to squeeze him in the business world, it won't be easy to do.
As for finding someone to attack him personally, Zhang Yang was not afraid at all. Chen Hao brought Zhang Yang and Su Qingxian and quickly arrived at a row of seats in the corner of the banquet hall. Sitting on the seat by the window was a dignified and elegant urban beauty who appeared to be in her 20s. Brother Zhang, Miss Su, let me introduce you. This is my fiancée Linya. Chen Hao gestured towards the position of the urban beauty and introduced her to Zhang Yang and Su Qingxian. When the urban beauty heard Chen Hao introducing herself to Zhang Yang and Su Qingxian, she stood up from her chair and gave them a faint smile. Chen Hao then said to the urban beauty, Linya, this is Zhang Yang, a friend I met in Zhangcheng.
Next to Zhang Yang is his female companion, Miss Su Qingxian, the daughter of Hong Kong Pharmaceutical Group.
Linya nodded slightly towards Chen Hao, and took the initiative to smile at Zhang Yang and Su Qingxian and said, Mr. Zhang, Miss Su, hello, I am Chen Hao's fiancée Linya. Hello, Miss Lin, Zhang Yang and Su Qingxian responded politely to Linya upon hearing this. With Chen Hao interjecting the topic, the four of them soon sat side by side on chairs, chatting about all sorts of things. After chatting for a while, they saw a pair of exquisitely dressed hosts stepping onto the high platform in front of the banquet hall under the lights. With the end of the host's speech, the charity auction officially began. After the host left the stage, a young woman wearing a professional suit and with an elegant face walked onto the stage, bowed slightly to the audience, and said with a smile,
Hello everyone, my name is Xiaolu, and I am the auctioneer of this charity auction. Now I will show you the first item of this auction. This is a string of Buddhist beads from the Buddhist sect of Brahma. After the auctioneer Xiaolu said some polite words to everyone, she took out a fluorescent Buddhist rosary and gave a brief introduction to it, then began the regular bidding process. This string of Buddhist beads has a starting price of 500,000, and each bid must not be less than 10,000. Now please start bidding. Chapter 46, Horrifying Offer, Everyone is Shocked. Those who can attend this charity auction all have a certain status, with a net worth of at least hundreds of millions. It is naturally impossible for them to shout and bid in front of everyone. Therefore, the organizers of the charity auction placed special auction price tags on each seat before the auction began. If someone is interested in a particular item, just raise your placard and make an offer. As soon as the auctioneer Xiaolu finished speaking, someone in the venue immediately raised a sign. Xiaolu saw someone holding up a sign and smiled, Mr. 028, the offer is 600,000. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price?
Soon, another person made an offer, and Xiaolu quickly read out the new price to everyone again. During the entire auction process, it was basically the auctioneer Xiaolu alone, who constantly announced new bids and the final transaction price to everyone. As for those who were participating in the auction, they would just raise the price tags from time to time, and a few people might discuss in a low voice for a while. After watching for a while, Zhang Yang understood what was going on. At this time, a new item was put on the auction table and the auctioneer Xiaolu was introducing it enthusiastically to everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, this lot is a copy of Yan Jinqing's calligraphy from the Tang dynasty. It is Yan Zhenqing's imitation of the Lanting preface by the great calligrapher Wang Shiji.
Although it is a copy, it is also a rare calligraphy treasure. After introducing the details of the auction item, Xiaolu smiled and said, "This copybook of the Lanting preface has a starting price of 50 million.
Each bid must not be less than 1 million. Please start bidding." Although Zhang Yang's handwriting is not very good, he still likes some good calligraphy works. Moreover, the price of this calligraphy is quite high among all the auction items.
Therefore, Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment, then chose to raise his hand and directly offered a price of 100 million. When Xiaolu saw Zhang Yang raising his bid, she smiled and said loudly, "Mr. Number 128, your bid is 100 million, which is double the reserve price.
Is there anyone else bidding?"
Seeing Zhang Yang suddenly make a move, Chen Hao couldn't help but laugh softly. "I didn't realize that Brother Zhang is also an artistic person.
In addition to supercars, do you also like to collect calligraphy copybooks?" Zhang Yang said calmly, "Supercars are just a means of transportation.
I don't have the habit of collecting them, and of course I won't sell them to others casually. As for this calligraphy copybook, it can be considered one of my hobbies."
Chen Hao smiled and said, "This is a good hobby." "It's quite good."
The way Zhang Yang looked at him didn't seem to be praising him, but he was too lazy to pay attention to this sociable guy. On the other side, Zhuang Baifan had been paying attention to Zhang Yang's movements. When he saw Zhang Yang's quotation, a fierce look flashed in his eyes, and he immediately raised the price tag in his hand. Seeing Zhuang Baifan holding up his sign, Xiaolu shouted again, "Mr. Number 250 has offered 200 million.
Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price?"
After Zhuang Baifan, several other people soon raised their bids, but most of them only increased by 10 million at a time. Despite this, the price of this copy of calligraphy soon rose to 500 million.
That's what makes it interesting.
Seeing this, Zhang Yang raised the corners of his mouth slightly, whispered something, and then raised the price tag again. Mr. Number 128 has made another offer, and his offer has reached 1 billion.
Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price?
If not, this copy of the Lantingsu calligraphy will belong to Mr. Number 128. When auctioneer Xiaolu saw that Zhang Yang actually doubled the price again and directly bid 1 billion, she couldn't help but feel her heart beating faster and she shouted out excitedly,
"Oh my god, Brother Zhang, you don't have to be so aggressive. Even if you are determined to win, there is no need to raise the price so aggressively."
When Chen Hao saw that Zhang Yang actually raised the price by 500 million, he immediately exclaimed.
Su Qingqian and Linya, who were standing by, also looked at Zhang Yang with a little surprise. Although the assets of the three of them are quite substantial, the funds they can manage themselves are actually quite limited.
It's not that they can't come up with 1 billion in cash, but they can't just throw it out as casually as Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, the money is going to charity anyway, just think of it as helping the poor." "You're awesome."
Chen Hao gave Zhang Yang a thumbs up, praised him, and then said nothing more.
However, in his heart, he respected Zhang Yang even more. Not only Chen Hao, Lingya and Su Qingqian were surprised, many people in the entire banquet hall were shocked by Zhang Yang's generosity.
Although this copy of calligraphy is of considerable value, being able to sell it for 500 million is almost the limit.
However, they did not expect that Zhang Yang would raise the price again, and directly increased it by 500 million at one time. This is really not treating money as money.
When Zhuang Baifan saw Zhang Yang's generosity, his heart was shocked.
Damn it, that kid named Zhang, didn't he say his parents were both migrant workers? Where did he get 1 billion?
Zhuang Baifan clenched his fists tightly and growled in a low voice to the followers around him. Upon hearing this, the attendant said cautiously, "He seemed to have said before that he was in the investment business." Zhuang Baifan was jealous and angry when he heard this.
What kind of investment business has allowed him to make so much money at such a young age? It's ridiculous. I want to see how rich he can be.
After venting his anger, Zhuang Baifan raised the price tag next to him again and directly raised the price to 1.5 billion. After the quotation was completed, Zhuang Baifan showed a sly smile on his face and shouted directly to Zhang Yang, "Brother Zhang, I'm so sorry, I also like this copybook very much, I can only compete with you for it."
Zhang Yang didn't even look at Zhuang Baifan, and said calmly, "Since it's an auction, the highest bidder will win."
After saying that, Zhang Yang raised the quotation board again and directly raised the price of the calligraphy to 2 billion.
Hiss.
Seeing this scene, many business elites in the field couldn't help but gasp and whispered about it. This piece of shabby calligraphy has been bid up to 2 billion.
Is this young man crazy? Yeah, I really don't know whose child he is. He is such a spendthrift and doesn't even take money seriously.
Well, I don't really know the young man who offered 2 billion, but the one with number 250 seems to be the grandson of Zhuang Tianyao of the Zhuang Group. It seems that the two young men are fighting. I wonder what Zhuang Tianyao's expression would be if he knew that his grandson spent such a large sum of money just to fight for his pride. I suddenly realized that the seat number of Zhuang Tianyao's grandson is quite consistent with his. Zhang Yang ignored the discussions in the banquet hall. After he finished quoting the price, he looked in the direction of Zhuang Baifan and said calmly, "Brother Zhuang, do you want to raise the price further? If you really like it, how about you just add another 100 million and I will give it to you?" Chapter 47. If you don't have money, just say so directly. Why are you pretending? When Zhuang Baifan heard Zhang Yang's words, his expression changed. He suspected that Zhang Yang said that on purpose to force him to give up the bid, but at the same time he was worried that what Zhang Yang said was true. If he continued to raise the price, the calligraphy would really fall into his hands. This is 2 billion, not a small amount. Even Su Qingqian and Shen Hao were unwilling to take it out easily, let alone Zhuang Baifan. Moreover, based on Zhuang Baifan's own net worth, he really cannot come up with so much money. Of course, if Zhuang Baifan asked his grandfather Zhuang Tianyao for help, he would be able to come up with 2 billion. However, Zhuang Baifan just wanted to squeeze Zhang Yang, he didn't want to throw away more than 2 billion in vain. After all, Zhuang Baifan is not like Zhang Yang, who has a sign-in system for the rich. Money is just a number, and spending money can help him improve himself in all aspects. Hey, Zhuang Baifan, do you want to raise the price? Everyone's time is precious, and I don't want to keep wasting time here with you. Just as Zhuang Baifan hesitated, Shen Hao, who was beside Zhang Yang, couldn't help but shout at Zhuang Baifan sarcastically. All of a sudden, the other guests in the banquet hall began to discuss in low voices. Although he didn't hear clearly what they were talking about, Zhuang Baifan knew that it was definitely not something good. After a long while, Zhuang Baifan gritted his teeth and said, "Since you, Brother Zhang, have a special liking for this copybook, I will not take it away from you. I will not raise the price." After hearing Zhuang Baifan's words, Zhang Yang hadn't said anything yet. Shen Hao beside him retorted to Zhuang Baifan, "Master Zhuang, if you don't have money, just say you don't have money. Why are you pretending? Don't keep pretending just because your last name is Zhuang." Zhuang Baifan was a little annoyed when he saw that Shen Hao seemed to be targeting him all the time. He said in a deep voice, "Mr. Chen, please be polite when you speak. You should know that this is Jiangcheng, not your demon city." Shen Hao said nonchalantly, "What happened to the magic city? What happened to Jiangcheng? Can't people tell the truth? Do you think I'm right?" When the people in the banquet hall saw Shen Hao and Zhuang Baifan bickering with each other, they all looked like they were enjoying the fun and chuckled, but no one spoke up to agree with either side. Upon seeing this, Zhuang Baifan just snorted coldly, sat down on the chair with a gloomy face, and said no more. At this time, the auctioneer Xiao Lu on the auction stage naturally chose to strike the hammer very sensibly, and said sweetly, "Congratulations to Mr. Number 128 for winning this calligraphy from Yan Jinqing of the Tang Dynasty. As for the transfer and handover, there will naturally be someone responsible for handling it later." Everyone present was a person of status, so no one was worried about someone bidding and then regretting it. After the auction of the calligraphy was settled, auctioneer Xiao Lu continued with the next auction. In the banquet hall, guests would raise their bid boards from time to time, and Xiao Lu's clear voice would continue to echo from the auction table. Zhang Yang did not bid too much in the subsequent auction process. He only took the corresponding items when Zhuang Baifan expressed his willingness to bid 3 times. When Zhuang Baifan saw this, he became even more angry towards Zhang Yang, and at the same time, he couldn't help but feel wary of him. After all, the 4 items auctioned by Zhang Yang cost a total of 4 billion yuan. Zhang Yang has such a terrifying spending power, so how could his family background be simple? It was because of this thought that Zhuang Baifan became wary of Zhang Yang. Not only Zhuang Baifan, but many business tycoons in the banquet hall were also shocked by Zhang Yang's generosity. Tell me, where did that young man named Zhang Yang come from? He really doesn't take money seriously. That's right, spending 4 billion in one night is really terrible. I have worked hard all my life, but even with my fixed assets, I still can't even reach 4 billion. There is really no comparison. But this young man is a little too impulsive. Is it necessary to go to such lengths to fight with Zhuang Tianyao's grandson? Although most people in the banquet hall did not know Zhang Yang, there were a few who knew him. For example, Chen Jinhao of Jinhao Entertainment, Su Hongkong of Hong Kong Pharmaceutical Group, Wu Jianba of Chujiang Group and others. However, even though they knew Zhang Yang and knew that he was worth a lot, they did not expect that Zhang Yang would be so courageous as to donate 4 billion at one time. Yes, in their opinion, the value of the things Zhang Yang bought was far from 4 billion. Zhang Yang did it purely for the purpose of donating more money and, by the way, to squeeze Zhuang Baifan. Chen Hao, who was beside Zhang Yang, couldn't help but give Zhang Yang a thumbs up again, praising him loudly. Awesome, you are really awesome.
No wonder you were so arrogant when I asked you to buy a car.
It seems that I overestimate myself.
Although Su Qingqian and Linya did not say anything, they looked at Zhang Yang with curiosity in their eyes, secretly guessing Zhang Yang's family background.
Zhang Yang smiled when he heard this and said casually, when money reaches a certain level, it's just a string of numbers.
Of course, a sports car is more practical. Chen Hao laughed and said, great minds think alike.
But you really pissed off Zhuang Baifan's grandson tonight. Be careful or he'll cause trouble for you later.
If he's not too stupid, he should just pretend that nothing happened tonight,
Zhang Yang replied casually, and then asked, from the looks of you, it seems like you're also quite upset with him.
Did he offend you too?
Chen Hao said, he didn't really offend me, but I just can't stand the fact that he lives up to his name and acts like a big shot all day long.
He really thinks he's an important figure.
Zhang Yang was stunned when he heard this, and then he couldn't help but laugh. You are right, this Mr. Zhuang really lives up to his name. The two were chatting nonsense, and Su Qingqian frowned and reminded them, the auction is over.
Should we go through the formalities and go back? That's what Miss Su said. Let's go and handle the formalities together.
Upon hearing this, Chen Hao smiled and nodded, speaking cheerfully.
Zhang Yang and Linya naturally had no objection to this.
Immediately, the group walked towards a temporary office on the side of the banquet hall, which was the place set up by the organizer of the charity auction to handle the procedures.
Mr. Zhang, you are here too.
Just as they reached the door of the temporary office, they heard hurried footsteps and a respectful voice in their ears. Hearing the voice, all the guests around looked over subconsciously.
Seeing the newcomers, many people's expressions changed slightly and they took the initiative to step forward and greet them. Chapter 48. Everyone is paying attention to the ending of Fan Jian and his son. Hello, Mr. Tian. Mr. Tian, you are here too. Mr. Tian.
The person who came was none other than Tian Honglu, the property general manager of Tianhe Building. This charity auction was held in the banquet hall on the top floor of Tianhe Building, naturally with the consent of Tian Honglu.
Tian Honglu had a rough idea of the people who would be attending the auction. However, what Tian Honglu did not expect was that Zhang Yang would also come to participate in this auction.
Tian Honglu, who got the news, hurried over, ready to salute and greet Zhang Yang, and at the same time report to Zhang Yang about a previous incident. When Tian Honglu heard everyone greeting him, he said with a stiff smile, sorry, please make way.
We can talk later. As he spoke, Tian Honglu walked quickly towards Zhang Yang.
When the guests heard what Tian Honglu said, they cooperated and made way for him, looking in the direction Tian Honglu was heading with some curiosity. When everyone saw that Tian Honglu actually walked up to Zhang Yang and stopped, they became even more curious. On the one hand, I was curious about the relationship between Tian Honglu and Zhang Yang, and on the other hand, I was even more curious about whether Tian Honglu would reveal Zhang Yang's identity and background.
Zhang Yang stopped temporarily when he heard Tian Honglu's voice.
When Tian Honglu came to him, he nodded slightly and said, I am just accompanying a friend to attend the auction.
Mr. Tian, don't worry. Tian Honglu said respectfully, I didn't know Mr. Zhang was here, so I couldn't entertain him in time.
Please forgive me, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Yang shook his head slightly.
Didn't I tell you that you don't have to take this matter to heart? Just do your job well, that's enough.
Yes, thank you Mr. Zhang for your magnanimity, Tian Honglu heard and hurriedly expressed his gratitude respectfully.
At this moment, the people around were even more surprised when they saw Tian Honglu's attitude towards Zhang Yang.
Naturally, everyone who came to Tianhe Building to attend the charity auction knew Tian Honglu.
Although Tian Honglu is not the boss of Tianhe Building, his status among the crowd is quite extraordinary because of his special position as the general manager of the property. Moreover, some of the bosses present sometimes had to ask Tian Honglu for help.
However, they did not expect that Tian Honglu behaved so humbly in front of Zhang Yang. In the crowd, Zhuang Baifan and his followers also saw this scene, and their faces became even uglier.
Tian Honglu, the property general manager of Tianhe Building, would not adopt such a humble attitude even in front of his grandfather Zhuang Tianyao.
What virtue and ability does Zhang Yang have to deserve being treated like this by Tian Honglu? Brother Fan, that Zhang first had a close relationship with Chen Xiao from the Magic City, and now Tian Honglu from Tianhe Building is very respectful to him. He can also take out a huge sum of 4 billion at once.
This person's identity is probably not simple. Otherwise, we should not make him an enemy, right?
When the followers around Zhuang Baifan saw the situation, they couldn't help but whisper to Zhuang Baifan to persuade him.
Huh? Are you teaching me, Zhuang Baifan, how to do things?
Upon hearing this, Zhuang Baifan withdrew his thoughts, glared at the follower, and spoke viciously.
No, how dare I teach Brother Fan to do anything?
When the follower heard Zhuang Baifan's words, he quickly shook his head to clarify. At this time, the other guests around were also whispering and secretly guessing the relationship between Zhang Yang and Tian Honglu.
What do you think the identity of this young man named Zhang Yang is? Why would Mr. Tian be so humble in front of him? It's hard to say. I'm afraid only Mr. Tian himself knows. Maybe he's another young master from the Magic City or the Imperial City. Who knows? However, it seems that Mr. Tian did not do this to young Master Chun from the Magic City, right?
And the Chen Xiao they mentioned also looked at Zhang Yang with a bit of inquiry in his eyes, and he became more and more curious about Zhang Yang's identity and background. Zhang Yang saw that all the guests around him were looking at him. He suddenly became the focus of the banquet hall. He frowned slightly and said to Tian Honglu, Mr. Tian, if there is nothing else, you should go and do your work first.
Tian Honglu naturally sensed the situation around him.
Seeing Zhang Yang frowning, he quickly said, Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, I didn't think it through.
By the way, I have another matter to report to you this time. Zhang Yang asked, what's the matter?
Tian Honglu lowered his voice and said, it's about the former general manager of Shangda Group, Fan Chang, and his son.
Whom?
Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. How are they?
Zhang Yang will never easily forget the father and son Fan Chang and Fan Jian. Before obtaining the Xinhao sign-in system, Zhang Yang was just an ordinary intern at Shangda Group.
He accidentally helped a female employee out of trouble, which angered the company's human resources manager Fan Jian.
In order to take revenge on Zhang Yang, Fan Jian poached his girlfriend. Zhang Yang's ex-girlfriend Qin Sisi couldn't resist the temptation of Fan Jian's money and fell into Fan Jian's arms.
Zhang Yang had just obtained the system and made a critical hit of 100 billion in cash. When he was about to share his joy with Qin Sisi, he received a heavy blow.
Fan Jian even wanted to kick Zhang Yang out of the company, causing him to lose his girlfriend and his job.
He also wanted him to fail the graduation examination, retaliating against Zhang Yang in 3 ways. If Zhang Yang hadn't obtained the super-rich sign-in system, he would have been successfully retaliated by Fan Jian. After Zhang Yang obtained the sign-in system for the rich, he directly became the boss of Shangda Group, and fired Fan Jian and Fan Jian's father Fan Chang. Later, in order to retaliate against Zhang Yang and Shangda Group, the father and son deliberately joined Shangda Group's rival company to disrupt Shangda Group's cooperation projects and development goals. At the critical moment, Zhang Yang became the major shareholder of Chujiang Group again, which turned the situation of Shangda Group around. In order to prevent the father and son from continuing to cause trouble, Zhang Yang found Tian Honglu and asked Tian Honglu to find a way to solve the troubles of the father and son.
Come to think of it, it has been a few days. Tian Honglu whispered, Fan Chang and his son Fan Jian are addicted to gambling.
They went to Macau a few days ago to have fun. After losing everything, they borrowed a lot of high-interest loans and were sold to Africa as minors by the people in the casino. Well done, Zhang Yang nodded slightly upon hearing this, and was quite satisfied with the outcome of the two. He knew very well that although Tian Honglu had finished his words in just a few words, the process was definitely not that simple. The reason why Fan Chang and his son Fan Jian became addicted to gambling was definitely due to the methods used by Tian Honglu. But he naturally wouldn't ask about these in detail. Tian Honglu smiled and said, as long as Mr. Zhang is satisfied. Zhang Yang nodded slightly, I am satisfied. Okay, go and get busy. It looks like many people are waiting for you. Tian Honglu asked cautiously, Mr. Zhang, if they ask about your relationship with me, what do you think I should say? Chapter 49, Identity Revealed, Rich Points Soar. Zhang Yang glanced at him and said calmly, just tell the truth. There is nothing to hide. Tian Honglu nodded immediately after hearing this and said, yes, I'll remember that. Zhang Yang nodded and said, go ahead and do your work. It will soon be my turn to handle the formalities. Okay, Mr. Zhang, you are busy. Tian Honglu said goodbye to Zhang Yang when he heard Zhang Yang say that, then turned and left. Seeing Tian Honglu and Zhang Yang separate and go directly out of the banquet hall, many Jiangcheng business elites who were curious about Zhang Yang's identity came forward to Tian Honglu to inquire about Zhang Yang's identity. Tian Honglu just replied calmly, this building under our feet belongs to Mr. Zhang. Do you need anything else? Hearing Tian Honglu's words, everyone was shocked. What?
So, Mr. Zhang is actually the mysterious boss of Tianha Building?
I used to think Mr. Zhang was the second generation of some family, but I never expected that Mr. Zhang already had such a huge fortune.
That's right. Who would have thought that Mr. Zhang would be the owner of Tianha Building? With Tianha Building as a treasure trove, it's no wonder that Mr. Zhang spends money so lavishly. I'm so envious. When can I reach Mr. Zhang's level?
Listening to the envious voices of a group of so-called business elites, Tian Honglu smiled slightly and bowed, saying, "Everyone, I'm sorry, I have something else to do, so I won't disturb you for now."
Please do as you wish, Mr. Tian.
When everyone heard this, they came to their senses and hurriedly said goodbye to Tian Honglu.
After Tian Honglu left, many people gathered together again and started discussing the fact that Zhang Yang was the boss of Tianha Building.
At the same time, many people were discussing how to please Zhang Yang. Not far from them, Zhuang Baifan was also watching all this silently.
At this time, Zhuang Baifan thought he knew Zhang Yang's confidence.
With a gloomy face, he whispered to himself, "So he is the boss of Tianha Building.
No wonder he is so rich."
He said before that his parents worked in the south and he made some small investments.
Isn't this clearly pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? How abominable.
At this moment, Zhuang Baifan felt a little regretful. If he had known that Zhang Yang was so powerful, he should not have provoked Zhang Yang because of Su Qingqian.
Moreover, from this provocation, not only did he not gain any benefit, but he became a laughingstock of many people. Brother Fan, how about we just bow our heads and submit to that guy named Zhang?
The follower around Zhuang Baifan saw Zhuang Baifan's expression and thought he understood his thoughts, so he immediately suggested in a low voice.
Zhuang Baifan said angrily, "Bow down and give in? Why? Don't I, Zhuang Baifan, have any face?"
In fact, Zhuang Baifan had already thought about surrendering himself, but when his follower pointed it out, he suddenly felt that he could not afford to lose face and changed his mind immediately. Zhang Yang naturally didn't know about Zhuang Baifan's psychological changes at this time, but even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart at all.
Due to Tian Honglu's arrival, many people in the banquet hall knew that Zhang Yang was the owner of Tianha Building.
They immediately became polite to him and took the initiative to ask Zhang Yang to go and handle the formalities first. Zhang Yang saw that everyone was so kind that he couldn't refuse, so he reluctantly cut in line to go through the formalities. In addition to the handover of the auction items, payment is naturally required. After the staff announced the charity account for the auction, Zhang Yang transferred 4 billion without any hesitation. After the transfer was completed, Zhang Yang immediately thought about it and opened his attribute panel again.
Host, Zhang Yang. Strength, 100. Speed, 100. Constitution, 100. Spirit, 100. Super rich points, 500.
Skills, primary car skills plus, primary computer skills plus, god level medical skills.
Not bad, another 400 points added.
After reading the attribute panel, Zhang Yang nodded secretly in his heart. When Zhang Yang increased his 4-dimensional attributes to 100, the system prompted that it had reached the limit of ordinary people and could not be increased for the time being. If you want to continue to improve the transformation properties, you will need 1000 godly points. At that time, there were still some godly rich points left, which were accumulated to 100 later. This time, after spending 4 billion, the godly rich points directly reached 500, which was one step closer to the 1000 godly rich points required for transformation and upgrading. During the auction just now, the main reason why Zhang Yang fought with Zhuang Baifan until the end and suppressed Zhuang Baifan to the point where he couldn't buy even one item was actually because of his accumulation of super rich points. As for the run on Zhuang Baifan, it was just a side effect. The reason why Zhang Yang did not buy all the items in this auction was that he did not want to lose the big picture for the small and offend most of the business owners in Jiangcheng at once. Although Zhang Yang has the system and considerable wealth, he is still far behind some inherited families in all aspects. And in front of the country, it is even more insignificant. Before he fully grows up, Zhang Yang thinks it's better to be more stable.
Mr. Zhang, I'm really sorry. There were too many people tonight. I didn't see you in time at the beginning. When I saw you, the auction had already started. Then you were talking to Mr. Tian, so I didn't come to see you in time. Please forgive me.
Zhang Yang was thinking about where he would make his next big purchase when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Hearing the voice, Zhang Yang looked back and found that it was Wu Jianba, the general manager of Chujiang Group, so he nodded casually and said, "I came to the auction tonight on a whim." "Mr. Wu, don't think too much, just take care of the company's affairs." "Mr. Zhang is really generous," Wu Jianba responded with a smile.
Zhang Yang waved his hand casually and said calmly, "No need to flatter me.
How did you do the task I asked you to do last time?" When Wu Jianba heard Zhang Yang's question, he quickly said, "Don't worry, Director Zhang, the cooperation between Chujiang Group and Shangda Group has officially started. Shangda Group will definitely develop better and better, and of course the same is true for Chujiang Group." Also, Huang Yunlin had made unreasonable demands to Mr. Liu from Shangda Group, which violated the company's rules.
"I have already fired him."
Zhang Yang nodded and said, "I value effectiveness, so you don't need to spend time trying to flatter me.
As long as you get things done, your position will not be shaken.
Yes, I will keep Mr. Zhang's teachings in mind." When Wu Jianba heard Zhang Yang's words, he quickly and respectfully agreed. At the same time, the worry that had been weighing on his mind for a while finally settled down.
"Okay, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first."
"You go do your thing and don't follow me to see me off." Zhang Yang shook his head slightly, said something to Wu Jianba, then turned and walked towards the entrance of the banquet hall.
"Mr. Zhang, wait."
Just as Zhang Yang was about to walk out of the banquet hall, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him again. Hearing the voice, Zhang Yang couldn't help but reveal a playful smile and slowly turned his head.
Chapter 50, 2 billion for free, the auction ends.
Hearing the voice, Zhang Yang couldn't help but reveal a playful smile and slowly turned his head.
"Master Zhuang, do you have any other advice?"
It turned out that the person who called Zhang Yang this time was Zhuang Baifan, who had clashed with Zhang Yang at the auction before and had squeezed each other several times during the bidding. To be honest, Zhang Yang was indeed quite curious about why Zhuang Baifan called him, and he was guessing what his intention was. Zhuang Baifan looked at Zhang Yang's playful smile and listened to his casual words.
He couldn't help but get angry again. But in the end, reason prevailed over anger and he suppressed his anger and said,
"Mr. Zhang, I didn't know your identity before, and we had a lot of conflicts in words.
I also caused you to spend a lot more money at the auction. I am really sorry."
The reason why Zhuang Baifan suppressed his anger and apologized to Zhang Yang was because he felt unbearable pressure. At first, Zhang Yang came with Su Qingqian, and later Chen Hao, the young master of the Chun family in Magic City, showed up and seemed very familiar with Zhang Yang. Although this made Zhuang Baifan a little apprehensive, he did not think that Zhang Yang, Su Qingqian, and Chen Hao had a deep relationship, so he actually did not care too much about Zhang Yang. After seeing Zhang Yang's financial resources at the auction, Zhuang Baifan's fear of Zhang Yang gradually increased.
After the auction, Tian Honglu announced that Zhang Yang was the owner of Tianhe Building, which made Zhuang Baifan want to surrender.
When Zhuang Baifan saw Wu Jianba from Chujiang Group also stepping forward and being humble in front of Zhang Yang, Zhuang Baifan finally gave up struggling in his heart. If Zhang Yang himself did not have much strength, he would definitely not be able to have deep relationships with the Su family and the Chun family. But when Zhang Yang became the boss of Tianhe Building and the chairman of Chujiang Group, with these two identities combined, even the Su family and the Chun family in Magic City would have to pay close attention to him. Considering the relationship between Zhang Yang, Su Qingqian, and Chen Hao, it shouldn't be difficult for the three parties to reach a cooperation. While Zhuang Baifan was struggling in his heart over whether to bow down and surrender to Zhang Yang, he thought of many scenarios. The most frightening scene was that he and Zhang Yang continued to fight, and then Zhang Yang used Tianhe Building and Chujiang Group as bargaining chips to join forces with Jiangqing Su family and Motochen family to fight against or divide up their Zhuang Group. In the end, the Zhuang Group was divided up into three companies, and Zhuang Baifan became a homeless vagrant. When he thought of the terrible consequences, Zhuang Baifan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat.
That was why Zhuang Baifan suppressed his anger and took the initiative to find Zhang Yang to apologize and surrender, hoping to reconcile with Zhang Yang.
Of course, if Zhang Yang falls into disgrace in the future, or if he finds an opportunity to crush Zhang Yang to death, he will still take action without hesitation.
Zhang Yang was surprised when he heard Zhuang Baifan's words. He asked in disbelief, "Are you bowing your head and apologizing to me now? Your attitude has changed too quickly, hasn't it? Are you suddenly insane?"
Zhuang Baifan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Zhang, you heard me correctly. I do sincerely apologize to you.
As compensation, I am willing to pay half of what you spent at the auction tonight."
Zhuang Baifan made this decision after careful consideration. He believed that as long as he told his grandfather Zhuang Tianyao about this matter, Zhuang Tianyao would definitely agree with his decision and give him financial support.
"Hey! Why don't you continue pretending?"
Just then, a teasing voice sounded beside the two of them. It was Chen Hao, who had completed the formalities and came over with his fiancée Linya. Zhuang Baifan didn't seem to hear the teasing in Chen Hao's words. He just looked at Zhang Yang and asked sincerely, "Zhuang really wants to resolve the misunderstanding with Mr. Zhang, and there is not much grudge between us. I hope Mr. Zhang can give Zhuang a chance. Because Tian Honlu and Wu Jianba successively revealed Zhang Yang's two identities, Zhang Yang had already become the focus of most people in the banquet hall. When Zhuang Baifan approached Zhang Yang, naturally many people paid attention to him. Hearing the decision made by Zhuang Baifan at this moment, many people couldn't help but have a new impression of Zhuang Baifan and nodded secretly. I didn't expect that Zhuang Tianyao's grandson still has some foresight. Yes, it is indeed a good choice to reconcile directly before the conflict between the two of them escalates. He directly offered 2 billion to seek a settlement. This young Master Zhuang is quite courageous. I just don't know whether Mr. Zhang is willing to accept his settlement terms. After hearing what Zhuang Baifan said, Zhang Yang couldn't help but look at him deeply, then smiled and said, "Young Master Zhuang is really courageous. Since young Master Zhuang is so sincere, then our misunderstanding tonight is resolved." Although Zhang Yang didn't know what Zhuang Baifan was thinking, since he was giving him 2 billion for free, why wouldn't he refuse it? As for whether there will be a real reconciliation, it depends on the specific performance of Zhuang Baifan and the Zhuang group in the future. Anyway, Zhang Yang would definitely not become friends with Zhuang Baifan. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for your generosity. The 2 billion in cash will be in the account before tomorrow night. When Zhuang Baifan heard Zhang Yang's agreement, he immediately thanked Zhang Yang and made a promise. Zhang Yang looked around and said with a smile, "Of course everyone believes in Master Zhuang's credibility." Zhuang Baifan nodded, bowed slightly to everyone and said, "I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now. Goodbye everyone." After saying that, Zhuang Baifan turned around and left, quickly walking out of the banquet hall. Seeing this, Zhuang Baifan's followers naturally hurriedly followed. After Zhuang Baifan left, Chen Hao approached Zhang Yang and whispered, "Brother Zhang, that guy surnamed Zhuang seems to be really good at pretending. Don't be fooled by him easily. It's better to be on guard against him in the future." Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Chen. I will. Friend Zhang, have you finished your work? Do you want to go back with me?" At this time, Su Hongkong, supported by Su Qingqian, slowly walked over and smiled at Zhang Yang. When Chen Hao and Ling Yi saw Su Hongkong, they greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Su." Su Hongkong smiled and nodded at the two of them in response. Afterwards, the two sides chatted for a few more words and then parted at the exit of the banquet hall. Naturally, Chen Hao took his fiancée Ling Yi with him. Zhang Yang once again set out on the journey back to Tiandi Yunting community with Su Hongkong and Su Qingqian, grandfather and grandson. After Zhang Yang and his companions left, everyone in the banquet hall had no more reservations and could not help but start discussing the matter between Zhang Yang and Zhuang Baifan again. Chapter 51. Zhou Shihao apologizes, begging at the company gate. The next day, around 8 or 9 in the morning, mist rose from the riverside, and the entire Tiandi Yunting community, especially the high-rise buildings, seemed like a fairyland. Building 5, Tiandi Yunting Community, Suite 2902. Zhang Yang was sleeping in when his cell phone suddenly rang. "Hello, who is this?" Zhang Yang answered the phone in a daze and asked casually. Last night, after Zhang Yang and his group left Tianha building, they went straight back to Tiandi Yunting community. After the elevator reached the 29th floor, Zhang Yang said goodbye to Su Hongkong and his grandson, then returned to his room, washed up briefly and went to rest. It was not until this moment that Zhang Yang was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. "Hello Mr. Zhang, I'm Zhou Shihao, we met last night." As soon as Zhang Yang's voice fell, a respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Last night, Zhou Shihao's subordinate Black Snake was hired by Li Lei and brought a group of people to intercept Zhang Yang's car. He planned to teach Zhang Yang a lesson, but he was beaten up by Zhang Yang instead. Because of this, Zhou Shihao indirectly offended Zhang Yang. Because Zhang Yang knew someone from the Su family, Zhou Shihao's backers, Zhou Shihao gave in on the spot and apologized to Zhang Yang. However, Zhang Yang gave Zhou Shihao 2 hints. One of them was, of course, revenge on Li Lei, and the other seemed to be because he had his eyes on the security company under Zhou Shihao's name. Zhou Shihao was not very willing to give up the security company to Zhang Yang at first, but after he learned through certain channels what happened at the Tianha building charity auction last night, Zhou Shihao immediately gave up struggling and decided to simply let Shihao Security Company serve as an apology to Zhang Yang. So, after Zhou Shihao found the Su family and asked for Zhang Yang's contact information in the morning, he immediately called Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang sobered up when he heard Zhou Shihao's name. He asked in a somewhat indifferent voice, "It's Boss Zhou. What do you want to talk to me about?" Zhou Shihao said respectfully, "Mr. Zhang, last night, my subordinates were ignorant and frightened you. They also wasted your precious time. I feel really bad about it, so I want to apologize to you in person.
Please forgive me for not being strict with my subordinates.
Zhang Yang said calmly, no need.
Didn't I tell you last night? This matter ends here. If there's nothing else, just hang up.
When Zhou Shihao heard Zhang Yang was about to hang up, he quickly said, please wait a moment, Mr. Zhang. I really want to apologize to you sincerely.
How about this?
The people from Shihao Security Company attacked you last night. I will transfer Shihao Security Company to you as an apology. I hope Mr. Zhang can give me another chance.
Zhang Yang couldn't help but laugh when he heard Zhou Shihao's words. Boss Zhou, are you sure you want to transfer Shihao Security Company to me?
After Zhang Yang obtained the sign-in system for the rich, in just a few days, he encountered the loan shark Li Chang and his bodyguards, the son of the boss of Zhongyi Jewelry Group Fong Zhe, who sent people to deal with him, and last night he was intercepted and provoked by people hired by Li Lei. This made Zhang Yang feel that he should perhaps have a security force at his disposal. After all, he is a boss with a net worth of hundreds of billions. Every time he encounters criminals, he has to fight them off personally. It seems that it is not in line with his status, and Zhang Yang also feels it is very troublesome. That's why Zhang Yang said that when he parted with Zhou Shihao last night. Zhou Shihao guessed correctly. Zhang Yang had his eyes on the Shihao Security Company under Zhou Shihao's name. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Zhou Shihao hurriedly said, Mr. Zhang, this is something I have carefully considered and I will never regret it. However, I still need you to take the trouble to come to the company to handle the transfer procedures. Zhang Yang smiled when he heard this.
Since Boss Zhou is so sincere in sending me off, if I don't accept it, wouldn't it be a bit disappointing to Boss Zhou's enthusiasm? How about this, send me your location and I'll come find you later. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll wait for you at the company.
When Zhou Shihao heard that Zhang Yang was taking advantage of him, he didn't dare to say anything more.
He just agreed respectfully and said that he would wait for Zhang Yang's arrival in the company.
Zhang Yang said, okay, that's it, see you later. After saying that, Zhang Yang hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yang was about to sign in for today, when he suddenly remembered that when he first signed in, the system seemed to have prompted him that if he signed in different places, the rewards he would receive would be different. Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment and decided not to sign in at home for the time being. When he arrived at the Shihao Security Company, he could try to sign in there to see if there would be any new rewards.
Do it as soon as you think of it.
After Zhang Yang hung up the phone, he looked at his phone and saw that it was already 9 o'clock. So he got up directly, washed up quickly, and then left the community directly. He bought some food outside and rushed to the Shihao Security Company. When Zhang Yang drove to the gate of Shihao Security Company, he saw Zhou Shihao leading a large group of people, standing quietly at the gate of the company, as if they were waiting for some important person. Seeing Zhang Yang park the car, Zhou Shihao immediately brought a group of people and rushed to Zhang Yang's car.
Zhang Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this. He opened the car door and walked out, smiling faintly. What's the matter? Boss Zhou brought so many people with him. Are you planning to avenge what happened last night?
Zhou Shihao's face changed slightly when he heard this, and he quickly said, Mr. Zhang, please don't misunderstand me.
They are all employees of the company. I brought them here to greet you, Mr. Zhang.
After that, Zhou Shihao shouted to the men in suits around him, scatter away, don't block Mr. Zhang's way.
Crash.
After hearing Zhou Shihao's words, the group of strong-dressed men quickly dispersed to the side, leaving Zhang Yang with a path leading directly to the interior of the company.
Mr. Zhang, please.
After everyone dispersed, Zhou Shihao stretched out his hand to indicate the direction of Zhang Yang and spoke respectfully. Zhang Yang glanced at the two teams of strong-dressed men standing on both sides, nodded slightly, and said calmly, Boss Zhou, please come in. Zhang Yang said this without any politeness, and walked first into the Shihao Security Company.
Seeing this, Zhou Shihao hurriedly followed Zhang Yang. Please be kind and give me some.
Zhang Yang was about to step into the gate of Shihao Security Company when he suddenly heard a begging voice in his ears. The voice sounded quite familiar to him.
Chapter 52, Give someone a taste of their own medicine.
Zhang Yang then stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. However, he saw that on the side of the road not far from the gate of Shihao Security Company, a young man with one arm and two legs broken, his face full of pain, was holding a broken bowl in his only remaining hand, begging from a young man wearing a gray suit and a long black snake tattoo on the side of the road. Seeing the looks of those two people, Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile. It turned out that the person begging was Li Lei, who had had a conflict with Zhang Yang before. At this time, Li Lei, in addition to having one arm and two legs broken, his lower body was smooth. His thighs were pressed tightly together, trying to cover the key parts.
His expression showed both pain and fear.
As for the person he was begging from, it was the black snake who led people to stop Zhang Yang last night.
Passers-by looked at Li Lei's appearance, talked in low voices, and subconsciously kept their distance from them.
Zhang Yang glanced at him calmly, then turned his gaze away and said to Zhou Shihao, "Boss Zhou is quite quick, but the traces of acting are a bit too obvious."
After saying that, Zhang Yang walked straight into the company. Zhou Shihao hurriedly followed him and said with an apologetic smile, "We are in a hurry. I am sorry to have embarrassed you, Mr. Zhang. But from now on, I will definitely make him live like this forever. I will send someone to keep an eye on him."
Zhang Yang smiled when he heard this. "That's your business, no need to say anything more to me." When Zhou Shihao heard Zhang Yang say this, he quickly smiled and agreed. As they were talking, the two of them soon arrived at Zhou Shihao's original office at Shihao Security Company. Zhou Shihao asked his assistant to prepare tea for the two of them, asked Zhang Yang to sit down, and then said respectfully, "Mr. Zhang, I have already asked someone to prepare the contract documents for the company's transfer. If you take a look and there are no problems, just sign and this security company will be yours." As he spoke, Zhou Shihao took a stack of contract documents from his assistant and handed them to Zhang Yang with both hands. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Without any politeness, he took the document and read it quickly. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Yang finished reading the important part of the contract document and nodded, "No problem.
It's not too late for Boss Joe to regret it now. Once I sign, this company will belong to me. By then, it will be too late for Boss Joe to regret it."
When Zhou Shihao heard Zhang Yang's words, he quickly said, "I took the initiative to give this company to Mr. Zhang as an apology.
I will never regret it. Mr. Zhang can just take it over." Zhang Yang nodded and said, "Then I won't be polite."
After saying this, Zhang Yang picked up the pen that had been prepared on the desk and quickly signed his name. After a while, Zhang Yang completed the signing. At this point, this security company directly became Zhang Yang's security company. Zhang Yang signed the contract and was about to say something when his cell phone rang again. Zhang Yang picked up the phone and saw that it was Chen Shufeng from Jianfeng Chip Technology Company.
He answered the call immediately. "Hello, Mr. Chen, what's the matter?"
When Chen Shufeng heard Zhang Yang asking, he quickly said, "Mr. Zhang, I'm really sorry, I have something else to do and I may need your help." Zhang Yang frowned slightly when he heard this, and said calmly, "What's the matter?"
"Mr. Chen, tell me first."
Chen Shufeng said, "I wonder if Mr. Zhang still remembers what happened at the Jiangcheng Pearl Hotel that night. At that time, you directly transferred 100 million to Li Chang to pay off the loan and interest for me. But now, Li Chang has turned against me and denied it, saying that the money was transferred to him voluntarily by you and has nothing to do with my debt. Not only that, Li Chang also shamelessly asked me to give him 51% of the company's shares to offset the money I owe him.
He is simply robbing me. I really have no choice but to ask you for help."
Hearing Chen Shufeng's words, Zhang Yang frowned immediately.
Of course, Zhang Yang also remembered this incident.
That was the first day he had just obtained the super rich sign-in system. Then he went to attend the birthday dinner of his good friend Lin Feng's girlfriend and met his class teacher Yang Hua and her husband Chen Shufeng at Jiangcheng Pearl Hotel. Then there was the incident of the loan shark Li Chang, who broke into the box with his bodyguards to cause trouble. At that time, Zhang Yang had just obtained the system and had no power or strength, so he chose to spend money to avoid disaster. He directly transferred 100 million to Li Chang to pay off Chen Shufeng's debt. Zhang Yang was originally a little unhappy about Li Chang swallowing up his 50 million, but he had a lot of things to do these days, so he put the trivial matter aside for the time being. He didn't expect that Li Chang would be so suicidal. Now he wanted to swallow up his 100 million for free and even wanted to steal his company shares. This is truly intolerable. Thinking in his heart, Zhang Yang said calmly, "Send me a message with the details about Li Chang and his loan company, and leave this matter to me to handle."
"Yes, thank you, Mr. Zhang. I am sorry for causing you trouble."
Upon hearing this, Chen Shufeng quickly expressed his gratitude to Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang said casually, "It's not your fault.
Besides, most of the company's shares are mine. This Li Chang is so ignorant that he dares to steal my things. I will naturally treat him well."
"Okay, that's it. Send me the details of Li Chang and his company as soon as possible."
After saying that, Zhang Yang hung up the phone.
"Mr. Zhang, what happened? Is there any way you can use me?"
At this time, Zhou Shihao on the side spoke respectfully to Zhang Yang. When Zhang Yang heard Zhou Shihao's words, his eyes lit up.
"Isn't this just right?
Using someone in the gray area like Zhou Shihao to deal with the lone shark Li Chang is definitely the most appropriate choice. After a brief pause, Zhang Yang immediately told Zhou Shihao the general situation of the matter. After hearing this, Zhou Shihao was immediately filled with righteous indignation and shouted, "This guy named Li Chang is so damn evil. He borrowed 50 million and collected 100 million, not to mention that he now dares to embezzle Mr. Zhang's 100 million and even wants to snatch Mr. Zhang's company shares. He is simply courting death. Mr. Zhang, hand him over to me, and I promise to help you deal with it properly." Zhang Yang pretended to be polite when he heard this. "This is not good. I just took over a company from Boss Zhou. How can I bother Boss Zhou again now?" Zhou Shihao said, "I voluntarily transferred the company's affairs, and it was also my apology to Mr. Zhang for what happened last night. As for dealing with Li Chang, it was because I wanted to make friends with Mr. Zhang. I wonder if Mr. Zhang dislikes me, Zhou Shihao, for being a rough man?" Zhang Yang heard what Zhou Shihao said and said with a smile, "Boss Zhou, that's not the case. Since you said so, I'll trouble you with this matter. When Mr. Chen's message comes, I'll forward it to you." "No problem, just wait and see." Upon hearing this, Zhou Shihao agreed without hesitation. As he was speaking, Chen Shufeng's message came over. Zhang Yang immediately forwarded the information to Zhou Shihao. Zhou Shihao said, "Mr. Zhang, please wait in the company for a while. I will ask my people to check this guy named Li Chang." "Okay, thank you for your help," Zhang Yang said politely, and then sat in the office waiting for news. When he was bored, Zhang Yang suddenly remembered about signing in. After a slight hesitation, he chose to sign in at the security company. Zhang Yang had just given the lottery drawing instructions to the system when the familiar voice of the system soon rang out. Chapter 53 Generous Rewards, Considerate System. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host, you won a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host, you have won a Panlong Bay villa. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a superpowered robot bodyguard. Congratulations for triggering a 10-fold critical hit and obtaining 10 superpowered robots. As expected, signing in a different environment brings benefits. This time the reward is quite good, and it also triggered a critical hit. Although it is only 10 times the critical hit, it is still pretty good. Hearing the content of the system reward, Su Chen couldn't help but feel happy. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan is the first luxury SUV car under Rolls-Royce. Once it was launched on the market, it attracted the welcome of countless people, especially becoming the first choice of many business elites. Although the price of 7 or 8 million is far from that of some supercars, its functionality and practicality are beyond the reach of supercars. Zhang Yang was originally thinking about when to buy a practical SUV, but now it doesn't have to be that troublesome. Panlong Bay is one of the top 10 luxury villa areas in Zhangcheng. The villa park is located on the north bank of Lake Tanshuan, surrounded by mountains and waters, and has extremely beautiful scenery. On the basis of preserving the original ecology, we hired professional garden designers to design it, so that the islands, lake views, gardens and villas are perfectly combined. It is called by many people the most beautiful private garden in Zhangcheng. The buildings are all designed with 3 floors above ground, and each unit is equipped with a private elevator, which fully demonstrates the functions of the villa. The villa area is also equipped with a nearly 200 square meter sunny private club, allowing owners to arrange exclusive functional space as they wish. In addition, there are star-rated hotels, water golf, yacht clubs, business helipads and other facilities. It can be said to be the most comprehensively designed luxury villa area. Zhang Yang once saw on the internet that the lowest price of every villa in Panlong Bay Villa District was a terrifying 80 million. Although Zhang Yang felt that living alone in a villa was a bit empty, he was very happy to be able to sign for such a luxurious villa. Anyway, it will be useful sooner or later. The reward of a super-powered robot bodyguard was exactly what Zhang Yang wanted. Zhang Yang chose Zhou Shihao's security company precisely because he did not have the corresponding security force around him. After all, Zhang Yang doesn't want to have to solve all the troubles himself every time he goes out. Zhang Yang originally planned to recruit a few suitable bodyguards from the security company to follow him around and act as a front after taking over the Shihao security company. Minor roles could also be handled by the bodyguards. Now that he has a super-powered robot bodyguard, Zhang Yang naturally chooses to let the robot bodyguard protect him. On the one hand, the strength of this super robot bodyguard is far beyond that of ordinary humans. On the other hand, he does not need to worry about the loyalty of the super robot bodyguard rewarded by the system. What made Zhang Yang even more satisfied was that, according to the system's introduction, the superpowered robot bodyguard he had drawn this time looked no different from an ordinary human being.
It can even have the same body temperature as normal humans and can sweat like normal humans.
In addition, the system also gives these superpowered robots the status of bodyguards, which can withstand national inspections. Such a superpowered robot can also save him a lot of trouble.
I have to say, the system is really considerate.
Mr. Zhang, we have already found out the details of Li Chang.
He is just a minor character. Although he has some connections behind him, I can talk to you and everything will be fine. I wonder how you plan to deal with this guy.
Zhang Yang had just finished checking the details of the system rewards when Zhou Shihao's slightly rough voice rang in his ears. Hearing Zhou Shihao's voice, Zhang Yang regained his composure and smiled. Boss Zhou is really efficient.
My request is very simple. I just want to get back my 100 million yuan and the IOU that Mr. Chen wrote to Li Chang. As for the rest, Boss Zhou, you can do whatever you want. After all, you are professionals, aren't you?
When Zhou Shihao heard Zhang Yang say this, he couldn't help but curse him in his heart for being cunning, but on the surface he smiled and said, "Since Mr. Zhang trusts me, I will definitely help you get things done properly. I will definitely let you see a satisfactory result before tonight."
Then I'll wait and see.
Zhang Yang smiled and continued, "If Boss Zhou has nothing else to do, then we'll say goodbye for now and talk again later when we have time." Zhou Shihao heard this and said, "From now on, this company belongs to Mr. Zhang. It should be Mr. Zhou who is leaving. Mr. Zhang, please wait for my news." Zhang Yang seemed to have just realized it and smiled, "I almost forgot."
In that case, I won't keep you any longer, Boss Zhou.
Bye, Boss Zhou. Zhou Shihao said a polite word to Zhang Yang again, then turned and walked out of the office and headed outside the company.
After Zhou Shihao left, Zhang Yang gave some instructions to the person in charge of the company and left the company.
As soon as Zhang Yang walked out of the company, he saw a Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked next to his car.
Next to the car stood two young men dressed in professional bodyguard uniforms. "Hello, boss." Seeing Zhang Yang coming, the two men stepped forward quickly and spoke to Zhang Yang respectfully.
Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this, and asked casually, "Who are you?" In reply to the boss, "We are your full-time bodyguards and drivers. I am Long Yi, and he is Long Shi." Hearing Zhang Yang's question, one of the young men hurriedly spoke to Zhang Yang respectfully.
After hearing what Long Yi said, Zhang Yang couldn't help but look at the two people in front of him a few more times. Because Zhang Yang now understood that these two people were two of the 10 superpowered robot bodyguards.
However, after observing them for a long time, Zhang Yang did not find any characteristics that were different from ordinary people. After looking at them for a while, Zhang Yang nodded with satisfaction, "Very good, you guys just stay with me."
By the way, where are the other 8 people?
Long Yi said, to reply to the boss, "They are scattered around and waiting for orders. If the boss wants to see them, they are available at any time."
Zhang Yang smiled and said, "That's not necessary.
You two can drive this Cullinan first and follow behind my car."
"Yes, boss." When Long Yi and Long Shi heard Zhang Yang's words, they responded respectfully without any hesitation.
Zhang Yang nodded slightly, got into his sports car, and drove towards Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology. Zhang Yang planned to go check on his sister Zhang Yu and give her another acupuncture treatment.
Not long after, the car arrived at the gate of Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology. After parking the car, Zhang Yang walked directly into Jiangcheng University accompanied by Long Yi and Long Shi. "Zhang Yang, what a coincidence, we meet again. Are you here to see your sister?"
Zhang Yang had just walked into the door when he heard a familiar voice coming from the side.
Chapter 54 Brother, you must seize the opportunity.
Zhang Yang looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was Yi Qingxue, whom he had met several times before, so he smiled and responded, "It turns out to be Miss Yi, what a coincidence." Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Yi Qingxue pouted in an angry tone, and said coquettishly, "I already called you by your name, why are you still so polite to call me Miss Yi? I thought we were friends, but it seems that I was just being too sentimental." Zhang Yang was at a loss for words when he saw this.
"Then how do you think I should call you?" Yi Qingxue blinked and said, "My family and friends all call me Qingxue, so you can call me Qingxue too." "Well, Qingxue," Zhang Yang called out with a smile, and then continued, "Are you also a student of this school? But I don't think I've heard that this school has a medical major." Yi Qingxue chuckled and said, "Of course I'm not a student of this school. As for what I'm doing here, you might as well guess."
Zhang Yang thought for a moment and said, "Since you are not a student of this school, you must be looking for someone."
Are you here to visit your friends at school? Bingo! Yi Qingxue nodded with a smile, and then said, Do you want to guess who this friend of mine is? You know him too, right? Zhang Yang said, Is it Su Qingqian? It seems that Su Qingqian is the only friend of yours that I know. Yi Qingxue smiled and shook her head when she heard this, and then said, You guessed wrong this time. I came here to visit my new friend Zhang Yu. He, didn't expect it, did you? Whom? Zhang Yu? Zhang Yu was startled when he heard Yi Qingshua's words, Is it my sister Zhang Yu? I really didn't expect this. Yi Qingxue nodded and said, Yes, it's your sister Zhang Yu. That day in the hospital, after your introduction, your sister Zhang Yu and I got to know each other. We have become good friends in the past 2 days. I came to visit her today, and I also want to witness the birth of a miracle. After listening to Yi Qingshue's words, Zhang Yang couldn't help but feel a little warm in his heart, and smiled, Qingxue, thank you, with me here, miracles are bound to happen. Yi Qingxue nodded solemnly, I believe you. After saying that, they both suddenly fell silent at the same time. As they looked at each other, the atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. We'll talk again when we have time another day. Yi Qingshue's face suddenly turned red. She said to Zhang Yang, then quickly quickened her pace and left. Seeing this, Zhang Yang smiled and shook his head, then continued to look for Zhang Yu's dormitory. Not long after, with the help of the dormitory manager, Zhang Yang met Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was also very happy to see Zhang Yang coming. Brother, you came to see me, aren't you busy today? Zhang Yang smiled and said, No matter how busy I am, I will always find time to visit my precious sister. Nothing else is as important as visiting my sister. Oh, that's so corny. You should save this for your girlfriend, huh? Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh and tease when he heard Zhang Yang's words. Although she said that, Zhang Yu was still very happy that Zhang Yang came to see her. When Zhang Yang heard what Zhang Yu said, he couldn't help but frown. The word girlfriend made him think of the unpleasant memories from the past. Seeing this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but comfort him, Brother, I heard about you and Qin Sisi. Don't keep it in your heart. There is a saying that goes, it's sad to lose the one you love, but what's the pity of losing someone who doesn't love you? You should look forward. There are many good girls in this world. Zhang Yang relaxed his frown upon hearing this, pretending to be relaxed and said, Don't worry, I don't care about Qin Sisi anymore. Do I need a little girl like you to teach me, your brother? As he spoke, Zhang Yang reached out and ruffled Zhang Yu's hair into a tangled mess. Oh, so annoying, you messed up my hair. Zhang Yu casually slapped Zhang Yang's hand away and complained unhappily, then continued, I'm serious, for example, when we were in the hospital before, you introduced me to Sister Qingxue, she is a very good girl, brother, you must seize the opportunity. Zhang Yang nodded and said, Okay, don't worry about my affairs. I came here today to give you another acupuncture treatment. Oh, okay, Zhang Yu saw this and didn't continue to persuade her. Immediately, Zhang Yang took Zhang Yu to ask for leave, and then brought her back to her home in Tiandi Yunting community, where he gave Zhang Yu acupuncture. After the acupuncture, Zhang Yang prescribed medicine for Zhang Yu and sent her back to school again. Xiao Yu, take a look around and see if there are any houses you like. Once you've chosen one, I'll buy it for you next time I come over so you don't have to run back and forth every time. Also, you can move out and live off campus. Living in a dormitory is sometimes a little inconvenient. When they arrived at the school gate, Zhang Yang recalled the 2 times of running back and forth, and told Zhang Yu about it. Zhang Yu said quickly, Forget about buying a house. It's such a waste. Let me look around these few days to see if there are any suitable houses for rent. I can rent them when the time comes. Zhang Yang didn't insist when he heard what Zhang Yu said. He nodded and said, You decide for yourself. You don't need to worry about the money. You can never spend all my money in your lifetime. Really? Then I'll have to spend money freely. Zhang Yu laughed as he heard this. As he spoke, he walked towards the school. When he reached the door, he waved at Zhang Yang and shouted, Brother, I'm going in. Bye. Zhang Yang watched Zhang Yu walk into the campus, and then said to Long Yi, who was in the driver's seat, Drive to the Panlong Bay Villa district. This time when Zhang Yang sent Zhang Yu to school, he did not drive a sports car, but let Long Yi drive Cullinan to take them alone. Yes, boss. When Long Yi heard Zhang Yang's words, he agreed respectfully without any hesitation, then started the car and drove towards the Panlong Bay Villa area. An hour later, the car arrived at Panlong Bay Villa Park. However, Zhang Yang's vehicle information had not yet been registered with the property management,
so he was temporarily stopped. Ding ding ding. The car had just stopped for a short while when a red Ferrari supercar drove up from behind, honking its horn to urge it to move.
Hearing the harsh sound of the car behind, Zhang Yang couldn't help but frown.
However, considering that it was his car that blocked the other party's road, he didn't say anything, but just asked the security guard to check the information as quickly as possible.
Whose car is this?
Why is it parked at the door?
If you don't drive away, I will crash into it.
Just then, an arrogant voice came from the sports car behind. As the voice fell, a man in a white suit appeared, looking quite imposing.
Chapter 55. I wonder who has such great power.
Hearing the voice, Zhang Yang couldn't help but frown slightly, turned his head to look at the person who spoke, and found that it was an acquaintance. This person was none other than Zhuang Bifan from the Zhuang Group, whom Zhang Yang met when he and Su Hongkong, grandfather and grandson, attended a charity auction at Tianhe building last night. Seeing that it was Zhuang Bifan, Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile. I was wondering who was so powerful. It turns out to be Master Zhuang. When Zhuang Bifan heard Zhang Yang's voice, his expression suddenly changed. When he saw Zhang Yang's face clearly, his face turned purple. The reason why Zhuang Bifan has such a bad temper is actually because of his flamboyance.
After the conflict with Zhang Yang last night, Zhuang Bifan chose to bow his head and submit to Zhang Yang because he was afraid of the combined power of the Jiangqing Su family, the Motochen family, and the Tianhe building and Chujiang Group controlled by Zhang Yang.
He also promised to give Zhang Yang 2 billion to cover the losses caused by his price increase, which could also be regarded as an apology. After returning, Zhuang Bifan told his grandfather about this matter. His grandfather agreed with his approach and said that he would support him and pay the 2 billion for him.
Of course, this is also because Zhuang Tianyao dotes on his grandson Zhuang Bifan.
Zhuang Bifan passed the test with his grandfather smoothly, but was severely scolded by his father, who blamed him for causing trouble for the family and losing 2 billion in cash in vain. For this reason, Zhuang Bifan's father said that he would cut his pocket money in half in the future. Zhuang Bifan was unhappy, so he separated from his father and rushed to the Panlong Bay Villa area where his grandfather lived. But when he arrived at the gate, he happened to meet Zhang Yang's car, blocking the way and preventing him from passing for a while. Zhuang Bifan had seen almost all the vehicles in the Panlong Bay Villa, but this Cullinan was the first time he had seen it. It looked very unfamiliar to him, so he thought the owner might just be a visitor, so he started to scold him without any hesitation. Zhuang Bifan never expected that he would meet Zhang Yang by chance. After a few thoughts, Zhuang Bifan suppressed his displeasure and forced a smile on his face, saying, "It turned out to be Mr. Zhang.
I'm really sorry. I was not able to recognize you.
I thought it was someone from the outside trying to establish a relationship, so I spoke a little harshly. Please forgive me, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Yang heard this and said with a half smile, "Master Zhuang, you are becoming more and more skilled at apologizing, but it seems that you are a little slow in fulfilling your promise. Look, you haven't fulfilled your promise from last night yet. Could it be that you just pretended it didn't exist after a good night's sleep?" Zhuang Bifan is a man who cares about his reputation the most. When he heard Zhang Yang's words, his expression changed again. He continued, "I, Zhuang Bifan, am a man of my words. If I say something, I will definitely do it. There is still a lot of time until 12 o'clock tonight. I will definitely transfer the 2 billion to you." Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Money is a small matter. The most important thing is the credibility. What do you think, Mr. Zhuang?" "Humph, since Mr. Zhang is so worried, I'll have someone transfer the money to you right now." When Zhuang Bifan heard Zhang Yang's words, he felt even more unhappy and couldn't help but snorted coldly. Then he turned around, picked up his phone, called his grandfather Zhuang Tianyao, and started complaining to him. Seeing Zhuang Bifan's frustrated look, Zhang Yang couldn't help but smiled and shook his head, then turned to look at the security guard at the door and said calmly, "Have you checked the information?
Can I go in?"
"Yes, it has been checked. Please come in, Mr. Zhang."
"I am so sorry to have wasted your time."
When the security guard heard Zhang Yang's question, he quickly and respectfully agreed to speak out. He heard the conversation between Zhuang Bifan and Zhang Yang just now. Although it was the first time he met Zhang Yang, he had met Zhuang Bifan, the pretentious young master, many times, and he was very familiar with Zhuang Bifan's identity. Even Zhuang Bifan had to be respectful when facing Zhang Yang. How could he, a small security guard, dare to offend such a great god as Zhang Yang? At this moment, the security guard couldn't help feeling extremely annoyed. Why was it his turn to be on duty here today? Zhang Yang smiled and said, "It's all right as long as it's verified." "Then open the gate. I want to go home." "Yes, Mr. Zhang, please." The security guard agreed respectfully and quickly opened the gate, while speaking respectfully to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang nodded and turned to walk towards his car. After getting into the car, Zhang Yang stuck his head out and said to Zhuang Baifan beside him, "Mr. Zhuang, I'll go in first.
You can take your time to make the call. Drive."
The next sentence was naturally directed to his driver and bodyguard Long Yi.
"Yes, boss." Long Yi agreed respectfully, and then drove towards Zhang Yang's single-family villa.
Zhuang Baifan felt even more embarrassed when he heard Zhang Yang's words.
He shouted at Zhuang Tianyao on the other end of the phone, "Grandpa, didn't you agree last night that you would transfer the 2 billion to me? Why haven't you done it yet?"
People still think that we Zhuang family members are shameless and don't keep our word.
Zhuang Tianyao comforted him, Okay, my dear grandson, don't be angry. Grandpa was too busy today and forgot about it for a while. I'll ask my assistant to transfer the money now. Hurry up, I'm hanging up."
When Zhuang Baifan heard Zhuang Tianyao agree to have someone transfer the money, he urged him one last time and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Zhuang Baifan looked in the direction where Zhang Yang left with a gloomy look, then started his car again and drove towards his villa. Zhang Yang didn't know what happened after he and Zhuang Baifan broke up, but even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart.
At this time, Zhang Yang was visiting his new villa when he suddenly heard a message alert on his mobile phone. "When I opened my phone, I saw that 2 billion had arrived in my account. Not bad." Seeing the extra 2 billion on his bank card, Zhang Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Although Zhang Yang now has more money than he can spend, he is naturally very happy to get 2 billion for free.
What's more, the 2 billion was compensated to him by that guy Zhuang Baifan. After reading the text message, Zhang Yang put away his phone and continued to admire the 3-story villa. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Yang had basically gone through the villa. Although it was slightly different from the renderings, it was still very good overall. Zhang Yang was quite satisfied with this villa.
"Well, the only bad thing is that the villa is too big and too empty. I feel a little lonely living alone." After visiting his new villa, Zhang Yang shook his head slightly and sighed. For some reason, when he was expressing his feelings, Yi Qingshua's figure flashed through his mind inadvertently. Ding-a-ling.
Just when Zhang Yang was distracted, his cell phone suddenly rang. Zhang Yang glanced at the caller ID on his phone and answered the call. Chapter 56 I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Zhang Yang glanced at the caller ID on his phone and answered the call.
"Boss Zhou, what's going on?"
It turned out that the person on the other end of the phone was Zhou Shihao, the former boss of Shihao Security Company.
Hearing Zhang Yang's question, Zhou Shihao quickly said, "Mr. Zhang, it's like this. We've already dealt with the loan shark named Li Chang. You may need to come and inspect the results in person. Also, I need to give you the IOU that Qin Shufeng wrote in person. I wonder where you are now. Is it convenient?" "Oh. Boss Zhou is quite efficient."
Hearing this, Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile and praise him, then said, "How about this? I'm in Villa number 28 in Panlong Bay Villa District now. Come over."
"Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll be right there."
Upon hearing this, Zhou Shihao immediately responded.
"That's it, goodbye Boss Zhou." "Goodbye, Mr. Zhang."
After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yang said to Longshir, who was standing beside him, "Longshir, go to the gate of the villa area and greet Boss Zhou Shihao."
"Yes, boss."
Longshir agreed respectfully and turned away immediately. Zhang Yang was sitting on the sofa, holding his cell phone and casually reading a novel. Not long after, Zhou Shihao, led by Longshir, came to Zhang Yang's villa. After a few polite words, both sides got down to business.
Zhou Shihao said to Zhang Yang, "Mr. Zhang, this time we not only recovered 100 million for you, but also found the IOU of Mr. Qin Shufeng."
As he spoke, Zhou Shihao handed Zhang Yang a card and a promissory note with both hands. Zhang Yang took the IOU but didn't take the bank card.
He smiled and said, "I'll take the IOU. As for the money, Boss Zhou, you can use it to treat your people to tea."
After all, many people must have contributed to this matter.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Shihao hurriedly said, "Mr. Zhang, you are being too polite, aren't you? Besides, this 100 million originally belongs to you, who dares to spend it?"
In fact, when we helped Mr. Zhang to recover the loan note, we also smashed the loan shark company.
Their cash flow totaled 500 to 600 million yuan, and it was all lost.
Zhang Yang smiled when he heard this. "That's good. After all, loan sharking is not a good thing.
It's good to be ruined."
Zhou Shihao said, "So, you should take back your 100 million. In addition, Li Chang also voluntarily gave out the 600 million in cash from the loan shark company to apologize to you. You should also accept it. As he spoke, Zhou Shihao had another card in his hand and handed 2 cards to Zhang Yang at the same time. Zhang Yang shook his head slightly after hearing this.
How about this? I will take back my 100 million.
As for the other 600 million, half of it will be at your disposal, and the other half will be given to Mr. Su of the Su family as a thank you gift from me. As he spoke, Zhang Yang reached out and took the first card. This. Zhou Shihao wanted to say something after hearing this. Zhang Yang interrupted him with a wave of his hand.
Okay, it's settled. Boss Zhou, no need to say more. Otherwise, you can take all the 100 million and the IOU. I'll find another way to deal with this matter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zhang. Seeing that Zhang Yang insisted, Zhou Shihao finally agreed. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Mr. Zhang really knew how to behave.
Zhang Yang smiled and said, "That's right. Making friends requires give and take, Boss Zhou, don't you agree?"
Ha, Mr. Zhang is right. Zhou Shihao laughed and agreed when he heard Zhang Yang say that, and his favorable impression of Zhang Yang doubled. After a pause, Zhou Shihao continued, "By the way, my men didn't know how to control their strength. That guy named Li Chang had all 5 limbs broken and was left in the van outside.
Do you want to bring him here so you can personally relieve your anger?"
Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this, and said calmly, "Forget it, you guys just take care of it, I will be gone now."
Zhou Shihao smiled and said, "Mr. Zhang is right.
There is no need for him to pollute Mr. Zhang's eyes with such a fellow."
Zhang Yang smiled and didn't say much.
Zhou Shihao said, "If Mr. Zhang has no other instructions, then I will take my leave first and go to finish this matter.
I will also report to the second master."
Zhang Yang nodded and said, "Boss Zhou, take care." After seeing Zhou Shihao off, Zhang Yang looked at the time and it was almost time for dinner.
Zhang Yang took a look at the empty villa and finally decided to go out for dinner.
He really had no interest in cooking by himself. At noon, Zhang Yang and his sister Zhang Yu were at their home in Tiandi Yunting community, where Zhang Yu prepared lunch. Having made up his mind, Zhang Yang immediately left the villa and asked Long Yi to drive him to a relatively good hotel outside for dinner. Zhang Yang had just entered the hotel lobby when his brows couldn't help but furrow deeply. In the hotel lobby, there were more than a dozen sturdy men in black suits surrounding a figure in the middle, punching and kicking him non-stop. The man on the ground in the middle had no power to resist the attack of more than a dozen people. He could only hold his head, curl up on the ground, and was forced to endure the beating. "I'm sorry, our hotel is closed tonight. Please come back another day." Just then, a middle-aged man who looked like a manager walked quickly to Zhang Yang, bowed to him, and spoke out in a dissuading tone. At the same time, there were many people in the hotel who were driving other guests away.
"What a bummer, let's go."
Seeing this, Zhang Yang shook his head slightly, complained lightly, then turned around and prepared to leave. After all, it's none of my business, and Zhang Yang doesn't want to meddle in other people's business, as he might end up getting bitten back. Since ancient times, there have been many examples of rescuers being falsely accused. At this moment, the young man who was being beaten had his hands kicked away by someone, revealing his scarred face. Seeing that face, Zhang Yang's expression suddenly changed, and he directly ordered Long Yi and Longshire beside him, "Go, save people."
"Yes, boss."
After hearing Zhang Yang's words, Long Yi and Longshire rushed towards the dozen or so thugs in black suits without any hesitation. "Sir, please call back your bodyguard and stop interfering.
Otherwise, it will only bring you unhappiness."
At this time, the man who looked like a manager and had just persuaded Zhang Yang started to persuade Zhang Yang again.
"Humph.
I also advise you not to meddle in other people's business." Zhang Yang glanced at the man who looked like a manager and spoke coldly. Seeing Zhang Yang's eyes, the man was immediately frightened and subconsciously took a few steps back.
Chapter 57 Decisive Killing, A Dream. Bang 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 bang.
The next moment, a series of dull collisions were heard in the hotel lobby.
But within a moment, the dozen thugs in black suits were all knocked to the ground by Long Yi and Longshire.
They lost their ability to move and could only keep wailing and screaming. Seeing this, the lobby manager's expression changed slightly and he quickly ran to the side to make a phone call.
Zhang Yang didn't bother to pay attention to the lobby manager, and walked quickly to the beaten young man. "Madman, what's going on? What happened?"
It turned out that the young man who was beaten was Zhang Yang's classmate and good friend Lin Feng.
Not long ago, Zhang Yang attended Lin Feng's girlfriend's birthday party.
At that time, Lin Feng was still in high spirits. At this time, Lin Feng's face was covered with bruises, and he looked disheveled and miserable. When Lin Feng saw that it was Zhang Yang, he immediately became excited. Yangzi, help me call the police and save my girlfriend.
Zhang Yang asked, where is your girlfriend now?
Lin Feng said, she was taken to the Supreme Box number 888. When Zhang Yang heard Lin Feng's words, he immediately said, Long Shi, you stay here and look after my friend. Long Yi, come with me to the Supreme Box number 888 to rescue him.
Yes,
boss. When Long Yi and Long Shi heard Zhang Yang's words, they immediately agreed to speak up without hesitation. Sir, you can't disturb the guests in the Supreme Box. The lobby manager came over again and tried to dissuade Zhang Yang.
Bang!
Zhang Yang didn't bother to talk nonsense, he just kicked the lobby manager out. Then he found a waiter and asked him the location of the Supreme Box 888. Then he took Long Yi and quickly rushed to the Supreme Box 888.
No, let me go.
As soon as he walked to the door of Supreme Box number 888, Zhang Yang heard a woman begging for mercy from inside. That voice was exactly the voice of Lin Feng's girlfriend.
Bang! Hearing the voice, Zhang Yang's face turned cold and he immediately kicked the door of the box. Boom! The next moment, there was a loud bang, and the door of the box was kicked to the ground by Zhang Yang. Ah, what the hell?
Faced with the sudden change, there was a burst of noisy shouting in the box.
Zhang Yang brought Long Yi and barged into the box without any courtesy.
Inside the box, there was a man with triangular eyes, a slicked back hair and a green snake tattooed on the right side of his face, pulling a young and beautiful woman in his hands. Next to the man with triangular eyes, there sat a woman who was dressed seductively and revealingly.
Behind him stood two sturdy bodyguards.
Zhang Yang recognized at a glance that the beautiful woman being pulled by the triangular-eyed man was Lin Feng's girlfriend, whose name seemed to be Xiang Lan.
Assholes, who are you? Who let you in?
When the man with triangular eyes saw Zhang Yang and Long Yi coming in, his face was full of anger and he cursed out loud. Zhang Yang was too lazy to pay attention to him and said to Long Yi, save people.
Yes, boss.
Long Yi agreed and immediately stepped forward.
Teach them a lesson for me.
When the triangular-eyed man saw this, his face turned grim and he spoke orders to the two bodyguards. Upon hearing this, the two bodyguards immediately went to meet Long Yi with serious expressions.
Crack!
With just a slight sound, the wrist of one of the bodyguards was broken by Long Yi. Then, Long Yi grabbed the bodyguard's wrist, used it as a weapon, and smashed it hard at the other bodyguard.
Bang!
A dull thud was heard, and the other bodyguard was hit by his companion's body and saw stars. Long Yi seized the opportunity, stepped forward quickly, and with a few clicks, he directly cut off his limbs. Then he did the same to another bodyguard.
Don't come over here.
When the triangular-eyed man saw this, his face changed drastically. He put one hand around Xiong Lan's neck and threatened her in a timid tone. However, his threats were completely ineffective in front of Long Yi, who easily rescued the hostage from him and threw him to the ground. Zhang Yang then stepped forward, stepped on the forehead of the triangular-eyed man, and said coldly, the word lust is like a knife hanging over your head, haven't you heard of it? You guys quickly let Brother Snake go.
Do you know who Brother Snake is? How dare you treat him like this? Do you want to die?
At this moment, the charming woman at the side suddenly threatened Zhang Yang and Long Yi in a timid manner.
Zhang Yang said calmly, oh? Tell me, who is he? The charming woman said, Brother Snake is with Boss Joe. Do you know Boss Joe?
He is the boss of Shihao Security Company. He is well connected to both the black and white worlds.
If you offend Brother Snake, you will offend Boss Joe. No one in the whole Jiangcheng can save you. Ha, who am I?
The Boss Joe you guys are talking about has to be humble when he sees me. Zhang Yang sneered when he heard that. He didn't bother to talk nonsense and took out his cell phone and called Zhou Shihao.
Mr. Zhang, what do you want me to do?
Zhou Shihao answered the phone and spoke respectfully.
Zhang Yang said calmly, go to the Zijin Hotel and the Supreme Box 888 right away, that's all.
After saying that, Zhang Yang hung up the phone.
Zijin Hotel is the name of the hotel they are in now.
On the other end of the phone, Zhou Shihao's face changed when he heard Zhang Yang's tone was wrong. Although he didn't know what was going on, he can only rush to the Zijin Hotel quickly and at the same time ordered his men to find out what happened in the Zijin Hotel. After returning to the hotel box and hanging up the phone, Zhang Yang asked Xiong Lan what had happened. It turned out that Lin Feng and Xiong Lan were having dinner in the hotel and were spotted by some Snake Brother. Snake Brother made a move on Xiong Lan and was slapped in the face by Lin Feng. Then, Brother Snake asked someone to teach Lin Feng a lesson, and dragged Xion Lan to the box, intending to do something indecent to her. Fortunately, Zhang Yang arrived in time, otherwise the consequences would be self-evident. After listening to Xion Lan's story, Zhang Yang kicked the snake brother hard a few more times. At this time, Lin Feng was worried, so he came to the box accompanied by Long Shi. He was relieved to see that Xion Lan was fine, and was very grateful to Zhang Yang. Not long after, Zhou Shihao arrived. When Brother Snake and the charming woman saw that Zhou Shihao was really humble to Zhang Yang, they were suddenly filled with fear, but it was too late. Zhang Yang simply said, "I don't want to see them in this world." Zhou Shihao understood immediately, and secretly felt Zhang Yang's ruthlessness in his heart, but he didn't dare to say much and agreed obediently. Immediately, Zhou Shihao ordered his men to take away Brother Snake, the enchanting woman, and his bodyguards. Zhang Yang sent Lin Feng and the other person to the hospital, and then went to have lunch. After lunch, Zhang Yang, who had nothing to do, returned home to watch short videos and read novels, and most of the day had passed.
I had a quick dinner in the evening and then went straight to bed.
No words were spoken that night. The next morning, when Zhang Yang woke up again, he found that he was living in the shabby rental house again. It turns out that everything that happened before was just a beautiful dream of his.
Damn it! Why is this happening? If I had known, I wouldn't have woken up.
Looking at the shabby rental house, Zhang Yang couldn't help but curse for a while, then hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed to the company to work.